this. Future viewers, as there's no one here at the moment, but anyhow, it's 6:25 a.m. Pretty early. Sitting out here listening to birds, right? And saw some cardinals already, bright red cardinal. I just saw a squirrel way up, like way up in a tree, way up there. Make a pretty amazing leap from one limb to another. So, it's pretty nice out here. It's a little cool here in the backyard. The sun hasn't quite reached the backyard yet. So, pretty shortly here, I'll be playing the game as indicated in the title of this video. The third part. Since it's only the third part, let's recap part 1 and 2. And preface this with I intend on 100%ing this game. So much like Vice City and GTA 3. Although I didn't 100% GTA 3. Though I did Vice City, but anyhow. So in part 1, I haven't attempted a storyline mission yet. That applies to part 2, right, as well. What did I do in part 1? Let's see, completed the taxi missions, right? Completed those, so now I have a nitrous in the cabs, which is quite useful, as well as the ability to jump, which can come in handy, even though the jumping isn't as you don't jump as high as the previous games, but it still comes in useful. Then I started doing the tags, painting over the rival gang tags. And I believe that was about it, other than, what did I do? Maybe I worked out at the beach gym, but maybe that was in part 2. What else did I do? Gathered up weapons, right? I've got a decent amount of weaponry going on. So in part 2, I finished getting the tags. So once I want to start the missions, I'll have weapons in CJ's house, right? And then I attempted the pimping missions, but I didn't succeed. My first attempt, I got how many? What level? You get to level 10, and my first attempt, I got to level 7. In my several subsequent attempts, I did worse. What else did I do in part 2? I definitely went to that beach gym a few times. I went into a club and did a dance thing, but that doesn't have anything to do with 100%, so it was kind of pointless. So other than that, yeah, I did a lot of screwing around, aimless wandering. Bought a cup. I don't remember which video. I think in the first one I bought 2 save points, right? Houses. And I bought one in part, the second part, right? Those count towards 100%. So soon after I smoke this down a bit more, I will probably go in and attempt the pimping missions again. I think that's what I will do. The problem I have, I think, if I remember correctly, is not destroying the car. Right? You can't. Well, you can get out of it, but if it blows up, it's mission over. Unless there happens to be another pimp car to get into. Oh, I think if there's a woman in the, lady of the night in the car, I don't think she'll get out when it's on fire. She'll just sit there and let herself get blown up in the car, right? So let's just say I'll be successful at that today. Depending on how long it takes, if I want to keep playing. Or let's say I get frustrated and want to stop doing the pimping missions for a while, I'll probably do the ambulance missions. Attempt it, right? And I'll do it in the sticks because it's easier there. I think I have to drive an ambulance there carefully, right? I don't know, one might appear. There might be an ambulance that appears in the sticks area, out in the woodsy, rural parts of the first area. Yeah. So I'm not unlike the other games, I'm not quite gonna do as much as I can before the missions start because I could go take the snapshots and get the horseshoes, the pearls, and a couple other missions on the other islands, but they send cops after you if you go to the other cities, right? And it makes it difficult. There's a certain Catalina mission, though, where you're robbing a bank, where you can, once you're in the bank, you can run off and go wherever you want, and there's no vehicles or the cops don't come after you. So when I get to that mission, I'm going to take advantage of that and do whatever I can, right? Get the snapshots, oysters, and horseshoes. Maybe, I don't know if you can do unique jumps on those missions or not. On that mission, when missions are happening. And that Catalina one's pretty early in the game. It's before you have access to any of the other islands. Alrighty. This roach is going the distance. It's almost done though. It's a good slow burner here. So this nice peaceful bird tweeting morning setting here is going to change into something less pleasant, right? Tweet. Tweet. I kind of want to listen to some tunes while I play the game, but it's a little early in the morning. I don't want to have to listen to it at a super low volume, right? So it'll probably be, or not even know probably about it. I'm going to turn the talk radio on, as in real life, not the in-game one. I've already listened to all the talk radio, all it has to offer so far. It changes later in the game, but maybe a few times even. But for now, I'm burnt out on it. And as far as the music stations, I'm not going to listen to them because I don't want the video to get taken down. That happened to at least one Vice City video, one of them, early on. I've had videos taken down because of Ramones songs. I've had videos taken down because of Bob Dylan. And that was the third. And I didn't look at the email to see what or whatever in my what is it, YouTube studio thingy. I didn't look at either any. I didn't look into what particular song or songs got it taken down. Perhaps I will. And which one? I'd say Vice City probably has the better soundtrack, right? I guess I just felt like saying that without going into further detail. Mainly because of the metal station is pretty superior in Vice City, right? Even with some of the thing about both soundtracks is you get, or I do anyway, get sick of them pretty fast, just like the real radio. But oh, it's that early morning hungry feeling. I pretty much skip breakfast. Well, I have a breakfast essential, but I try to ride the. I don't know. I don't like eating too early, I guess. But anyway, that's unimportant. Uh, probably what? Almost time to go in. I do think I need. I got the hiccups. I'm almost ready to play this game, but I think I need to follow this dubage up with another cigarette, all right? Which means I have to construct the cigarette, make it with a little sliding machine in the tube because it's cheaper. Cigarettes are ridiculously stupid for one and a waste of money. If you want to buy a pack, they're very expensive. So an even bigger waste of money. Whoops. All right, I'm trying to grab a tube here. So, for example, well, there's, I guess, it's the closest store to me, like a convenience store. So if I don't want to walk somewhere else and save a little, a pack of cigarettes here is the cheapest. What are they called? There's something called crowns, right? They're $6.40. That's with tax and everything. And if you want to buy a pack of Camels, Marlboros, I'm not sure how much. They're probably $12 or something like that, right? So, and there's a large portion of that price is a cigarette tax. Like, I don't know how much it is, but it's dollars. It's probably several dollars. I don't know how much, but $2 or more. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I heard that this state's going to add an additional $1.50 to the tax. Which so $1.50 would bring that $6.40 cheapest brand up to $7.90, almost $8, right? Pay $8 and get a dime back. Toss that dime, and you might as well toss the dime in the the little dish they have where you can throw your change in if you don't care about it or feeling slightly generous, right? Uh, so I guess, isn't that interesting? Isn't that what you want to hear in a video with the title, Let's Play Grand Theft Auto for San Andreas Part 3? Oops, I said that wrong. Let me take two. I'll edit that right. I will use my superior editing skills, right? Which is one of the things that makes me so popular and famous and well known and such. To edit that out. So take two. I gotta remember it first. Hold on. That's what people want to hear in a video entitled Let's Play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas or PlayStation 2 Part 3. That's what they want to hear. Updates on my state cigarette tax. What other legislative activity's been going on in this state? I don't know. What is this? Yeah. I think there was a viewer popping in and out, but they're gone. I don't know what they heard. Probably nothing of value. La 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 la. All right. What else has been happening? What else is interesting to talk about? Oh, should I stay on the topic of the game at hand? It's so I will get to the story missions probably a bit sooner than I did in the previous ones. And one of these days, I'm going to go back to GTA 3 and actually get 100%. I'll title it, what do I call that series of live streams that no one will care about? Let's get 100% on GTA 3 for PS2. Part 1s through whatever, right? What I should do, because before I get to that, I will, of course, finish this San Andreas one, and I will 100% Liberty City stories and Vice City stories. Attempt to, right? And I will, yeah, before I get to that, 100%ing 3, because I failed to in my previous stream series. So yeah, to mix it up, I will do the storyline missions first, as fast as possible. Then I will do the side stuff. Unlike the other playthroughs where I'll do all the other stuff as early as I can. Exciting, huh? Water. The water's tasting good. Yum, yum, yum. So what time we got? About 6:45, 6:54. I got them backwards. So it's almost 7. Hopefully it's 7. I'll be playing GTA. I should be in there within 6 minutes. Looks like the sun is creeping in here. Maybe I should finish this cigarette off in the sunlight. Oops, I forgot. Let's get up there to the sunlight before this cigarette's all done for. There, oh, it's nice. Ooh, nice in the sun. Ooh, I like it. Ooh, it's bright. Pretty warm. Might be a scorcher today. Alright, I guess it's time here to fold that chair up and bring it in and unfold it in front of the smell-o-vision. What did I do with my, I must have brought it in, right? Must have. Musta. Oh, I could have been, soaking wet if I... Yeah, lucky. So twist that cap on a little tighter. And here we go. Try to one-handed. Oh, I gotta bring a cord in and stuff. So let's see here. This could be another long stream. I don't really have anything to do today that can't wait until later. Dark. The darkness. Hold on, I'll fix the camera up in a bit here. Gotta grab that cord. Got a little light. I guess that's all I need for the time being. Oh. I almost. Now let's plug the smellophone in. Is it plugged? It's the wrong. Oh, it was. Maybe it's being stupid. The person that owns it, it's being stupid. Like its owner. So what time is it? Is it 7 yet? 6:59, so close. Well, the game is on. It's 6:59. Right? Yeah. Or at least the load up. There it is. Almost. 6:59. There it is, the paint can rattle. Tagging it up. Ooh, it's still 6:59. A minute seems like a long time when you're loading. Oh, whatever. Is it this count as loading? I don't know. Legal screen, we'll call it. La la la, here we go. 7 o'clock and it's loading up halfway through. All right, let's see what the talk radio blabbing about this morning.
Along with Michelle Martin and Layla Fable, this is Morning Edition.
Oh, Morning Edition.
Independent Angus King voted to block the measure. Republicans
What measure?
voted to let the debate go ahead.
Oh, for what? Debate on what?
Coming up,
I need to know.
1 year after the Supreme Court upheld a ban on people camping in public, the city at the center of that lawsuit.
Probably ought to turn my scumputer on.
Massive uptick in crime.
Get those maps up, right?
It's so scary.
Today is Monday, June 30th, 2025. Oceanographer Robert Ballard is 83.
What is that? Welcome to chat thing. Whatever. All right, hold on. Hold your horses. All right. You can see some of the map over there, right?
National News is next.
Over by the
Live from NPR News
sectars
in
and the
Washington,
troll
I'm
and
Barbara
whatnot.
Coleman. This morning, the Senate will
All
open
right,
the process
pimping
to add
ain't
amendments to
easy.
the multi-trillion-dollar tax cut and spending bill. It's backed by
I've
President
tried
Trump.
it before.
Senate
It
support for the
should
bill
be
is seen
easier.
as very
Oh,
rare.
come on, my
Republicans can only
control
afford to
stick's
lose
a
3
little
Senate votes for the measure to pass. One of those no votes is
there.
North Carolina Republican Tom Tillis. He says supporting the Senate version of the tax cut and spending bill will drastically harm Americans for years to come.
Oh, baller. I'm in live in baller land.
Misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid.
Trump lambasted Tillis online, saying he would find someone to run against North Carolina Republican. Tillis also announced yesterday
Doing my duty there, taking out the rivals.
Canada has dropped.
That's why I live here.
Big U.S. tech firms that was supposed to take effect today. Last week,
Oh, I can walk with it now.
trade talks with Canada.
I've got some good skill going, huh? Halfway or so.
The gunman started a brush fire yesterday and then fire on responding firefighters. 2 firefighters were killed, a third was wounded. A motive is still under investigation. From Boise State Public Radio,
I should
Jackson
steal
Holmes
it.
reports.
Now let's do the pimping missions.
Bob Morris said about half an hour into fighting the fire, a gunman attacked fire personnel.
We had about 300
Put that 2 bullets into him.
officers that were on scene.
Who's blasting me?
Trying to
Yeah, you better run off, buddy. You want part of this gang war? You're gonna join me?
And during this time, we exchanged gunfire with the suspect.
2 firefighters were killed and 1 in the hospital with serious injuries. The suspect was found dead with a firearm nearby. Officers believe the shooter started the fire and acted alone.
All right, where to go?
I'm Jackson Holmes.
Jurors in New York City are expected to begin deliberating.
I should get some armor.
Today. NPR's Isabella Gomez Sarmiento reports the hip-hop mogul faces charges that include sex trafficking and racketeering.
For nearly 7 weeks, federal prosecutors laid out testimony.
What was I gonna do? Look for armor. Where's I think I need to be down around here anyway. I think the is near it.
Holmes' defense lawyers deny these accusations.
Let's drive a faster vehicle there.
Relationships that were totally separate from his many companies. Today, Judge Arun Subramanian will give the jury instructions on what to consider as they begin deliberating. If convicted on all counts, Holmes could spend the remainder of his life in prison. Isabella Gomez Sarmiento, NPR News.
And you're listening to NPR News from Washington. New York City police are investigating a shooting last night that wounded 2 people. They were nearby the historic Stonewall Inn, a landmark site of LGBTQ rights. New York City's mayor says the shooting happened just as Pride celebrations were finishing for the weekend. 1 person is in critical condition, another is in stable condition. No one has been identified as a suspect. France has enacted an outdoor smoking ban that prohibits lighting up in public places where children could be present. As NPR's Eleanor Beardsley reports, that includes public parks, swimming pools, beaches, and bus stops. French Health
Where
and
is
Family
it?
Minister
Oh, I
Catherine
think I'm.
Vautrin said tobacco must disappear from places where there are children. A recent
Where
poll
is it?
shows 62% of the
Oh, really?
including 29-year-old Maya Makta, who's enjoying a cigarette.
What you gonna do?
A day ahead of the ban.
I think it's a good thing because there's a lot of children around us, and it's not
Oh,
good
the
for them,
police were getting
to smoke
involved.
around them.
Violators risk fines upwards of $150. Smokers will still be able to partake in outdoor
It's way over
companies and
here.
restaurants. E-cigarettes are not included. Eleanor Beardsley, NPR News, Paris. China has held soccer games in Beijing that feature robot players that look like humanoids. Over the weekend, 4 teams
All right,
of
where's the
robots
pimping
competed in a
place?
3-on-3 soccer tournament. Organizers claim the robots operated independently and were
The
powered
pimp
by
car,
AI.
rather.
The winner was Tsinghua University.
Oh,
which
shooting
defeated
through the
China
walls, are you?
Agricultural
Fair.
University 5-3. This is
Those
NPR.
balls up there.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations.
Yeah, gun skill.
Contributors include the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. RWJF is a national philanthropy working toward a future
You guys
where
got any
health
money?
is no longer a privilege, but a right. Learn more at
Not a little ammo.
morning from Maine Public Radio at 6 minutes after
All right, where do I need to go?
Monday morning, Maine Republican Senator Susan Collins voted over the weekend to begin debate on the so-called One Big Beautiful Budget Reconciliation Bill. But Collins, who could be a key vote on the measure, has indicated she will see
somewhere around what?
Senate Republicans have had
Get a look on the map here.
stabilization fund to the measure, but are
See it
proposing
scrolling?
just a quarter of the funding Collins wants for it.
I could do this.
Could be hurt by planned cuts to
Or
funding
something.
for the Medicaid program known in Maine as Maine.
You like that?
Maine Independent Senator Angus King.
What are they doing to Maine Care?
Against even allowing the Senate to take up the measure. The Mainers who
You like that? I don't know. Is it too distracting? I think you get the point, right?
Outside the United Nations, about 40 coalition members are living
That skull needs to be fully in the. Whatever, there's half of it. Flowers. It's near the flowers, Katana.
Full allowance of aid into Gaza under UN authority and a complete weapons embargo.
Where is it?
I think it's more about perseverance and steadfastness.
Perseverance. Crushing all opposition. Isn't that the hate breed song? Let's see. Oh, I'm right by it as I just need to go north.
It's 7 minutes after the hour.
No need to make a marker. Leave me alone. My beef isn't with you right now.
Good morning. The Senate worked through the
Or
weekend as
anyone. I'm
Republicans tried
going to be a
pass
pimp.
President Trump's domestic agenda by a self-imposed deadline of July 4th. The massive bill cuts taxes, limits Medicaid coverage.
Leave this pimp alone. Shoot these people instead.
53 Republicans vote together, they can pass what the president calls his big, beautiful bill under a process called reconciliation.
The big, beautiful. What
In
the?
order to get enough support for Trump's agenda, GOP Senate Majority Leader John Thune has to
Beautiful.
strike
Like
the
what?
balance
It's
between
a real
two
beauty.
factions within his own caucus. NPR's Luke Garrett has more.
On one side,
His own cock ass, more like it.
Wisconsin and Rand Paul of Kentucky, among others.
Pardon my language. Sometimes you have to do. Where is it? It's around the corner.
Called Trump's legislative agenda, the big, not so beautiful bill.
That doesn't sound at all conservative to me, and that's why I'm a gnome.
Fiscal hawks like Paul see the United States' ballooning deficit as an existential threat to the nation and its future. They've threatened to vote against the president's bill unless cost cuts are made.
Wow, my armor already. Come on.
Expensive but popular healthcare program.
Where's more armor? Where's the?
But here's where the other side comes in. A separate
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab some armor before I.
Protect the program from cost-saving cuts. Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina.
Whoa! Shoot! Well, he had his hands up for the police.
He won't support it.
I'm against the bill because
Come on, I don't want this mess right now.
It's not well thought out.
On Sunday, Tillis announced he will not be running for
Oh wow, that was a nice miracle shot now, wasn't it?
With both GOP fiscal hawks and Medicaid advocates working in opposition over spending and where to cut federal money, Leader Thune is walking a political tightrope. So far among Republicans,
all right, more armor. Where are you?
To vote against this bill. Senate Republicans can only afford one more defection as Democrats unite against it.
Over here.
NPR News, Washington.
Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin first voted no to advancing President Trump's tax and spending bill, but then switched his vote. What persuaded him? Let's ask him. Senator Johnson is back on the line with us now. Good morning, Senator. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, man.
Good morning. Thanks for
You stupid.
You spoke with one of my colleagues at the beginning of this month, and you said at the time that this mega bill did not have a chance
Megabill.
of passing. What changed for you?
Well, in multiple
Mega bill. It's a robo bill. A bill.
Commitment to a reasonable pre-pandemic level spending and a process to achieve and maintain it. Now, that's pretty broad, and we've had a lot of discussions, and I truly believe that the president and his economic team are committed to exactly that. But let's just a couple numbers. Prior to the pandemic, our average deficits were $660
All right, time to pimp those ladies out, right?
Insane level spending and deficit. A reasonable,
really wholesome,
one would have,
nice wholesome activity.
economy returned to normal and unemployment levels returned, would have gone to a reasonable pre-pandemic level spending deficit. That's not what happened. President Biden and Democrats had $1.9 trillion 4-year average deficit. $1.9 trillion. I can't accept that as
Oh, my car, indeed.
So, again, I realize
Where am I going?
By the way, the biggest factor in this
Of course.
is a massive tax increase, which we all want to avoid. So I just kind of take that off the table. You know, I think we need to do a lot more in terms of spending reductions, and I also have to correct you. We're not talking about traditional Medicaid.
Oh, another thing I attempted in the other playthrough part 2 was the 8-track race. I didn't do very well with that.
And capable adults, childless adults, that are being reimbursed 90 cents on the dollar.
For what?
By the federal government. It's exploiting Medicaid and putting those children at risk. Their Medicaid.
Understood. It's understood, but the argument is that these are people who didn't have health insurance, so it was better to get them into the system. This is the vehicle for doing it. So let me just ask: are you committed to a yes on the final vote, or was your yes?
Oh, I'm on the interstate. That's not too great. Where's this stupid guy I gotta go to?
So, you know, I originally voted no because for a number of reasons.
Get some speed up here, yeah.
Further discussions during the evening convinced me, okay, let's get on the bill and let's see how the amendment process goes.
So your big objection, as you explained it to us, was that this bill balloons the deficit. Now, the group that analyzes these things for Congress says that
Let's see, near the highway, that's always a good place to drop a hooker off next to the highway, right?
Down rather than allow it to skyrocket. This bill allows it to skyrocket. It still does.
Again, I'm focusing on spending, and that's my problem. Is the House, you know, they did a pretty good job. It's something about $1.4 trillion in real spending reductions. The Senate bill does about 1.6. The difference in terms.
Where's the other one? Oh, right there. How convenient.
The House just makes those temporary. Again, I do not want to increase taxes, and that's about a $4 trillion score on the bill.
The guy was done with that hooker. Now he needs another one.
Smart enough in 2017, which would have found spending reductions to offset the tax cuts, so it would have been permanent. We shouldn't even be having this discussion. Yeah. We are back up to the same percentage of GDP in terms of revenue. So I really do think that you know, this is the right level of taxation. I don't want to increase taxes on every American, which is what would happen if we don't pass this bill.
So let's talk about Medicaid.
Where are we going? Up in that corner? Yeah, it's one of the places.
Says these Medicaid cuts would be devastating for his state. Now, I understand that you see it differently, but the reality of it is that these increase in paperwork requirements, etc., it seems likely that a lot of people would be dropped from the rolls. Well, I'm just curious why you think you and Senator Tillis see things so differently.
Well, first of all, Rick Scott has an excellent amendment here where nobody would drop the rolls. We just stop enrolling into the Obamacare addition to Medicaid. That's what we're talking about, Medicaid expansion.
Plenty of time on the clock.
For traditional Medicaid, for every dollar the state puts in for a disabled child, the federal government kicks in $1.33. That's the way the system was designed. The states administer it.
Let's go get the other one.
Obamacare was designed for a single-payer system, so they incentivize states to sign up single adults. For every dollar the state sticks in for a childless, single, working-age, capable adult, the federal government kicks in $9. That has led to basically legalized fraud, where provider taxes, provider fees, which, by the way, is not.
Hold on a second. What is the fraud here?
Yeah.
Can I just understand what's the
fraud?
What is the fraud?
What if they need health care?
You might be a single adult, but you still need health insurance, and that was the vehicle for getting it. Yeah.
Other countries don't have this problem, do they?
Provider fees are not health care. That's exactly how states have gamed the system to get $9 for every 10.
$9 for every 10.
Legalized fraud. They're rolling in the bill coming from the federal government.
What are they doing with the money?
Provider tax is not health care. It's just what states are doing to bring down the $9 to one match. And again, we can't afford it. And by the way, so providers would rather treat a single, working age, able-bodied, childless adult.
What are they treating them for? For their yearly checkup? So what? How much does that cost?
This person at home, this child at home, they can't get home health care because they're crowded out by the single, working age adult.
I'm just curious.
I don't think that's is it really screwing over people with children and their children? Oops, I was paying attention to this stupid radio.
You're
Oops. Just driving around like nothing's happening.
I proceeded the bill. Now let's see
Am I
how
gonna
the
fail?
process goes. I'm a big supporter of Rick Scott's amendment.
Probably.
It's a solution to
Ultimately, right?
to that role. If people want, if they can go under traditional Medicaid. If they want, single states want to have coverage for single adults.
We have to leave it there for now. Thanks so much for talking with us once again. That's Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. I do hope we'll talk again.
The head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog says Iran could start enriching uranium again in just months, and that concerns
Whatever.
nuclear program
Guess I'll go this way.
by military force alone.
Where's
This comes
this?
a little more than a week after U.S.
I'm almost there.
Iranian nuclear sites, and President Trump claimed those strikes obliterated the sites.
Obliteration.
Reports on the latest assessment.
Rafael Grossi is Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. They make sure countries comply with nuclear non-proliferation agreements. He told CBS's Face the Nation that Iran may be able to start enriching uranium again soon, despite the
can have, in a matter of months, I would say, a few cascades of centrifuges spinning and producing enriched uranium.
Hey, idiot. Who runs in front of a vehicle like that? Oh, should I fix this first? Even though it's far away, but I don't have a timer right now. I feel like I should, it's not smoking. I think I'm alright.
Listen, it's very hard to do. It's very dangerous to do. It's very heavy, very, very heavy. It's a very hard thing to do. Plus, we didn't give much notice because they didn't know we were coming until just, then.
Trump said the U.S. attacks had, quote, totally obliterated the 3 Iranian nuclear. CIA Director John Ratcliffe said the facilities would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. According to Daryl Kimball,
Over years.
Control Association, the fear is rebuilt. He told NPR he's concerned the recent attacks from the U.S. and Israel will push
bomb them again every time they rebuild them. Is that what they're going to do?
2 nuclear-armed states, the United States and Israel, attacks a non-nuclear armed state, albeit a theocratic, despotic regime. It is going to change.
Oh my God!
What might be necessary to deter future.
Israel has never acknowledged having nuclear weapons.
Did I go the correct way?
Agency is calling on Iran to let its inspectors get back to work right away. Joe Hernandez, NPR News.
This is NPR News.
And you're listening to Morning Edition on Maine Public Radio. Good morning to you at 19 minutes after 7 o'clock.
We make Morning Edition possible with help from Lee Auto Malls, celebrating summer with new 2025 Jeep Wranglers in limited edition colors like Tucson.
Whoops, one I need.
Northern Forest Center.
I just remembered armor there. I'm like, oh, armor.
Broadband access and community recreation. NorthernForest.org.
As we approach 7:20, we welcome back Lou McNally for another look at the weather. And Lou, we're seeing a lot of 60s around the state.
Come on, leave me alone, you guys.
We are starting with the 60s everywhere, at least in the official stations.
Quick.
I'm sure it's a couple of valleys.
Come on, can't you get in the car faster without getting...
Official stations are all 60s.
Good.
We're headed up into the 80s today, inland.
The 80s, yeah.
Cooler right along the coast, thanks to a light southerly breeze. So any place that the wind comes off the water, it's going to keep it a little bit cooler. But everywhere else, a beautiful day on the way to wrap up the month of June. Overnight tonight, temperatures drop back down towards 60 degrees. There'll be some patchy fog forming in spots. And for tomorrow,
how far? Pretty dang far. Near a panky place, though. That's good. Hopefully I can make it there in one piece.
And some of them may be briefly heavy, too, with some gusty winds and briefly heavy rain.
Oh.
We'll look for clearing skies on Wednesday.
That's why I can't have nice things.
But that trend will continue through Thursday, where highs will go from the 70s to near 80. And on Friday, it looks like it's highs only in the 70s statewide. There may be a couple of mountain showers or thunder showers on Friday, but otherwise it looks like we're going to be able to clear right through the end of the week and into the weekend, and that's the way that she did.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from Columbia Records with Barbra Streisand's new album, The Secret of Life, Partners Volume 2, featuring 11 duets with Paul McCartney, Ariana Grande, Bob Dylan, James Taylor, Hozier, and others. Available where music is sold. From the Lemelson Foundation, working to harness the
Whoa.
to accelerate climate action and improve lives around the world. Learn more at lemelson.org. From Fisher Investments. As a fiduciary, Fisher Investments is obligated to act in their client's best interest. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk.
All right, where's the pay and spray down there?
Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation at mac.org.
Kind of down and around.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin.
Kind of steal this, guys.
Many cities across the U.S. are cracking down on homeless encampments. The Supreme Court cleared the way 1 year ago when it upheld a ban against homeless people camping in public. But the Oregon city at the center of that lawsuit still can't remove all the homeless camps there.
Define public.
Legal challenge.
Other than not
Grants Pass is a city
Are they
of
gonna
about 40,000 people in southwestern Oregon.
be homeless in private?
4 homeless camps on city property within 2 blocks.
Oh, I gotta get in that specific car. Come on. I wasn't paying attention. Alright, sorry. That was pretty stupid. Oh, I got a jumpy one now.
We're right there. So it's really scary.
Where's this?
What we're having to deal with. Dozens of people live in tents just steps away from City Hall. This is not where Grants Pass thought it would be 1 year after its big win at the U.S. Supreme Court.
Oh.
It struck down lower courts that barred cities from enforcing anti-camping laws unless there was enough capacity in shelters for homeless people. So the city began clearing tents.
At least I made some cash, I guess, a little bit.
Homelessness crisis would finally be solved. But then in January, the city was
Driving skill, ooh.
both disability protections and rules about how cities can regulate homelessness. Now, camping bans are again mostly blocked here by the judge hearing that lawsuit until it's resolved.
Where the hell are
She
you?
ordered Grants Pass to create more camping spaces.
This is threatening to break our whole neighborhood.
Kate Huckert says she spent $10,000 on security upgrades for her home.
Come on, idiot.
2 days ago. It's so scary.
Her boyfriend, Mike Servant, says Grants Pass likes to play the victim
Up
of state law,
there.
rather than acknowledging that the city council's own actions in
Straight up.
led to the lawsuit in the first place.
Pretty
And
much.
she's frustrated with how
Up and around a
living
bit.
from Tent City has changed his perspective on homelessness.
You know, I'm a bleeding heart liberal from way back. This has made me harden my heart a lot. I'm much more callous about that, and I don't like that.
People living in the homeless camps are also frustrated with the city. Kimberly Marie says it isn't helping its homeless residents enough.
They're doing as little as possible, as long as they can get away with it.
We'd rather see leaders
Already
focus on
banging
building
this
more
crap
affordable
up.
housing. Council members in this conservative city say it's laws passed by liberal state lawmakers that make it so hard for them to solve homelessness. They say that's not the city's job. They'd rather see local nonprofits take it on.
It's not the city's job.
Can't cite people for sleeping in public because of the state lawsuit. Last year's U.S. Supreme Court decision allows cities across the country
Fix
to do
this
so,
crap.
says Sarah Rankin, a professor at Seattle University
Where is
School
it?
of Law.
Permission to punish unhoused people really is becoming the policy to punish, right? And so cities are accepting that invitation.
As the Trump administration proposes cuts to public housing, food, and healthcare programs, Eric Tars with the National Homelessness Law Center fears the country's homeless population will increase.
Criminalization of homelessness has never solved homelessness. It hasn't worked for the past 40 years since these laws have started to be building up, and it never will.
Rankin and Tars say punishing homeless people for living in public spaces is expensive and ineffective. They advocate for longer-term solutions like affordable housing instead. For now, Grants Pass is working on a grant for a nonprofit to create a new homeless shelter. The lawsuit charging them with failing to properly regulate people without housing remains in state court. For NPR News, I'm Jane Vaughn in Grants Pass, Oregon.
Business has
Let's
been
go.
for the U.S. solar industry. Costs to make solar panels are falling, and government incentives to
Oh.
increase manufacturing too. U.S. factories are expected to produce enough solar panels this year to meet most of the country's demand. But
Whereabouts?
for a shakeup, Republicans in Congress want to remove tax credits from wind and solar power.
Down.
2027. The latest version of the Senate tax and spending bill out this weekend would also add a tax to wind and solar projects finished after those credits go away, or that start construction after this month. NPR's Michael Copley reports.
Mick McDaniel started a company in Indianapolis a couple years ago to make solar panels in the United States. Former President Biden had just signed the Inflation Reduction Act, a law packed with tax incentives for clean energy. And America's solar market was about to take off.
Our plan was to double next year and get up to about 140 or 150 people.
Then President Trump took office, and Republicans started programs to deal with climate change. It's left companies like McDaniels in limbo.
So that growing next year is a little bit on hold till we can see how this pans out.
Republican lawmakers are negotiating a huge tax and spending bill that's a cornerstone of Trump's second-term agenda. The bill includes rolling back tax credits that make it cheaper to build solar projects, and that encourage companies to buy U.S.-made solar components.
If my market is smaller, what kind of decisions do I have to make
What?
about investment, hiring, growth on my side to right-size my business for that future that will be smaller?
Renewable energy is the cheapest way to generate
So,
electricity right now,
drug dealer.
without subsidies, according to the financial firm Lazard. But the solar industry is still pushing Republicans to
Oh,
phase
I
out
should
the
kill him and
tax credits
take his money.
warning that ending them abruptly could wipe out jobs and planned investments. It would also hurt consumers, says Heather Reeves, president of the
Where is she? Way up there.
Solutions.
So there's less electricity. Usually you're going to see prices go up.
Industry executives warn the country could also lose its chance to become a major solar manufacturer. McDaniel says if Congress suddenly cuts off tax credits encouraging companies to buy American-made products, solar developers will just go for the cheapest option they can find.
That's going to be a hard road for some of us who have higher labor and higher costs than panels made over in China or Southeast Asia.
Manufacturers say that with more time, they can scale up their operations so they can compete globally. White House spokesperson David Rogers said in a statement to NPR that climate programs passed under the Biden administration are costing Americans billions of dollars. Michael Copley, NPR News.
Screw off, you. Am I anywhere near? Not really.
This is NPR News.
Hopefully I make
World War
it.
II ended nearly 80 years ago, and recently 2 men who survived the war met for the first time. One was an American soldier who liberated a concentration camp. The other, a Jewish man who was nearly killed there.
If anybody survives these camps, it is a wonderful thing, and I'm so happy that you're here.
I'm Elsa Chang. That story on the next All Things
Whoops.
Considered on NPR News.
We invite you to join Nicole and Grisco for All Things Considered this afternoon at 4 here.
Straight up. On the next left.
Thank you for supporting Morning Edition on Maine Public Radio. Thanks also to Ellen Doman, who believes that free and unfettered public access to information is a fundamental underpinning to a democratic society. And Sherman's, Maine family-owned bookshop since 1886, with 9 locations including Boothbay Harbor and Damerscotto. Learn more at shermans.com. Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mattingly. President Trump is pressing Republicans in Congress to pass the large tax and spending cut bill now before the Senate by July 4th. NPR's Deidre Walsh says GOP leaders on Capitol Hill are sounding cautiously optimistic.
They can only lose 3 votes, and 2 Republicans already voted no to start debate on this bill Saturday night. North Carolina Republican Tom Tillis was one of those. He's been warning that the fallout from the cuts to Medicaid in this package would mean shifting billions of dollars across 2 states, and he said the president is flat out wrong to back this bill.
A day later, Tillis announced he would not seek re-election to a third term next year.
Whereabouts?
The Congressional Budget Office estimates the current bill before the Senate would add
Pretty far away.
to the nation's debt over 10 years. Iran's deputy foreign minister is criticizing the U.S. and
Pretty straightforward, though.
Iran's nuclear sites. Majid Rabanatsi spoke to the BBC.
Need to take this road.
All of a sudden, we face a clear act of aggression. And those who are criticizing us, they should criticize the way that we have been treated. They should criticize the Americans. They should criticize the Israelis. And if they do not have the guts to criticize America, they should keep silent.
This is NPR News. And this is Maine Public Radio News. Good morning, I'm Marie Gratz at 7:31. The Greater Portland Council of Governments.
Ooh, I had it going good there for a bit.
It says we'll fill a gap in accurate town-level building data. Senior planner Rick
Oh, that
says
stupid turn.
information is siloed within
really like shows it all in one place, allows you to see how
no,
the
this
region's
turn.
doing, how where the growth is happening within the region from community to community.
Harbison says the dashboard relies on building permit data collected directly from municipal governments, making it more accurate than census estimates. He says the Tracker project was developed with support from the State Department of Economic and Community Development, and could it be eventually scaled up to cover more communities across Maine. Maine wardens are currently looking for a 76-year-old man from Hollis who's been missing since Sunday morning.
Where's the pay and spray?
And officials say they believe he left on foot from his home between 2:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. on Sunday. He was a white man, 6'3", 205 pounds, with white hair and brown eyes. He was last seen wearing a red shirt, blue plaid, fleece pants, and gray shoes. Search efforts on the ground and from the air will expand this morning in the woods along Cape Road in Hollis. Anyone with information should contact the Maine Warden Service. The average gasoline price in Maine fell 2.5 cents a gallon in the last week, according to Gas Buddy. The current statewide average is now $3.08 a gallon. That's 4.5 cents a gallon higher than a month ago, still 33.5 cents a gallon lower than a year ago. Events in the Mideast have had an impact on pump prices in the last couple of weeks. Maine's average jumped 8 cents a gallon 2 weeks ago as Israel launched its aerial assault on Iran. Last week, as the ceasefire took hold in that conflict, the price has presumed to decline. Gas Buddy analyst Patrick DeHaan writes that gas prices are expected to continue falling nearly coast to coast in the lead up to July.
Other way.
Relief could expand as the holiday weekend approaches, with the national average on track to hit its lowest July 4th level since 2021. The euro is trading this morning at $1.17, 0.25.
Not the very far.
$1.37.82 US, and the Canadian dollar at 73.14 cents American. I'm Merlin Gratz, Maine Public Radio News.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from the Kresge Foundation. Established 100 years ago, the Kresge Foundation works to expand equity and opportunity in cities across America. A century of impact, a future of opportunity. More at kresge.org. From Melville Charitable Trust, committed to ensuring all people have a safe, stable, and affordable home that allows them to thrive. Information about ways to prevent and solve homelessness is at melvilletrust.org. And from the Doris Duke Foundation.
Guess I should play it safe.
From NPR News,
Not go the wacky way.
And I'm Layla
Oh, I gotta go this way anyway.
The president of the University of Virginia has resigned under political
Gotta go
pressure.
shoot somebody.
James Ryan stepped aside on Friday amid a Justice Department investigation over UVA's response to President Trump's order to end diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Ryan wrote that if he stayed to fight, employees would lose their jobs, researchers would lose funding, and students would lose financial aid or lose their visas. The New York Times reported the Justice Department was demanding Ryan leave to help end the investigation. So what precedent does
Look
this
at all
set?
that
To
cash.
understand that, we're joined by Brendan Cantwell. He's a professor of higher education who researches and teaches about the politics and higher education at Michigan State University. Good morning, and thank you for being on the program.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Brendan, what does it mean
Let's
to
go,
you that
lady.
Howard University president is resigning under pressure?
Where are we going?
This is an unprecedented development. It means that the administration has decided that it has
the airport
to interfere with the administration of universities around the country, that it can circumvent the standard governance procedures that states have established to hold their universities accountable and to make sure that they're complying with the law and serving the state in order to achieve its political goals.
whatever you
quote, a unilateral decision to
getting
fight the
banged
federal
up.
government in order to save my own job. I mean, did Ryan capitulate, or is he actually going to spare colleagues and help the university by stepping aside?
Well, that's hard to know. I think what it suggests is that he did not have strong support inside the Board of Visitors.
The governing board at the university. You better drive away fast.
The board members have been appointed by the governor, Glenn Youngkin, who is an ally of President Trump. I think that what Ryan did was step aside in order to hopefully take some heat off the university, to avoid steps where the federal government would withhold
plenty of time, I guess.
Hold the opportunity for the university to issue visas for international students and could take other actions against the university. It's not clear that the
Alright, annoying.
has the authority to
I didn't do very well again.
those steps would ultimately prevail in court,
Level 3.
it would certainly be
Whoa ho ho, that was cool though.
While that conflict was unfolding.
Anyone gonna survive?
It really seems like the Board of Visitors decided.
Any money to get?
You know what, we're not going to support the president. We're going to encourage him to step
Where's
aside.
the fire truck?
We don't want to fight this.
Come here, fire truck.
We're allied with the president.
So what does this mean for other public higher education institutions? I mean, what do you think leadership
What to do now?
At UVA, and is what
I'm gonna try it one more time, alright?
Unique, or is it something that may
Exciting.
Good question. I think it tells other university leaders that they are on notice, that if the Department of Justice
okay, let's get a cab and drive faster.
Of a president, that the department and the administration can put a great deal of pressure on that leader to step aside.
Wham, right in the wall.
University board. And so there's a climate of fear in higher education right now. I don't think it's any surprise that the university is
I thought I could go up it.
To face this pressure to have
where am I?
Removed by the Trump administration. The University of Virginia is an important university in U.S. higher education. It's a very prominent public research university, and it's also the site.
Get my nitrous back.
2017 Unite the Right rally, which was a defining moment in President Trump's first term. The University of Virginia also has a board that is stacked in a way that has strong support for the President of the United States. And so by applying pressure to UVA, the administration can establish a precedent that it has the authority and capability of removing the university president that it doesn't like, and could move on to potentially more difficult where the administration will encounter more pushback, such as the University of California, for example.
That's Brendan Cantwell, professor of higher education at Michigan State University.
Yeah, slam. Where's that stinking pimp car? Sitting around here or something.
China trade war, but there is another war brewing in China over the price of electric cars. Reporter Sharice Pham has more.
China's electric car makers are slashing prices in an effort to boost sales. But there are growing fears that an escalating price war will seriously dent the country's EV industry.
Actually, we are strongly opposed to price.
Whatever, let's go this way, I guess.
You have to select, but this is not a house.
That was ex-Peng founder Xiao Penghe and BYD executive Stella Li speaking to CNBC and Bloomberg. The comments from Li raised
in the right area.
Industry experts say BYD is the one driving this current price war.
Is BYD.
Oh, let's get some more ammo.
Has cut prices for its cars by as much as a third. Its budget electric car now
driving skill as I slam into a wall, right?
Other EV makers have followed suit, leading to an unprecedented race to the bottom.
I've covered the Chinese market for about a quarter century, and I've seen plenty of price wars during that time, but none has been this brutal, this ruthless, this widespread.
That's Lei Xing, an independent industry analyst and the former chief editor of China Auto Review. Xing says the current price war is also notable because Chinese regulators are signaling they are unhappy and will intervene. A few weeks ago, China's Car Manufacturing Association issued a statement.
Yay, I'll take your pimp mobile. What's your problem, idiots? I gotta paint this crap now.
The statement said, adding that price wars cause panic, squeeze profits, and hold back industry development. Tu Li is managing director at Sino Auto Insights. He says overcapacity with too many brands making too many electric cars is just part of the problem.
There's overcapacity in e-motors, there's overcapacity in batteries, there's overcapacity in mineral refining, up and down.
I want a jumpy car.
He says that overcapacity will likely spill over into foreign markets, such as Europe and maybe Mexico. Meanwhile, Chinese EV makers are in a bit of a bind.
I can't get a tattoo yet either, huh?
Spending these days, which means they won't be pumping the brakes on this price war anytime soon. For NPR News, I'm Charisse Pham in Hong Kong.
Oh, I should have him go work out. Oh, and thanks for the thumbs up. Let's see. The beach.
Good morning, I'm Rob Hugh Jones at the BBC. Hong Kong's
Way
government
over.
has marked the 5th anniversary of its national security law today by claiming confidence is returning to the territory. But
How many more properties? 1, 2.
Freedoms over the past 5 years. The BBC's Mickey Bristow.
I should check out the price of this one.
To pro-democracy protests. Since then, news organizations, political parties, and civil society groups have been closed or disbanded.
It's on the way there.
Have been prosecuted, and anti-government protests are banned.
Elsewhere, Switzerland has become the latest European country to experience record-breaking temperatures this week. It's the first time that June has seen the entire Alps above 0 Celsius, meaning snow and ice will start melting right up to the mountain summits. Imogen Folks is in Bern.
The high-altitude thaw puts more pressure on Switzerland's shrinking glaciers, which climate scientists say will be gone by the end of the century if global warming continues at its current rate.
And here in Britain, the Wimbledon tennis tournament gets underway today, but with the customary line judges replaced by technology. Katie Bolger is one of Britain's top players.
It's going to feel quite bare there, I think, because normally we're used to having quite a few people on the court, and not having that is going to be different. But at the same time, although I do love the drama of challenges, I do think it's a step in the right direction.
And I'm Rob Hugh Jones at the BBC in London.
And I'm Erwin Gratz, Maine Public Radio News. Good morning to you on this Monday. Maine and other Democratic-led northeastern states are considering the creation of a regional vaccine advisory group. The Bangor Daily News reports Health and Human Services Secretary
10 grand, I'll buy it.
Attempts to reshape national vaccine
Yay.
policies. The prompted Maine, Connecticut,
And is there a garage?
to consider banding together to work around Kennedy's decisions. Maine
I
Department
don't know.
Health
Probably not.
spokesperson Linda Haynes said Wednesday the state's
It's just an apartment building. Why can't I have one?
had the details on conversations surrounding the potential group. Kennedy in June replaced all members of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Now let's go to the beach.
Panel and replaced them with advisors who have criticized and spread misinformation about vaccines.
That's expensive and that's expensive.
Support for NPR comes from this station.
If you want a garage, you gotta
Luminescence
pay.
Foundation, dedicated to shedding light on neurological research focused on Alzheimer's and Parkinson's diseases and supporting land conservation initiatives. From the George Lucas Educational Foundation, creator of Edutopia, dedicated to improving the learning experience for America's students by sharing what works in pre-K through 12 education.
I forgot where it is.
Edutopia.org.
Over
From the
here.
John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation at
Yeah, right over here.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin.
And I'm Layla Faldin. Wimbledon is upon us, and American tennis is having a moment. Earlier this month,
A
Coco
little
Gauff
more.
became the first American in a decade, man or woman.
I'll shine the lights on myself
There are
here.
half a dozen American players in the men's and women's.
Oh, it has no lights.
NPR
Whatever.
sports correspondent Becky Sullivan joins me now. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so let's start with Coco Gauff. How does her big win at the French Open bode for her chances at Wimbledon?
Well, hard to say because the
Let's go
surfaces on the
320.
two courts are different. So the French Open, Roland Garros, that's a clay surface, while the court at Wimbledon is grass. They play differently. You'll hear players say that clay plays slower, grass plays faster. So it's not uncommon for players to have different sort of skill levels on those surfaces. And unfortunately,
I'm perfectly chiseled. Oh boy.
As you say, she's won the French Open. She's also won the U.S. Open. She's reached the semifinals of the Australian Open. But at Wimbledon, she has never advanced past the fourth round. So that's her goal this year.
I guess that's a surprise because Wimbledon is the place where she first came into the spotlight, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was back in 2019. She was just 15 years old when she
Muscle.
her first ever Grand Slam appearance, and that was a really big deal because she beat Venus Williams in the first round, and it was a huge story, seemingly the start of this new era for this great young star. But it ended up taking her a few years really to kind of grow into her talent. And over the weekend, she was reflecting on that moment and sort of comparing herself then to herself now. Let's listen to that.
That still feels crazy. It still feels like a dream. And that was like the start. I had so much belief. And I feel like now I kind of regained that belief in myself. I feel like I lost it somewhere along the way between like 15 and 19. I feel like now I still have that childlike confidence and also just having so much fun. Like I'm really happy.
And so, keep her for having that fun.
Let's
Talk about
see.
to sort of lower the pressure on herself, keep that goal modest, just focus on reaching the quarterfinal.
All right, how about the men? What are you looking for in the men's bracket?
Well, I think everybody is going to be watching Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. These are the top two players.
Whatever. Let's fix this up.
Status, it's firmly
Just to be
established.
safe.
A few weeks ago,
And
these two guys
pimp
had
some
the match,
more.
and I don't use that word lightly. French Open final lasted 5.5 hours, and I think it was instantly in the conversation for one of the greatest finals ever in the history of the French Open. So now these two have come to London. Alcaraz won Wimbledon last year and the year before. Only a handful of guys have ever won 3 years in a row. So that would be an amazing accomplishment for Carlos Alcaraz, who's only 22. He's the favorite here.
Okay, and what about the American players?
Yeah, there are currently 4 guys in the top 13. So
Ready to pimp.
It's a remarkable thing for the American men in tennis, especially because they've been going through just a major decades-long drought. An American man hasn't won a Slam in more than 20 years. The last one was Andy Roddick back in 2003. So of this current bunch,
Nearby.
he's currently ranked number 5.
Pretty nearby.
Last year. Then you also have this 22-year-old named Ben Shelton, who's on the rise right now. But I think, unfortunately for them, the gap between Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz and then everyone else is really huge right now. For any of the Americans to win this, I think they'd probably need the match of their lives against one of those guys. But the other thing I should say, Layla, to watch out for, just for Wimbledon, the first time in the storied history of this event that there won't be line judges, those hundreds of impeccably dressed men and women who are standing on the sidelines to see if the ball goes in or out of bounds. Wimbledon is now
pretty close, but
the U.S. Open, Australian Open. Big change for the most traditional event in tennis.
That's NPR's Becky Sullivan. Thank you, Becky.
You're welcome.
This is NPR News.
You're listening to your morning edition on Maine Public Radio. Good morning. Thanks to you there on a Monday morning. I'm Erwin Gratz as we approach 10 minutes before 8 o'clock. Let's take a look at the weather forecast for today. Simple enough. A nice hot summer day is forecast. Plenty of sunshine, high temperatures in the 80s. Will be a little cooler if you're near the coast. Then tonight, thickening cloudiness. Overnight lows mid-50s to mid-60s. Tomorrow, spotty showers, thunderstorms. Some could be severe, especially well inland. So be aware of that. High temperatures will range from 70 to 84 degrees. Again, cooler right at the shore.
Up in Fancyland.
On Wednesday.
A group called the Zizians has been linked to a string of deaths across the U.S. and it has roots in Silicon Valley AI research.
the inevitability or likelihood of a coming superintelligence and the need to ensure that this superintelligence is aligned with human values and morality.
I'm Deborah.
What does that have to do with
Who
people
are the Zizians?
dying?
That's on the next On Point.
It's coming up this morning at 10 o'clock.
All right.
On the next Maine Calling, the best of Maine. I'm Cindy Hahn. If you were asked what people, places, events, or objects best represent Maine, what would you say? Hard to narrow down, but that's what the Maine Atlas aims to do as part of the year-long celebration of America's 250th birthday. Let us know what you think ought to be included. Maine Calling,
250,
Monday, 5
wow.
at 11, and again at 8 on Maine Public Radio.
Morning Edition is made possible by contributing listeners with help from Eco Maine, helping Mainers answer the question, which bin does it go in? Learn more by downloading the Recyclopedia app or by visiting ecomaine.org. And the Lunder Foundation, founding partner of Maine Public Radio and Maine Public Classical.
The U.S.
Homies.
trade deal. Marketplace Morning
What are they
Report is
doing
supported
here?
by Schwab. Schwab offers investors choices like full-service wealth management,
Oh, I ought to go get my
options, and trading on Think or Swim. More at schwab.com.
sniper
From
rifle.
Marketplace, I'm Nancy Marshall-Genzer.
Where is it?
First, we'll get lots of data out
I
this
think
week,
this
and
is
the
the
stock market is on a roll. We're joined now by Julia Coronado. She's founder and president of Macro Policy Perspectives and a professor at the University of
Maybe I'm in the
Texas,
wrong
Austin.
place.
Good morning. This is a short but busy week. We'll get a number of reports on the labor market with the big jobs report.
Where is it? Oh, never mind.
What are you looking for in the tea leaves of all that data?
Wrong area.
Job growth has been slowing in the U.S., and we expect continued slowing. Most economists are looking for a number closer to 100,000 jobs created, down from, say, 140,000 last month, and much stronger
I
numbers
ought to fix
last
this
year.
rubbish
Isn't
heap.
the jobs benchmark the Federal Reserve is looking for? So if we
Oh,
see
there it is.
below, say, 100,000, would that nudge Fed officials toward a rate cut next month?
Well, that's a tricky question because the jobs growth is
20
expected to
seconds.
slow in part because immigration is slowing. And when immigration slows, there's fewer workers to hire. And that's not necessarily a problem. It just means the U.S. labor market will grow slower. So we use the unemployment rate
All right.
as the guide to whether the labor market is actually weakening. If that's rising, that tells you that labor supply isn't strong enough to absorb labor demand, and that is
Whoop.
expected to tick up to
Good, she's near a pan spray.
4.2% where it's been for the last 3 months.
We had a nice stock market rally last week. Which companies are leading the way now?
Well, it was a little bit broader based last week. There's some optimism on the trade front that maybe
Where the hell am I?
deals will be forthcoming, and of course,
This obscure
a fiscal
area.
package working its way through Congress. Still, the valuations are very concentrated in tech names, and again, there's a little bit of a disconnect
Take it
between
safe
economy
here.
that's slowing down and a stock market that's heating up. Usually, technology is used to explain that tension.
Julia Coronado is founder and president of Macro Policy Perspectives and a professor at the University of Texas, Austin.
Time we got
Thank you, Julia.
7:54.
A new deal reducing tariffs between the U.S. and UK is in effect this morning. It gives British car producers preferential access to the world's biggest consumer market. American producers of some agricultural products, including beef, will now be able to sell in the UK. Here's more from the BBC's world correspondent, Joe Inwood.
This deal means UK motor manufacturers will be able to sell up to 100,000 cars a year into the US with a tariff of 10%, a significant advantage over their international competitors. Other goods will also face a flat 10% import tax. But the deal, which was signed at the G7 2 weeks ago, doesn't yet include the promised details for steel
Whereabouts?
or aluminium. In return,
Up there.
1.4 billion litres of US ethanol could arrive in the UK tariff-free, along with 13,000 tonnes of US beef. The UK government has previously insisted that UK food standards will not be compromised.
That's Joe Inwood with our news partners, the BBC. Canada has canceled a digital services tax targeting U.S. technology firms just hours before it was due to take effect.
The proposed tax had led President Trump to suspend
Their blood
trade
pudding
talks
meets
between the two
very
countries.
high
Canadian Prime
standards.
Minister Mark Carney said the announcement allows Canada to resume trade negotiations with the U.S. with the goal of reaching a deal by July 22nd. Let's do the numbers. The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ futures are all up in the 4 to 0.6% range. The 10-year Treasury yield is down at 4.26%.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Progressive. Progressive Commercial Insurance protects small businesses from retailers to tradespeople. Progressive covers a variety of business needs with a range of coverages. More at progressivecommercial.com.
Where's this guy? Way down there.
Bill could make sweeping
Long
changes to
trips.
Medicaid, the joint federal-state health insurance program for 70 million low-income and disabled people across the U.S. Alex Olgin takes a look at what this could mean for the most recent state to expand Medicaid coverage.
Family physician Shannon Dowler says Medicaid has been a game changer for her patients in rural western North Carolina. She remembers caring for one particular farmer,
a gentleman in his late 30s who had a terrible leg ulceration that would not
heal.
He couldn't afford the care and the medicine he needed. That is, until he got coverage when the state expanded Medicaid in 2023.
He went from being someone at risk for having his leg amputated and being on permanent disability to someone who is fully back to work on his farm.
Covering an additional 660,000 North Carolinians also injects federal dollars into the state's economy, an estimated $8 billion each year. Brian Floyd is COO for a 9-hospital system in a rural part of the state. He says Medicaid funds help shore up finances.
It is surely a lifeline. It means the difference between red and black.
Floyd says he's working on plans to reopen a shuttered
That
emergency
guy.
room in a remote corner of eastern North Carolina. But the budget bill has thrown all of this into question. The changes Congress is considering put
Where's
hundreds of
this?
rural
Way
hospitals
far up
across the country
there.
in precarious positions. In North Carolina, it would erase all of the Medicaid expansion and raise the price of private insurance on
Keep
healthcare.gov,
going
making it
north.
unaffordable for another 250,000 people. Former North
I'll
Carolina
take
Secretary of Health Cody Kinsley says rural areas would be hardest hit.
People are just feeling frustrated about how that's kind of a punch in the gut.
Kinsley is now a senior policy advisor with Johns Hopkins University. He worries about the ripple effects on rural doctors, nurses, and other healthcare workers.
It means that people lose employment that sustains them and their families in those communities, and therefore lose their ability to spend money and support local businesses.
Still, Michael Cannon, with the libertarian think tank the Cato Institute, says the tweaks lawmakers are floating actually don't go far enough.
I think get worse before they get better.
Cannon thinks Congress should
Keep
yes fund
going,
Medicaid spending,
going.
but also think more radically and shift to controls healthcare dollars.
2 minutes.
It's
Whatever.
only then that the health sector will start giving consumers higher quality healthcare at a lower price.
That's not on the table right now. The reality of the cuts that are on the table mean millions will lose coverage but still need care. I'm Alex Olgin for Marketplace.
And I'm Nancy Marshall-Ginzer with the Marketplace Morning Report. From APN, American Public Media. Public Radio, good morning to you. Ready to explore Maine this summer? Maine Public Summer Breeze Challenge will help you find fun spots throughout vacation land. We placed our Summer Breeze signs around the state. When you find one, take a selfie in front of the sign. Use the QR code on it to submit your photo, and you'll be entered to win the drawing to win some great summer prizes.
Where are you?
Details are at mainepublic.org or stop by Service Plaza on the Maine Turnpike to pick up your Summer Breeze location. It's Maine Public Radio, WMEH Bangor, WBEO Bethel.
Money?
WMEP
You got some
Calais,
money?
WMEP Camden, WMEF.
Who's blasting at me? Come on. The police, get out of here.
WSP Millinocket,
Time to fix this automobile
Prescott,
before I pick her up. Sorry.
Find us streaming on
Oops. And he was helping me out. Where is it? There it is.
Today, amendments to the budget reconciliation bill. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Murray Gratz, and you're listening to Morning Edition on Maine Public Radio. Dame Susan Collins may seek more help for hospitals facing Medicaid cutbacks.
Authorities in Idaho are trying to figure out why the gunman set fire to, then shot and killed 2 firefighters. Coming up in this half hour, how Democrats are trying to at least slow the Senate's work on that big bill. Today is Monday, June 30th, 2025.
Getting there, all right.
87 today. Tonight, increase in clouds down to 61. Tomorrow, chance of showers and severe thunderstorms with a high of 82 degrees.
How much money do I get?
World and national news is next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Next hour,
What?
the Senate will start considering amendments to the
Nothing.
multi-trillion-dollar tax cut and spending bill. It's backed by President Trump. Republicans can only afford to lose 3 votes, or the measure will fail in the Senate. One of the no votes is Republican Tom Tillis of North Carolina. He says more than 500,000 people
Where
in
is
his
it?
state were properly eligible
Way
for
down
Medicaid will
there.
lose it. But Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson says the Senate measure will not harm vulnerable people on Medicaid.
I think we need to do a lot more in terms of spending reductions. We're not talking about traditional Medicaid that covers disabled children, the vulnerable. That we want to preserve. We're talking about the Obamacare addition to it, where you have single, childless, working age, and capable adults, childless adults, that are being reimbursed 90 cents on the dollar.
Wisconsin Republican Senator Ron Johnson spoke to NPR's Morning Edition. President Trump says there is a buyer for the social media giant TikTok. 10 days ago, Trump signed another extension on the sell or ban TikTok law that Congress passed last year. NPR's Luke Garrett has more.
President Trump says China will need to approve the sale of TikTok.
We have a buyer for TikTok, by the way. I think I'll need probably China approval, and I think President Xi will probably do it.
Trump didn't say the names, but tells Fox News.
Very, very wealthy people. It's a group of very wealthy people.
Last year, Congress approved a ban on TikTok if the app was not sold to a non-Chinese company. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle say Chinese control of TikTok poses both personal and national security threats to Americans. In January, the Supreme Court ruled Congress's TikTok ban was constitutional. But Trump has vowed to keep TikTok operating in the U.S. and has delayed its impending prohibition by executive order 3 times. According to the Pew Research Center, 1/3
Any money on you? Where's your money?
last year. Luke Garrett, NPR News, Washington.
California Governor Gavin Newsom has approved a budget deal for his state. It includes cutting back on health care coverage for immigrants without legal status in the U.S. who are in California. Member
Willowfield.
station KQED, Dana Cronin has more.
Last year, Governor Newsom expanded health care to all low-income people in California.
Not too far away. Good.
But now with the state facing a $12 billion budget deficit, Newsom's budget deal walks that back for people over 18. State Senate Budget Committee Chair Scott Wiener says tough decisions had to be made.
It could have been enormously worse, and we were able to protect healthcare access for all undocumented people who are currently receiving benefits.
The new restrictions, including a new monthly premium for adults already enrolled in the system, take effect next year. For NPR News, I'm Dana Cronin in San Francisco.
Losing muscle, come on.
Trading Dow futures are
I guess I need food.
Authorities in northern Idaho say 2 firefighters were shot and
Where's
killed by
food?
a gunman yesterday. They were responding to a brush fire. Officials say they believe the gunman set the fire.
Need some soda.
Shooting at the firefighters. A 3rd firefighter was wounded. The authorities say a man was found deceased.
Might as well fix it up, I guess.
Nearby. The National Hurricane Center says tropical storm Flossie is sweeping close to Mexico's Pacific coast. It will likely make landfall on Baja California by this Friday. During the
Come on, man.
weekend of June each year, more than 31,000 amateur radio operators, also known as hams, set up temporary transmitting stations in public places. The event is called Field Day. For member station WETS, Chad Barrett reports on operators who demonstrate ham radio's science, skill, and service.
Field Day has been an annual event coordinated by the American Radio Relay League since 1933. Neil Weber, president of the Kingsport Amateur Radio Club, says it.
There's a way
Here we go.
radio operators across the country to practice field operations.
When all other communication fails, Weber reflects on how crucial operators were during Hurricane Helene.
You have these ham radio operators in areas that are completely blocked off. There's a bridge out. The whole community is stranded.
Where is
No way to
she?
communicate.
Weber said that operators were able to relay news to families that their loved ones were safe after the storm hit. For NPR News, I'm Chad Barrett in Johnson City, Tennessee.
And I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News from Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. RWJF is a national philanthropy working toward a future where health is no longer a privilege, but a right. Learn more at rwjf.org.
Up further.
Good morning from Maine Public
I
Radio.
don't remember leaving her here.
On this Monday morning, the vote to begin debate on the budget reconciliation
Pero
split between
Santos.
two U.S. senators. Independent Angus King voted to block consideration of the measure, but Republican Susan Collins voted to bring it to the floor. Collins says she will seek to amend the measure during
Way
debate.
over there.
She has yet to say whether she'll vote on how she'll vote on the final version of the bill.
Keep a
Some
going.
libraries across Maine are among those cheering a Friday Supreme Court decision upholding a federal program that provides discounts
Oh my God.
to individuals and institutions in rural communities. Amy Weishart is director of the Northeast Harbor Library and president of the Maine Library Association. She says the subsidy program is crucial for libraries in states like Maine.
Small and rural libraries really rely on that internet service to enable them to provide high quality service in really remote areas.
In a 6-3 ruling, the court said Congress did not overstep its authority in ordering the Federal Communications Commission to operate the so-called Universal Services Fund. There's an active silver alert for Ralph Hughes of Hollis. Hughes is 76. He was last seen at
The
his
old
home
cheapskate who won't pay.
9:30 Sunday morning.
That old story.
Cognitive issues. Land wardens are looking for him, joined by Maine State Police and other law enforcement agencies. I'm Maroon Grants, Maine Public Radio News.
On a Monday, it's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Michelle Martin in Washington, D.C.
And I'm Layla Falden in New York City. Good morning. In a few minutes, we'll hear from Doctors Without Borders, which says the aid system for Palestinians in Gaza, backed by the U.S. and Israel, should be dismantled. But first,
the Senate worked throughout the evening and is still debating the sweeping Republican tax and spending bill.
President Trump lobbied Republicans over the weekend and wants Congress to send him a bill by July 4th. But GOP leaders have little room for error as they negotiate key issues right up until
Get to the area.
Congressional correspondent Deirdre Walsh is with us now to tell us more. Good morning, Deirdre.
Good morning, Michelle.
So do leaders have the votes to get this bill over the finish line?
You know, they're sounding confident, but they can only lose 3 votes. And 2 Republicans already voted no to start debate on this bill Saturday night. North Carolina Republican Tom Tillis was one of those. He's been warning that the fallout from the cuts to Medicaid in this package would mean shifting billions of dollars of costs to the states. And he said the president is flat out wrong to back this bill.
But I'm telling the president that you have been misinformed. You supporting the Senate mark will hurt people who are eligible and qualified for Medicaid.
Well, speaking of Tillis, he made
Pimping level.
He did. A day after President Trump blasted him on social media for opposing this bill and vowed to back a primary challenger to him, Tillis says he's not running for re-election next fall. His race was expected to be very competitive, but Tillis says his brand as a bipartisan lawmaker was essentially becoming an endangered species.
So I take it there are Republicans who are still considered undecided. What are they looking at as they weigh their votes?
Right, there are a few. Conservatives like Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, Florida Senator Rick Scott want deeper spending cuts, and they're pushing for an amendment later this morning to change how much the federal government pays for people covered under the Medicaid expansion program.
Oh, should I fix it? Oh, that's far away. Never mind.
Susan Collins and Alaska's Lisa Murkowski really want to limit changes.
Let's go.
Ensure there are resources for rural hospitals in their states to treat patients. How those Republicans view the final version.
Where's my cut? There it is. 7. Level 7.
So how much does
Whoop,
this
where should I go?
cost, and what are the
Other way.
The This is really a tax bill. It makes the tax cuts enacted in 2017 in President Trump's first term permanent. It adds some temporary tax breaks like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It also boosts spending for border enforcement, for the military. It increases the debt ceiling by $5 trillion to avoid a default later this summer. But to offset all of those tax breaks, the legislation includes significant spending cuts. It cuts nutrition programs, it rolls back green energy tax breaks. But the bulk of these spending cuts, almost $1 trillion worth, come from changes to Medicaid. This Senate bill adds new work requirements for some enrolled in the program, changes the way states finance their Medicaid programs. And Congress's nonpartisan scorekeeper said yesterday this version of the bill adds $3.3 trillion to the deficit over the next decade, and almost 12 million Americans could lose their coverage.
So let's say if the Senate approves this bill, what is likely to happen in the House? Will the House pass it this week?
It's going to be tough. You know how Speaker Mike Johnson has a razor-thin margin? President Trump is going to put a lot of pressure on Republicans there to pass it. He's going to have to help the Speaker
Right
lock in
there,
those
huh? By the beach.
That is NPS Jojo Ross. Jojo, thank
Or
you.
even on
Thanks,
it.
Michelle.
Or by it. Where is it?
In Israel, officials met over the weekend to discuss strategies to wrap up the war in Gaza. That's according to a person familiar with the matter who was not authorized to speak about it publicly. In the meantime, Israel is intensifying its military campaign in Gaza. It issued new evacuation orders for Palestinians to move south, and more people are being killed on their way to get food from a U.S.-backed group. NPR's Daniel Estrin in Tel Aviv reports.
Oh, did I take the right?
Has refocused attention on the war in
Yeah.
Gaza. Israelis demonstrated this weekend. Liri Albag, a former hostage in Gaza, addressed the crowd with a message for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump.
Come on.
Decision regarding Iran, she said. Make a brave decision that ends the fighting in Gaza and brings everyone home now. On Sunday, President Trump wrote on social media, "Make the deal in Gaza. Get the hostages back." Netanyahu said Israel's accomplishments in Iran opened opportunities to release the 50 remaining living and dead hostages captured in Hamas's October 2023 attack. Also adding to the Israeli public pressure to end the war is the large number of soldiers, 20, killed in Gaza this month alone. As Israeli officials discussed Sunday how to wrap up the war, the military ordered Palestinians to evacuate more areas of North Gaza. Overnight, paramedics reported intense Israeli strikes there. And elsewhere in Gaza,
Get in the car, idiot.
shot by Israeli troops on their way to seek food from a U.S.-backed group called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
Level 8. Get out of here, Cup. Baloney. Ugh, blowing my car up.
Another bullet in his arm. He's still, at the meantime, screaming from pain. Families who send their own.
Hope we have time to paint this crap. It's pretty far away.
Now for them to see if they can get treatment.
Last week, the group Doctors Without Borders said its medical teams in Gaza have observed a stark increase in patients with gunshot wounds near the food distribution sites. The U.S.-backed food program said shootings are not happening inside their sites. Netanyahu denied an Israeli media report that troops were ordered to deliberately fire at unarmed people seeking food. Israel's army says it fires warning shots when people get close to troops,
Warning
but that
shots.
it's examining the allegations. Daniel Estrin, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
Isn't it a rule of gunplay that you don't fire warning shots? You either shoot or you're right. You shoot or you don't. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a gun owner or a gun expert.
Is one of the group's emergency coordinators. He says what used to be 400 aid sites run by independent aid groups has been cut down to 4, run by GHF. As we heard, that's an entity backed by the U.S. and a plane backed by Israel. On a scratchy line from southern Gaza, he described what these 4 distribution sites look like.
They look like a football fields, surrounded by mounds. So the people is being forced to a street which is already an area considered a combat zone by the Israeli forces. They are forced to do it through that, and then in a moment they open the doors. They allow anybody who is able to, or who is quicker than others, to grab
Pick her up.
and they force the people out in less than half an hour, something like that. What happens is when the people is approaching the distribution sites and they are not going through the correct street that is designated, they get shot. When they are inside and they are overloading, so the mounts or the barrel wire,
Here we go.
to the IDF forces, they get shot. And if they stay longer or they arrive later to the distribution, so
And they're being shot by the Israeli military.
they have been shot by the Israeli military and by whoever is managing those distribution points.
Now, the Israeli government is
All
denying
right.
that the military is purposely shooting at civilians. So if you could say exactly
Go
how
pick
you
her
know
up.
this is happening and if these denials ring true to you.
It's very simple to deny that. Just they could allow international journalists in, which is not the case.
Oops.
And we know that because we have very close by primary health care center who have been completely overloaded day after day after day after day.
Here we go. Where is she?
And everybody telling the same history. Everybody saying, we went there, we went for
Oh,
the food.
come on. As I get driving skill increases, I smash it. Let's see. Whoop. There we go.
And I'll just underscore that the entirety of this war, international journalists have not been allowed inside. NPR has a producer inside, but we've had no international journalists going. So if Palestinians in Gaza do manage to survive the crowds, I mean, I've seen pictures of thousands upon thousands of people trying to get through. What kind of food do they take?
Just to be safe.
They get a box of
I'm gonna paint this thing.
commodities, pasta, rice, oil, etc. But consider that they need to walk for kilometers. So normally only the youngest of the families or the younger people they are able to go there.
So this 44-pound box, if they're lucky enough to get it, and if they survive the crowds, what discussions is Doctors Without Borders having with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the Israeli government, the Israeli military, the U.S., about your demand that these sites be dismantled and not be controlled by a warring party?
Well, we have not been able to talk to them directly.
Come on, get out of here.
To stop, this so-called aid mechanism because it's an abomination.
You called the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and these 4 sites that distribute food and aid an abomination.
An abomination.
Why? It's very clear, because humanitarian aid is designed to save the lives of people and not to kill people. And the carnages that they are happening and again and again and again in such places cannot be, and they are not humanitarian aid. The political scheme.
Level 9. Oh, I'm almost done. Just gotta be careful, right? And fast enough.
The minds and the hearts of the Palestinians. So this carnage needs to stop. And
not too far either, yeah.
Aitor Zabal Gogas Koa, a Doctors Without Borders emergency coordinator in Gaza. Thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you to you for keeping that in your reports. Thank you very much.
This is NPR News.
You're listening to Morning Edition of Maine Public Radio. Good morning to you at 19 minutes now after 8 o'clock.
Morning Edition is made possible by listeners who donate and by FL Putnam, committed to responsible.
Let's go get him. How far away we gotta go this time?
FLPutnam.com and Salt Bay Trading.
All the way across, right? Oh boy. It's a straight shot though.
To walk on in Newcastle and at saltbaytrading.com.
Sumo wrestling has long been about very large men. Now women are fighting for a spot in the ring.
And what I do, I'm exuding some kind of aura that I'm going to fight. And afterwards, my opponent will say that he looks bigger in the ring.
That story and more from Japan next time on The World.
The World.
This afternoon, beginning at 3, right here on Maine Public Radio.
Oh, of course.
The weather with meteorologist Lou McNally.
Good morning, Early. Good morning, everybody. Sunshine is on the way for the day, and high temperatures will be well up into the 80s the further inland you go, but only into the 70s closer to the coast where winds will be off the water. Light southerly breezes responsible for that. Look for overnight lows tonight near 60 as temperatures will stay mild as clouds start to thicken and lower. And for tomorrow, mostly cloudy skies.
Mostly a straight shot anyway. Little turning.
Cooler on Wednesday. That's the way it looks from here.
Checking conditions around the state this morning in Augusta.
We're almost there, I think. I hope.
Bangor sunny 64, Freiburg at 65, Millinocket sunny and 67.
Oh, you.
Presque Isle 66 this morning. Rockland's at 70, and Sanford sunny and 67 degrees.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from Made in Cookware. Made in Cookware is crafted by chefs for use in restaurants and home kitchens around the world. Their cookware can be found at madeincookware.com. From Total Wine and more for discovering something new this summer, like a Chardonnay, sparkling wine, or tequila. Learn more at TotalWine.com. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Available to adults 21 or older. From Progressive Insurance with Snapshot, a personalized program
yeah, look at all that
on safe
cash.
driving habits at Progressive.com. Not available.
Yay, I completed it.
And from the Williams
yeah.
supporting research to
time to save the game. All right, another task completed.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News.
It only took about an hour and a half. Oh my God, right?
The Ukrainian Air Force and Russian forces launched the largest air assault on Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion.
Russia has been bombing Ukrainian cities more often.
Let's take a faster vehicle.
And that battlefield remains a bloody war of attrition with no end in sight.
NPR's Ukraine correspondent Joanna Kakissis is on the line with us now from Kyiv to tell us more. Good morning, Joanna.
Good morning, Michelle.
So tell us about this weekend's airstrikes. What happened?
Well, the Ukrainian Air Force told us this attack was the largest.
Where's the save a point?
Weapons used. Russia fired more than 500 drones, missiles, and guided air bombs at several Ukrainian cities and regions. About half were shot down. We in Kyiv were largely spared this time, but the capital has been repeatedly targeted, including earlier this month when 28 people were killed.
And was anybody hurt this time?
Yes, at least 6 civilians died across the country, and at least a dozen were injured. Businesses, residential areas, and damage. The Air Force also lost an F-16 fighter jet and its pilot, 32-year-old Maxim Ustimenko, who shot down 7 aerial targets before his plane went down.
So Russia,
I think it's time for a smoke break.
How are Ukrainian cities protecting themselves?
So here in Kyiv, the military usually shoots down attack drones using anti-aircraft
check out the
missiles.
stats.
They also have
What percent complete?
Around on trucks. And in another city that's often hit, the southern port of Odessa, the Navy uses mobile air defense units on speedboats in the Black Sea. We rode with one of the
miscellaneous
recently and
3.74%, almost 4%. Whoa, 8 hours, almost 9. 24 days in game.
Always carries a photo of his wife and baby son. He's saying the crew celebrates whenever they shoot down a drone because that drone will not hit a neighborhood. And one
I have no clothing options, right?
Now, I should add, Michelle, that military experts say Russia
I want new clothes. I feel like a bum.
Ukraine's supply of air defense munitions.
You know, Joanna, Odessa and even Kyiv aren't that close to the front line. So how is Ukraine's attempt to defend its territory on the ground going?
Well, Michelle, it's been very difficult for Ukraine's ground forces. The front line stretches hundreds of miles, and the Russians are making incremental gains, pushing further west into Ukraine. But I should say at this rate, it would take Russia years to conquer Ukraine, and the war has also cost Russia. The UK's defense ministry estimates that more than 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed or wounded during the full-scale war.
So is there any hope for a ceasefire?
Well, not right now. Representatives from Ukraine and Russia have met in Istanbul and
Probably nice out, even nicer than before.
And another sign that this war will not end anytime soon. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky just signed a decree withdrawing his country from the Ottawa Treaty, which bans the production and use of anti-personnel landmines. Now, he says landmines are instruments of defense against Russia. And some other countries bordering Russia have also said that they will withdraw from the treaty. Russia, by the way, has not signed the treaty.
I ought to take my Ozepramol or whatever it's called, right? Keep that, oh, this light's pretty screwed, huh? Keep that acid reflux or whatever at bay. Bad. Bad. Oh, and there's 2 viewers here. Don't worry, I'll be getting back to the game soon enough, right? Don't fret. It'll all come out in the wash. Oh, what am I doing? Grinding up a little weed too. Yeah. Wow. Well, I can roll the cigarette first and do that while I schmock it. Cigarette time, all right. Oh, my guys fell down. Some of them did anyway. Some turtle pals here. Oh, I gotta dust this stuff. How's that? And these things gotta go back. Bombs fell. Oh, not making it worse. Oh, almost. Whoops. Come on, hold that crap up. The stuntman.
Tomorrow on Morning Edition, a conversation about how violence in society's war and occupation changes cuisine. We'll speak with writer and human rights investigator Michael Shake about his new book, The Last Sweet Bite: Stories.
All right, let's get these guys up the right way.
Listen on the radio, in the NPR app, or on your smart speaker.
They're not blocking off anyone too much. Oh, and that guy looks like he's staring at this other guy. He's a little too close. I think, oh, one more here. Oh, and he's kind of... exciting, huh? Blocking Krang. There, I think that's... that's more to my liking. Leatherhead. No. All right, time to roll that cigarette. I think I lost a viewer doing this nonsense. I don't know why this one person is watching this. They like whatever I'm doing, whatever you call this. Oh, trying to set the camera up. There, look at Big Bird. Big Birds. Oh, I forgot my chair.
Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney says trade talks with the U.S. have resumed after Ottawa rescinded its plan to tax American tech firms. President Trump says he's found a wealthy group of investors who want to buy TikTok. The president tells the Fox News program Sunday Morning Futures the deal would likely need the approval of China's president, Xi Jinping. Earlier this month, Trump extended the deadline for TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance to divest ownership of the app. This is NPR News. This is Maine Public Radio News. Good morning. Legislators have recalled a bill about ranked choice voting because Governor Mills was going to veto it. The bill would have extended ranked choice voting to next year's governor's race. Today's Portland Press Herald quotes lobbyist Claire Thomas as saying the bill was proposed in favor of.
All right, hold on here. All right, time to take the show outside. Where's my pizzizzle? Right here. Pizzizzle. So pretty much the same as it was earlier. My lighter. There we go, back in business. Grind it up. Grind it up. Fascinating. You like this cinematography? This grinder kind of stinks, but it does its job, I guess, eventually. Toot, toot, toodaloo. Did many make it to the... How much made it to the bottom? Not a lot. Get down there. Get in there. Good enough for now. Kitty. All right. Do. A little more. Alrighty. Boop. 2 hours and 11 minutes so far, huh? All right. Ooh. Da, 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 da. This isn't on the right way. Come on. Oh, it's stuck. Stupid grinder. There, that's better. Oh, it isn't. Oh, come on. There. Twist it and tighten. There. Twist it up tight. Let's go stand in the sunlight. Oh, it's shadow time. Warm. Back it up. Oh yeah, that's the sunlight. Sunshine, la 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 la. There it is, the sun. Don't look directly into it, right? It's bad. Ooh, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna sit back down because I'm a very, very lazy person. Ugh. 3 people here. Oh, only 2 now. The dynamic duo are watching. Do you see, do you enjoy this current viewing? What you're currently watching? It's exciting. So what am I going to attempt next? I think I'll try to find that, you pedal a bicycle and you have to deliver packages, toss them through a Corona. Not that kind of Corona. A birdie. Where'd it go? Sitting way up there. Oh, it's a blue jay. See him? It's kind of hard to see, but I believe it is a blue jay. Oh, pretty. It's a pretty one. Oh, he flew off. All right. Time to smoke a little more weed. No more cigarettes for this break, though. So yeah, I'm gonna go find that bicycle mission delivery deal. I think it's called a courier mission. Courier, you know, couriers. 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 Excitement. Woo! quiet time and black screen time. Oop. What's that? What is retouch? Relight. How about not relight? Alright, almost ready for more. Oh, sniffles, what's up with that? Now I can't remember if I actually took that Ozapramal or whatever it's called. I think I did. I hate that. Not remembering. Dip, 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 a little more. Wee. Mm-hmm. Excusez-moi. Excusez-moi. Almost time to return. 22234. Wow, 5 people all of a sudden. From 1 to 5 in a blink of an eye. It almost rhymes. Five eye. Oh, 3 of you left. I can't say I blame you. Who are those 5 people? No, who are those 3 people that left? And who are these 2 people who are here? And who gave me that thumbs up? I'll never know. Quiet people today. Quiet. Like this video right now. one more. I swear, that's it. For now. Oh, I didn't have to light it. So I'm going to take a few more until it puts itself out. No. Alright, I lied. I'm gonna kill this off. I think it's almost done anyhow. Yeah. Kaput skis. Alright, enough whining. Time to find that mission. Oh, why is there a light on? I thought I shut it off.
Pile trillions of dollars onto the nation's debt load while resulting in even steeper losses in healthcare coverage.
There.
That, according to the
Unnecessary, I think.
new analysis,
It'll probably leave a glare, right? Let's check it out.
The CEO
Light.
says the bill would increase the deficit by nearly $3.3
Yeah, it doesn't
trillion
add
from
anything.
2025 to 2034. That's
Well,
a
sort of.
$1 trillion increase
For a moment,
over the House
we'll look
tax
at it.
bill. And the analysis
Ooh.
found that 11.8 million Americans would become uninsured by 2034 if the bill became law. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says trade talks with the U.S. have resumed after Canada rescinded its plan to tax U.S. technology firms. President Trump said Friday he was suspending trade talks with Canada over its plans to continue with its tax on technology firms, which he called a direct and blatant
Canada's
attack
striking
on our
back.
country. The president says he's not planning to extend a 90-day
Is it
pause
off?
on tariffs on most new
All
goods
right.
beyond July 9th. He says his administration will notify countries that
What am I
trade penalties
doing?
will take
I
effect
saved.
unless there are deals with the United States. During a
Get this
wide-ranging
crap out
interview
of
with
my
Fox
pocket.
News Channel Sunday Morning Futures, Trump said that a group of senators will step forward within weeks to announce a plan to buy TikTok, and he floated the idea of giving some relief to hotels and farms reeling from immigration raids.
Do we even need new laws to boost children's safety online? From American Public Media, this is Marketplace Tech. I'm Nova Santo.
A tech
I
show.
want to introduce you to someone who answers the question I posed with a yes and a no. That someone is Haley Hinkle. She's
All right, let's go search for this thing
not too long ago, she formulated a case brought
to the west.
Hinkle says that in the absence of comprehensive federal policy, there are powers already afforded to the FTC to impose new children's safety regulations on internet companies. Hinkle points to Section 5 of the FTC Act, which prohibits, quote, unfair or deceptive acts or practices in or affecting commerce, close quote.
The FTC's policy statement on unfairness, which is not a new policy statement, it's actually from the 1980s, sets out 3 criteria for addressing a business act or practice as unfair, be outweighed by any countervailing benefits to consumers or competition, and the injury cannot be easily avoided by consumers. And so the 3-part test fits, frankly, very nicely with scrutiny of some of the design practices that we see big tech using to keep kids online, spending more money, creating more data.
What are those practices? You mentioned doom scrolling, autoplay, things like that? Gamification in general?
Yeah, absolutely. Maximizing practices including endless scroll, autoplay, on video games, things like loot boxes and gambling-like mechanisms, quantified popularity metrics, so things like like counts and follower counts are also a very potent sort of engagement maximizing tool for kids.
Nevertheless, the authority you're alleging that the FTC has,
it's somewhere close by.
Congress really need to act when it comes to that kind of broad-based authority for the FTC to, regulate an industry?
No, I mean, not necessarily. Congress has already given the FTC under Section 5 of the FTC Act this unfairness authority. The Children's Online Privacy Protection Act is actually a subset of that authority. But
where's that bike?
Already start to exercise this particular part of the tools in its toolbox to get at some of these issues. Somewhat recently, they brought a case against
everyone's blowing up over there.
Conduct in Fortnite, where they were defaulting child accounts to voice and text chat with others.
Where are you?
There were some COPPA violations going on there as well, but they found that kids were being exposed to really
it's the silencer. I don't need that.
Hate speech through that default design choice, and there was a huge settlement with Epic Games as
I think I'm near it.
So it's really not far-fetched to say that
where is this crap?
To, protect consumers from practices that are unfair and manipulative can use the authorities it always has to address more modern techniques.
That was Haley Hinkle, Policy Counsel with the nonprofit Fair Play. There are arguments to be made against broad government regulation of internet companies and for putting the onus on parents to keep their children safe online. We'll have links to that and other coverage, as well as Hinkle's essay on FTC powers. That's all on our website, marketplacetech.org.
Let's see, what the hell?
I'm Novisafo, and that's Marketplace Tech. This is APM.
And this is listener-supported Maine Public Radio.
Now I'm kind of...
trusted source for programs that inspire.
Let me try to look.
You trust this
I'm way far away from where I should be.
And where you need them.
It's like right here or something.
When the time comes, you'll lend your support to these efforts.
Or that I'll keep that dot there to keep me in the right general area at least.
Or to make an additional gift, please visit mainpublic.org/impact. And thank you for doing your part to sustain this vital community resource.
There it is.
You're listening to Maine Public, and this is listener supported.
Maybe I should eat some food before I...
90.1 FM,
even if it's only vendor machine food.
WMEW Waterville 91.3, WMED Calais 89.7, WMEM Presque Isle 106.1,
what game is it?
106.5, WMEP Camden 90.5, WBSP Millinocket 90.1, WBEO Bethel 91.3, WMHD Greenville 89.7, and we're online too at mainpublic.org. I'm Erwin Gratz. Thanks for joining me this morning. Stay tuned. BBC News next. Our time's 9 o'clock.
Welcome to NewsHour from the BBC World Service. I'm Celia Hatton. Iran tells the BBC it
let's try this crap.
Unless it first rules out another attack. The Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister tells us they are willing
to go the furthest away first.
The level of that
They started off easy.
can be discussed. But to say
This will get my bicycle skill up a little. Oh boy.
If you do not agree, we will bomb you. That is the law of the jungle.
A rare glimpse at life inside the Ukrainian city of Mariupol after 3 years.
Oh, it's gonna be like this.
After calling the shots for 104 years, Wimbledon says goodbye to human line judges.
It just is different. It's just a little bit of something special that's gone. Imagine Wimbledon with no strawberries and cream or no ivy up the building.
All that after the news.
I'm Debbie Russ with the BBC News. Hello. Israel has carried out
What? Oh, a pole.
after the military issued widespread evacuation orders. Palestinian medical officials say at least 40 people have been killed across the territory. Vera Davis has been following developments from Jerusalem.
Dozens of families have been sheltering at the Al-Falah school in Gaza City, and an urgent IDF warning told them to evacuate.
What? Come on.
Missiles struck. Whatever their target, the families had left, but hundreds have again been made homeless. In other parts of Gaza City, even areas towards people to evacuate, the airstrikes killed people, young and old. 5 people were killed at the Al-Shati refugee camp to the west of the city. 10 were killed when a warehouse in the east was hit.
At 1700, yeah. Alright, let's do this crap.
Israel is lawful, despite accepting it could be used in breaches of international humanitarian law in Gaza. The judges said it was a political issue and therefore for the executive, not for the courts to decide.
Wow, look how far away that shit is.
The program is warning that drastic funding cuts risk plunging millions of Sudanese refugees deeper into hunger. Since Sudan's civil war broke out 2 years ago, at least 4 million people have fled to neighbouring countries. The WFP says its support to refugees in the Central African Republic, Egypt, Ethiopia and Libya may grind to a halt in the coming months as resources run dry. More details from Will Ross.
Hey dudes, have a package. Have some drugs.
Receiving that food, it's saying they're cutting from the hungry to give to the starving, and it does sound like a grim situation for so many families who are, you know, basically fleeing their homes with absolutely nothing.
Let's see, am I going about this the right way? The furthest away one again.
South Sudan, one of the poorest countries in the world.
Way down.
Just don't have the infrastructure and the help available
1, 2.
for these families when they arrive.
9 men have been convicted in northern France for causing the deaths of migrants who drowned when their boat disintegrated.
I should probably go down that bigger main road.
With around 50 people on board.
A more straightforward road here.
It was a sadly familiar story of an unsuitable craft cynically overloaded with too many passengers, not all of whom had life jackets. When it sank in cold seas off the Kent coast, around 40 migrants were rescued by fishing boats, but 8 drowned. 4 bodies were
Woo, get some air.
In the trial in Neil, the accused argued that they were forced to help the smuggling gangs, but the court heard evidence from phone records and bank transfers that the men were all essential cogs in the system and were all well aware of its lucrative financial returns.
Didn't knock him off.
Listening to the world news from the BBC. The president of the Democratic Republic of Congo says a newly signed peace deal with Rwanda paves the way for an era of stability and prosperity.
Almost to one of them.
Speech, Felix Tshisekedi praised the U.S. administration for
Oh, come on.
which aims to end decades of conflict.
Pedal, idiot.
Correspondents say much will
You hear that?
talks progress between the Kinshasa government and the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels. Civil society groups in Togo say at least 7 people have been killed and dozens
Baloney, man, come on.
Anti-government protests. A coalition called Le Front Citoyen Togo Debout said bodies had been recovered from rivers in the capital Lomé. It accused the security forces and militias of committing abuses. David Dossé is a spokesperson for the coalition.
Elements of the security forces who are supposed to protect the public and maintain order acted in collusion with thugs. Violent men at the service of the regime.
There we go.
Brutal, deadly repression. Instead of acting like professionals.
Pedal that crap, man. Was he tired? I think he gets tired or something.
Last week's demonstrations.
Police in Serbia have arrested dozens of people who set up roadblocks as part of ongoing anti-government protests. Sunday, activists launched what they called a campaign of civil disobedience. They're demanding fresh elections and an end to corruption. Serbia's President Aleksandar Vučić has dismissed allegations of police violence and insisted the state would ensure law and order. Membership of China's governing Communist Party
I thought I
crossed the
could bunny
100
hop
million
him.
mark. With the party controlling all aspects of public life in China, membership is seen by many as necessary to career advancement. It's thought there are more than 20
Thank
million
you.
applicants hoping to join.
Oh,
Over recent years, as the party under its leader Xi Jinping has tried to weed out unsuitable candidates. BBC News.
now let's get this show back on the road here.
I'm Celia Hatton, and I'm coming to you live from London.
Do I have enough time? I don't know.
Edition of NewsHour, looking at the prospects for negotiations between the US and Iran. Just a few days ago, it seemed the two sides were ready to return to the bargaining table, perhaps starting this week, for their first direct talks since US bombers attacked Iranian nuclear sites. But then, just a few hours ago, Donald Trump said he was not speaking to Iran and he was not offering Tehran anything. He repeated again that the U.S. had totally obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. That claim's been disputed by intelligence
Head
reports
back,
from
get my
Israel, the
monies.
U.S., and reported intercepted calls between Iranian officials. But now we want to bring you...
Oh, 30 seconds, come on. I think I screwed around too much. Got knocked off too. Oh, see.
Unless the U.S. guarantees not to bomb the country again during the negotiations. Our chief international set has gained access to report from inside
This stupid bicycle.
none of her reports is used on the BBC's Persian service, which broadcasts in Iran. This law from Iranian authorities applies to all international media agencies operating in Iran. Well, Majid Ravanchi is Iran's deputy foreign minister for political affairs. He told Leeds that Iran has not received the kind of reassurance needed to move forward with the talks.
We are hearing from Washington telling us that they want to talk. So,
oh, yeah?
By the way, no date has been set. President Trump talked.
You're gonna have beef with me?
I'm telling you that we have not.
Nope, he just went to hang out with his homies.
We have not agreed to the
Good.
Right,
I guess I'll leave him alone. I'm trying to make cash.
Are we going
doing
to
this?
A repetition of an actual
all right.
While we are engaging in dialogue. And the Americans have to be quite clear on this very important question.
So what do they say to you when you say you need a guarantee? What answer have you been receiving?
I'm not in a position to tell you about the messages which are being, taken back and forth through intermediaries, but they have not made their position clear yet.
Pedal. Cycling skill. Oop.
There are reports that perhaps a deal could involve sanctions relief, investment in Iran, in exchange for Iran agreeing not to enrich uranium itself. Would that be possible?
Why should we agree to such a proposal?
Why? Iranians on this visit have told us that Iran has paid too high a price for enriching uranium, causing suspicions even among your European partners.
Right.
Why you were enriching to 60%, it wasn't necessary.
Far away.
First of all, 60% is something which is being used for peaceful purposes.
But it did create this situation of suspicion.
The level of that can be discussed. The capacity can be discussed. But to say that you should not have enrichment, you should have zero enrichment, and if you do not agree, we will bomb you, that is the law of the jungle.
Do you think the ceasefire is going to last?
To be honest, it is not quite clear. As far as Iran is concerned, as long as there is
losing muscle, oh boy.
Military attack against us, we will continue to observe.
I get a better workout again soon, huh?
If by any chance the Israelis or the Americans feel that they might
really?
they should not try try to contain themselves, not try their luck, and because this time we know how to act, and we will do whatever necessary to protect our people.
How high is the risk now?
We do not want
kind of going screwing up here.
We want to engage in dialogue and diplomacy, but we have to be prepared. We have to be cautious, not to be surprised again.
Wrong vehicle.
Sure.
Come on.
The same betrayal.
Come on, man. Just get on the damn bike.
They've been betrayed, but Israel.
I might as well give up.
They don't trust Iran. They feel that is the root of the problem. They feel that's the problem.
They may not trust Iran, but we have
try again.
Made an act of aggression against
Maybe I can do it. I don't know.
I think we would disagree, but
the Americans,
it's been 20 months of war, and
the Americans, the Israelis, have committed an act of aggression against Iran, and some European leaders have endorsed that.
But they would say Iran has to do more to reassure the world that its nuclear program, its ballistic missile program, isn't threatening.
We were
upgraded.
Discussing with Americans. We were in the middle of talks. All of a sudden, we face a clear act of aggression. And those who are criticizing us, they should criticize the way that we have been treated. They should criticize the Americans. They should criticize the Israelis. And if they do not have
How
the
far?
guts to criticize America,
How close to the thing?
Not try to justify the aggression.
Majid Takhravanchi is Iran's Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs.
One there and one there.
With the BBC's Lise Doucette in Tehran. Now, the debate over the scale of devastation suffered by Iran after U.S. and Israeli attacks continues. The head of the International Atomic Energy Association, the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, said this weekend that Iran is still capable of enriching uranium again for a possible bomb in a matter of months. Let's speak now with Bob Einhorn. He's a senior fellow in the Arms Control and Non-Proliferation Initiative at the Brookings Institution in Washington. He was also a member of the American delegation during the U.S.-Iran talks between 2009
Let's go is right.
2013. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Einhorn. You've just
that's such garbage. Can I get it?
Deputy Foreign Minister.
No. Oh, I picked it back up.
Well,
now I'm screwing around here.
That the United States must give a pledge not to use military force against Iran as a precondition for getting talks started. That's inconceivable. The United States.
I think that screwing around earlier cost me.
The administration has made that clear. The United States reserves the right to use military force again if it sees evidence that
just keep bombing them. That's what I said earlier. Bomb them and bomb them.
And especially if it sees evidence that Iran is making a dash to nuclear weapons. And so such a pledge is not possible. It's conceivable if there's an eventual nuclear agreement that's very restrictive. I
don't know. I think I got this one.
That the United States would say that as
I'm jumping higher.
Complies with the new agreement, it won't use military force, but not as a precondition.
Slam.
What's the prospect for trust then, since Tehran was reportedly caught off guard by the U.S. strikes?
Well, trust is something that has
now,
to be built very gradually.
Was this where I failed last time?
Not building trust.
Close, we'll go that far away one first, of course.
A network of proxies that were engaged
straight shot
against U.S. interests in the region, against Israel, against other U.S. partners in the region. So there's a lot of trust building that Iran has to do. But I think the first step is to resume dialogue, and I think that's possible.
I mean, both sides are setting out their red lines very publicly right now. We've also heard some strong words from Donald Trump in the last few hours. Is it safe to assume, though, that a lot of diplomacy is happening behind the scenes?
Well, Deputy Minister Ravanchi, in your interview, indicated that there are exchanges taking place probably through intermediaries. So there's a lot of back and forth to discuss the possibility of resuming talks. But I think it will take a while. The Iranians, I think, understandably need to understand that the damage that's been done to their nuclear facilities. After all, the negotiations will be about those facilities, and the Iranians need to understand how much damage has been done. But I think the Iranians do have incentives to resume talks. They would like to see an agreement providing relief from economic sanctions, which are devastating the Iranian economy. I think they also believe that as long as negotiations are making progress, they won't be the target of military strikes. And they're also under a significant domestic pressure. There have been a lot of dissatisfaction in the Islamic Republic with the external policies of Iran. Many people believe that support for the proxies has come at the expense of welfare of the Iranian people. And I think the Iranians believe that having talks will be reassuring to the public and with their own domestic public, and will provide greater stability at home. So I think they have incentives to resume talks. I think they eventually
wasn't that old muscle
will take place, but not right away.
How important is it for all of us to understand the
making
true
good
state of Iran's
cash.
nuclear capabilities
Oh,
before
they're
any talks can
all
happen? You said that
screwy up
thought that the
around the
Iranians wanted
world
to
here.
understand the extent of
I
the
guess I should
damage,
go
but what
left
about the
first.
Americans?
Well, that will be a top priority. And as you know, there's a lot of disagreement internally in the United States about how much damage was done. I think the president engaged in hyperbole when he talked about obliteration, complete and thorough obliteration. I think as time goes on, it will become clear what the bombing did and what it didn't do. And apparently, one of the things it didn't do was to destroy existing stocks of highly enriched uranium. And if those stocks are taken to some secret location,
So it's going to be like a big loop around the edge of the city, basically, if I remember right. Pretty much.
For a covert nuclear weapons program. And I think the United States would like to get a better understanding of
their way down, pretty
and
much.
to ensure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapons program. And I think that would be a number one priority in any negotiations for the International Atomic Energy Agency to once again have a complete knowledge of Iran's nuclear program and to ensure that it's not pursuing nuclear weapons clandestinely.
Okay, thank you very much for taking us through that. That was Bob Einhorn. He's a senior fellow in the Arms Control and Non-Proliferation
that's some air.
Institution in Washington. He was also a member of the American delegation during the U.S.-Iran talks between 2009 and 2013. Stay with us. Lots more to come on NewsHour.
I meant it.
Start your weekend with stories that move beyond the headlines and engage your mind. The Pen is Maine Public's weekly newsletter with our picks of 10 stories you may have missed, ranging from arts and
cycling
culture,
skill
politics,
up.
Life and need to know. The 10 where news and culture meet. Visit mainepublic.org to sign up and have the 10 delivered to your inbox every Friday morning. Taking a look at the weather for today, sunny with highs 80 to 88, cooler in the 70s along the coast. And for tonight, picketing clouds, lows 56 to 64. And for tomorrow, scattered showers and thunderstorms with highs 70 to 84, cooler at the coast. And for Thursday night, showers and thunderstorms end with lows 60 to 68. For Wednesday, sunny and warm, highs 78 to 87. And the outlook for
Anything
Thursday,
back
scattered
here?
showers and thunderstorms. The highs on Thursday, 75 to 87.
Alright, better haul some ass here.
Maine Public Radio.
Let's go.
We're bringing you quite
straight
an
up that
emotional
road.
interview now. The Belarusian opposition activist Sergei Tikhanovsky has told the BBC but he's still determined to fight for democratic change in his country, despite
Whoops,
years
better
spent
stick
in
to the
solitary
program.
confinement and long periods in tiny punishment cells. Shortly after his surprise release from prison, Mr. Tikhanovsky, whose wife is the opposition leader, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya,
On the right track.
he wanted every possible
Yes.
effort to be made to free the hundreds of other political prisoners
Uphill.
in Belarus who remain behind bars. He was speaking to our correspondent, Sarah Rainsford.
It was a very public reunion. After 5 years, locked away from the world, Sergei Tikhanovsky stepped from a van to hug his wife like he didn't want to let go. The opposition activist from Belarus hasn't just been in prison all this time. He's been in solitary confinement, punished for standing up to a dictator. I met Sergei myself soon after his sudden release, and I was shocked at the change in him. His face is gaunt beneath a prison crew cut. He tells me he's lost half his body weight, and he's very emotional.
Good, I made it. Alright, where to? Oh, right there, pretty much.
She didn't recognize me. Sergei was originally sentenced to 18 years. Inside prison, he was then singled out for worse. His wife, Svetlana, is the leader of the opposition, and he's the man who called the authoritarian ruler Alexander Lukashenko a cockroach.
And that's what he got thrown in jail for.
I didn't get a single letter in almost 3 years. For almost 3 years, they didn't let me have any phone calls. I wasn't allowed to see a lawyer. I couldn't get tea, coffee. I got no toothpaste, toothbrush, soap, nothing. It was the same for many other political prisoners, the one they think are most dangerous or who they want to destroy in prison.
What was it physically like in the cell?
When they were giving me extra punishment,
Alright, I think. Oh, I hate that.
which includes a hole in the floor for a toilet.
Come on.
A small cell where there's no mattress, no sheets, and no pillows.
Were they trying to break you? Они хотели вас сломать?
Let's say,
Just keep going and going.
we're going to keep extending your time constantly, and you won't get out. You'll die here. Instead, it was this rare visit
Yeah,
to
stamina
Mexico
upgraded.
delegation that helped to set him free. The special envoy, Keith Kellogg, embraced Lukashenko, a repressive ruler and an ally of Putin, isolated and sanctioned by the West. The talks gave 14 political prisoners their lives back. No one's quite sure what else was promised in return.
Do you think he should get something so that the others can be freed?
Keep on going straight. Straight up the road.
Any price to get those people out. But of course, I don't want them to remove the sanctions.
I didn't recognize you when I saw you. Physically, you've changed hugely. Have you changed as a person as well?
He's running out of steam, apparently. Come on.
Half the weight. You can see how thin my face is. But my spirit is not broken. I'm the same person I always was. Ready to fight for victory even. But as this handful of prisoners are released in Belarus, more have been arrested for their politics. Lukashenko hasn't changed course. The repression
Right straight down, basically.
Belarusian opposition activist Sergei Tikhanovsky speaking with the BBC's Sarah Rainsford.
Whoa. Pedal that thing, come on.
Championships begin today, just a short distance away from the NewsHour studios. Many love it, in part because of its traditions. Players dress in white, the crowds feast on strawberries and cream, and until now, smartly dressed line judges would be on the courts to watch if the ball was out of bounds. Sometimes things got a little testy when the line judges were calling the shots.
Oh.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious. That ball was on the line. Short flew up.
Tennis legend John McEnroe there in 1981 in one of his infamous disputes over a line call. Starting
It's
this
not
year, things are changing.
straightforward.
For the first time in Wimbledon's 148-year history, the line judges have been replaced by electronic line monitors. Let's hear from Pauline Eyre, who called the lines at Wimbledon for 16 years.
I tell you, walking onto centre court, especially for the first time, was extraordinary. I was a team leader for many years, and I used to say to people for the first time, just walk onto court and don't look up. And you'd find yourself walking through that famous gate, famous door, and you walk onto the grass.
In the wrong.
Only on the tennis court, and you don't look up.
Not
To
really.
your line, and you sit down in your chair, and I would say to them, don't look up, don't look up. And then where you look is in front of you, and it's just a tennis court. And then I would say, and get up and call the lines for the first game. And when you sit down again, then you can look up. And you would look up around this extraordinary dome of a stadium and see that there were
plenty of time, I think, right?
The most wonderful thing. I'm getting goosebumps just telling you about it. It was just the loveliest feeling.
I'm getting goosebumps as well just listening. But there must have been high-pressure moments as well. Were there any occasions where you were yelling at players or hit by too many balls?
Never happened to me ever because I was just too good. Yeah, of course it did. It happened to everybody. Being hit by Ivanovic's serve, there was a particular skill to dealing with his serve, which is to watch him. You could see from his eyes, if he was serving down the middle and you were standing in the middle, he would look you dead in the eyes. It was like
Yay.
and I always
Big money. Oh, and I completed it. Yeah, that's a short one.
It landed over your head and you didn't get hit by it, because that would hurt. And you're extremely focused for short periods of time, and then you take a break and come back again. And it mattered so much. And many of us were tennis players.
Yay.
And I know how important
Time
it
to
is.
save.
If somebody gives me a bad call, it really matters. It really messes with my head. And so what we were doing was
Over
really
there.
important in that moment. In the greater scheme of life, probably not. But at that moment, it was everything.
What do you think people are going to miss most now that line judges?
Oh, I gotta go work out first, I
I
think.
think it's that look. I think it's one of those jobs that you take for granted until it's gone. And
Whoa.
you don't particularly notice them. But when you look out on the television today, or in fact, yeah, I'm looking out at my television now, there aren't those three, bodies at the back of the court that you're so used to. It just is different. It's just a little bit of something special that's gone. And I think it's really sad that, when AI does or technology takes from people, because the idea of technology was that it's supposed to make our lives, better and we'd have more leisure time. But what it's doing is taking our jobs away, so we can't enjoy our leisure time. I think it's a real part of it that's gone. Imagine Wimbledon with no strawberries and cream or no ivy.
I want this actually.
Without the umpire's chair, it's just not the same.
It's gonna help me on my next mission.
Former line judge,
Or it's gonna be my next mission.
An upcoming show called Anyone for Tennis at Edinburgh Festival Fringe in August. And on the courts at Wimbledon, Carlos Alcaraz is just beginning his title defense against Fabio Fognini. We'll keep an eye.
Distribution of the BBC World Service News Hour in the United States is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content, engaging audiences, creating meaningful experiences, and fostering conversations. APM, American Public Media. With support from Viking, dedicated to bringing travelers to the heart of each destination with small ship, river, ocean, and expedition voyages, offering cultural enrichment and immersive experiences.
Any bad dudes here?
BBC World Service.
Time to press buttons for a few minutes.
By you, with help from Dave's World, offering standby generators to help ensure your home stays powered when you need it most, statewide and online at davesworld.com. And Maine Credit Unions, who believe hardworking Mainers deserve personal banking they can depend on. MaineCreditUnions.org. This is listener-supported Maine Public Radio. You can also online at Maine.
I'm doing bad. Thought I found a new map. I guess not.
Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo strike a peace deal, but what does the agreement offer both sides? More massive strikes on Gaza after Israel issues some of its biggest evacuation orders since March. We'll hear from our correspondent. And what's next for Donald Trump's big, beautiful budget bill as it moves through the U.S. Senate? That's after the news.
Isn't that fun?
BBC News with Debbie West.
Oof.
Israel has carried out waves of airstrikes.
Doing 30, is he? 29.
Widespread evacuation orders.
Yikes.
Palestinian officials say at least 40 people have been killed.
Burns my this part of my arm.
Britain's High Court has ruled
Right.
the government's decision to
Quite the burn.
to Israel is lawful, despite accepting it could be used in breaches of international humanitarian law in Gaza. The case was brought.
All right, let's get this thing to the sticks.
Iran says almost 950 people are now known to have been killed in the 12-day conflict.
Well, let's save it first, right?
An official said 38 children were among those killed.
Over there.
The United Nations is warning that funding cuts to its food agency risk plunging millions of Sudanese refugees deeper into hunger. Since Sudan's civil war broke out 2 years ago, at least 4 million people have fled to neighboring countries. 9 men have been convicted in France of causing the deaths of migrants who drowned when their boat disintegrated in the English Channel. It has set off from the French coast in December 2022, with around 50 people on board trying to reach Britain. Police in Australia have arrested dozens of people who set up roadblocks as part of ongoing anti-government protests. The activists are demanding new elections and an end to corruption. Membership of China's governing Communist Party has passed the 100 million mark. Just over 1 million new members were recruited last year, and it's thought there are more than 20 million applicants hoping to join. The Wimbledon Tennis Championship is to begin on what looks set to be the hottest opening day in the championship's history. London is far warmer than usual, with high humidity making conditions particularly hard for the players. BBC News.
Save game, derp.
You're listening to
3 hours, oh my
On
god.
Friday, Donald Trump
It's only 10 in the morning
between
almost,
Democratic
right?
Republic of Congo and Rwanda. It's a great day for Africa, but the deal has elicited some mixed responses. It calls for disengagement, disarmament, and conditional integration of armed groups fighting in the eastern DRC. If implemented, the accord could have big repercussions for Congolese people in the east of the country, where a rebel movement called M23 sees 2 major
Does this
cities.
place have...
Part of the deal is about giving American companies access to Congolese minerals.
Where's the bathroom?
My colleague, Lakoisa Burak,
strange. No bathroom?
who was in Washington.
Quite the oversight. Bedroom, living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, no bathroom. That's weird. Where's the bathroom?
That will help in having a broad peace bill that could address all security issues.
Let's blow out of here.
There are many who would argue that there are key elements of this conflict that have not been addressed or sufficiently included within this deal. I'd just like to know the view from Rwanda.
Where am I going?
Is sexual violence. This has been systemically used
Up this
as
road.
a weapon of war by the M23 rebels.
Keep on going.
Government tell the M23,
Try to keep this in good shape.
that the government have supported the M23 insurgents. Will the government be in a position to tell the M23 that this is stopped and is addressed accordingly? And the second point is, what part of the deal addresses the huge displacement of people that has
Now,
occurred?
where do I start going upward?
Important to have a judicial mechanism to ensure that those who did all those horrific acts
Come on.
be held accountable. As for the humanitarian situation, the refugees, it is taken care of in the Washington Agreement.
Oh, get out of here,
the
dude.
return of refugees and IDPs. and we will work together with the DRC and the UNHCR, the UN
Screw
refugee
you.
agencies, to ensure that the more than
Up
100,000
there.
refugees that are in Rwanda are repatriated in Congo, and also the Rwandan refugees
Oh,
are in Congo,
get out of here.
in Rwanda, not to mention the IDPs who should return home.
Okay, so the DRC, Rwanda, obviously there are economic gains coming out of this deal. The M23 has control of the biggest mine of coltan. Has it been agreed that this will be handed over? And surely they will want some economic benefits from this as well. What's your understanding of this?
As I said, this Washington Peace Agreement is a bilateral agreement between DRC and Rwanda. It doesn't concern the AFC M23, which will discuss with the DRC government in Doha in the coming days, and I believe that they will discuss on the root causes of the crisis and on any security arrangement.
Olivier Dubois. I'm Sylvia Hatton, and you're listening to News Hour live from London. In the second half of the program,
I wish I could buy property here.
Israel has carried out waves of airstrikes there. The
Get to
latest
town.
after issuing evacuation orders across a huge swathe of the territory. Let's speak with the BBC's Ione Wells in Jerusalem. Ione, can you tell us about the scope of the evacuation order and the latest strikes?
Well, these evacuation orders were huge. They covered large swathes of northern Gaza, but also huge amounts of Gaza City.
Where are you?
They're the largest since the war with Hamas resumed in March. The Israeli army say that these orders are because they will be using intense
Much
force
easier to do these kind of
expand and
missions
intensify
here.
their operations to
The police and
destroy
this.
the military capabilities of Hamas. They are
No one firing at you.
including to areas
as in gang
Israel
members.
humanitarian, but both Palestinian and UN officials say no area in Gaza is safe. In fact, some of these areas people are being told to evacuate to have reported strikes in the last couple of days. In the last couple of hours, we've had reports of further strikes, including an airstrike on the Al-Baka cafeteria, which is on the seafront. It provided internet access and rented out chairs and workspaces for journalists, for activists, remote workers in Gaza. Medics and eyewitnesses have told
Oh,
the
it's
BBC
over
that at
there.
least 20 Palestinians were killed there. A spokesman for the Hamas-run civil defense in Gaza
Should I
has
take
also told the BBC that rescue
shortcuts?
teams have evacuated 20 bodies and dozens
Indeed.
of people have been wounded. We've seen photos showing people covered in blood. A cameraman with a local production company has told the BBC that a massive explosion was heard and seen there. And
Much
there was,
more
in his words, bodies,
straightforward.
blood screaming everywhere. There hasn't been an immediate comment yet from the Israeli military, but this is the latest report of a airstrike we've heard as part of the latest offensive in Gaza. Earlier today as well, we had several others, including a report from Al-Ali Hospital in Gaza
All
City.
right,
That 10 people were killed in
concentration.
an airstrike on the Islam Aid distribution warehouse in Al Zaytun.
Okay.
We've had a report from Nasser Hospital too that more people were killed there as well at an aid distribution center.
Ione, just briefly, Israel's under pressure, though, to strike another ceasefire deal with Hamas. Briefly, what more can you tell us?
That's right. It has been facing increasing pressure, both from Donald Trump calling on Israel and Hamas to reach a deal, but also
Come on, get up.
from people in Israel too, including the families of hostages. They want the government to strike what they've described as an extensive deal, not one that just takes out some of the hostages, but one that rescues all of the hostages. But at the moment, the same sticking points remain here. Hamas want Israel to commit to an end
$200.
to the war in Gaza, removing troops from Gaza if a deal is to be struck and if they are to release all hostages. Israel, though, wants Hamas to fully disarm, lay down their weapons, something which so far Hamas has refused to do
Oh,
too.
come on.
These sticking points remain, but the pressure is certainly mounting on particularly the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Ione, thank you. That was the BBC's Ione Wells in
Whoops,
Jerusalem.
I don't know. It doesn't
Now,
matter.
in related news, a court in London has ruled that the UK government's decision to supply parts for F-35 fighter jets to Israel was lawful. Palestinian human rights group Al-Haq, which is based in the occupied West Bank, and the Global Legal Action
I should have knocked the doors off
Israel
first.
has been using F-35 fighter jets over Gaza with devastating consequences on its population. British arms makers produce about 15% of the F-35's parts, though the stealth fighters are primarily made by Lockheed Martin in the US. This morning, the UK's High Court accepted that the parts could be used in breach of international humanitarian law in Gaza.
In breach,
but concluded that their export in itself was not illegal. Janine Walker is the coordinating lawyer for the Global Legal Action Network. I spoke with her and asked her.
Where's the other ones? They're all in the same area. All right.
Of course, we're really disappointed that the court has not upheld Al-Haq's claim, but this is a temporary setback. The road to justice is long, as they say, and we will continue to fight. And we're considering the judgment for an appeal as we speak.
So take us back a little bit. Can you explain the role that the UK plays in the making of F-35 fighter jets?
The UK is one of the biggest suppliers. It plays a key part in the F-35 global supply chain. Every single F-35 fighter jet is 15% by value made with British-made components. In September last year, the government suspended licenses for weapons that were going to the Israeli military, with the exception of the F-35 parts that were going into the global supply chain. Israel is using these fighter jets, continuing to use them in its onslaught in Gaza, and with this case, we wanted to force the government to stop supplying these components into the global supply chain, but unfortunately the High Court has not allowed that.
What was the legal argument that you tried to push forward in order to try to close this F-35 loophole, for lack of a better description?
Yes, it is. It's a deliberate loophole that the government created. There were many legal arguments challenging it. A key one was that the F-35 carve-out was not consistent with the UK's obligations under international law. For example, the duty to prevent genocide, the Genocide Convention, or the duty to ensure respect for the Geneva Convention.
Doesn't matter. They're all in the same
Treaty. Now, it's really important to say
patch
that the High Court
here.
is not adjudicated on the substance of these arguments. What the High Court has said is that it will not consider them. They are not justiciable. They are matters for Parliament and the public to hold the government to account to.
Janine, we asked the government for an interview today, and they sent us a statement instead. I'm going to read it for you and to get your response. They said the Foreign Secretary ordered a review into Israel's compliance with international humanitarian law. They continue, we took decisive action stopping exports to the Israeli Defense Forces that might have been used to commit or facilitate serious violations of international humanitarian law in Gaza. Your thoughts?
Well, it's true that in September 2024, they suspended all other weapon sales. So that's what they mean when they're referring to decisive action. They took that action because of this case under threat of injunction from Al-Haq.
Gideon,
Before they were due to face us in court for a hearing at that time. But that action did not go far enough. That action did not recognize the gravity of what Israel is doing.
Janine Walker from the Global Legal Action Network. Now, as talks continue between Ukraine and Russia, increasingly there have been suggestions that Ukraine will have to surrender land in exchange for peace. What does that mean for people living in occupied territories?
They're now Russian.
This war was the deadly siege and capture of the southern city of Mariupol. Since then, it's been extremely hard to get
6
information on
people
what's happening in
now.
the city.
Oh, one's far away. Let's get them first.
Unable to speak out openly.
Sort of far away.
Spoken to a few people in Mariupol and some who escaped.
I gotta make sure not to flip this thing.
Russian occupation. This is Victory Day. People gathered in Mariupol Central Square, which is bathed in Russian colors, blue, white, and red.
Oh, should stick to the road, right? Or the dirt road path.
They show children wearing military costumes parading behind coal tanks. These are Soviet-era traditions that Ukraine had increasingly shunned, but they're being imposed now in occupied territories. Down the street from the square, Mariupol's drama theater, its main landmark. Just over 3 years ago, hundreds who were sheltering in the theater were killed in a targeted Russian bombardment during the deadly siege and assault on Mariupol before it was captured by Russian forces. Now, the drama theater is being reconstructed, and in videos shared by pro-Russia influencers, edited to snazzy music, The exteriors of Mariupol's city center looks
doing bad.
barely any signs of brutal war.
I guess I should have got some closer ones first, so I had more time to get the far away one. They don't give you a lot of bonus time.
We communicated with them over a messaging platform. They can't be identified for fear of reprisal from Russian authorities. This is Mariupol. Look, the water is like Coca-Cola. One resident is heard saying in a video showing the color of the water that's coming from a tap in a bathroom sink. Multiple members of resistance groups in Mariupol have told the BBC about poor quality of water, as did the city's deputy mayor, Serhiy Orlov, who's now in Dnipro, but still in touch with people in Mariupol.
I know that the hardest situation and the most awful situation is with water. Water supply system of Mariupol was built, and there is a necessity that water channel from Seversky Donetsk work to bring water to Mariupol, and now it's constantly stopped.
What?
It means that there is no drinking water at all. So that water
Come on,
that people
Slowpoke.
are using in their everyday life, it does not correspond to any even minimal standard. So in our understanding, the worst and toughest situation with the water.
It's difficult and risky for the Ukrainians who are still living there to
Whoops.
give any
Get
information
up.
to the outside world. We're in the city of Dnipro, and I'm just going to a cafe to meet a 22-year-old student, Andrei Kozushina, who lived under occupation for approximately 1 year before he managed to leave.
Good day, my name is Andrew.
All
Thank you so
right.
much for coming to meet us. In Mariupol, Andrei worked for
1,
one
2,
of
3,
the
4,
resistance
5,
groups.
6.
Я знав, що є Маріуполь спротив, я знав
I would document the movement of military personnel and equipment,
Oh.
take videos and photos of them. I also collected photos and documents related to the city's new administrators.
15
As I
seconds.
understand, Ukrainian intelligence wanted all details of what was happening in Mariupol. I also knew how to hide the information, so that when my phone was checked by Russian soldiers at checkpoints, they didn't find anything.
Can you tell me why you decided to evacuate eventually?
Я чому і виїхав.
They found out. That's why I left. Once, when I was at the store buying bread, I saw a soldier showing my photo to the cashier, asking if they knew who the person was. That's when I realized I had been exposed.
Ну, тоді я зрозумів, що мене шукають, і почав задумуватись про виїзд.
In addition to tracking Russian military movements, members of Ukrainian resistance groups also spray paint messages on walls, post leaflets, to let residents know that the resistance is alive. I asked one activist in Mariupol how he feels about suggestions that Ukraine should give up land in exchange for peace. This isn't his voice.
Giving away territory for a deal with Russia will be betrayal. Dozens risk their lives every day to pass information to Ukraine. Not so that some diplomat in a suit will sign a paper that will hand us over.
They say they want liberation, not peace that comes at a cost. A report from Yogurt.
Oh, come on.
And the BBC has reached out to Mariupol's Russian administration for a response.
The hospital was right there. You could have gone. All these people are lazy. Couldn't they all go themselves? Whatever. Don't question it. It's money, right?
Distribution of BBC NewsHour in the U.S. is supported by BetterHelp, committed to making mental well-being a priority and offering support in taking on everything life demands. With therapists available to communicate via video, chat, or phone at betterhelp.com/public. And Seed's DS-01 is a 24-strain, 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic, engineered to survive digestion, support healthy regularity, and promote whole body health.
Quick.
Learn more at seed.com/public.
Thank you for your support of the BBC World Service on Maine Public Radio. Thanks also to Patriot Subaru, who believe that a positive customer experience is the best measure of success. Learn more at patriotsubaru.com. And Evergreen Home Performance, helping Maine homeowners
Exciting.
insulation and financing with Efficiency Mainspring Bank. More at evergreenyourhome.com.
A group called the Zizzians
Whoa.
has been linked to a string of deaths across the U.S.
What's
and
this,
it has
level
roots in
8?
Silicon Valley AI research.
The inevitability or likelihood of a coming superintelligence.
2 of them are very far. Oh, they're all spread out now.
Is aligned
3 down there.
And morality.
I'm Deborah Becker. Who are the Zizzians?
3
That's on the next On Point.
and 2.
Stay with us for On Point. That's this morning at
I guess
10
I'll
here on
get
Maine Public Radio.
these 3 first.
Solid. Though author Emily Itani
3
no longer lives in
closest.
Japan, she still sets her books there.
I miss it the way that I miss a person, so I really love to write about it because I want to be back there, I suppose, and write myself back into it.
Her latest novel, next time on Here and Now.
Today at noon here on Maine Public Radio.
I'm Celia Hatton with NewsHour, coming to you live on the BBC World Service. Well, Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill is one step closer to becoming law. The sprawling budget legislation passed a major hurdle in the U.S. Senate over
Am I
the
going
weekend,
the
and
right
it's now on its
way?
way to a final
No.
debate and vote in the Senate before going back to Congress. But if Republicans control both houses, why has this bill faced such a bumpy ride so far? We can now speak to Al Weaver, reporter for The Hill, covering the Senate. Al, I'm going to ask you a tough question. What is in Trump's big, beautiful bill?
Well, as he says, there's many things. The big thing is it would make tax cuts that they
Come
passed
on.
in 2017 permanent for many ways. It would also include a bunch of Trump's top items, including no taxes on tips and for overtime, and a couple obviously some business breaks and stuff like that. So, but the big thing for Republicans who are opposing this in part is Medicaid cuts, and that's the health program for poor Americans. And that's how Republicans are funding this bill to us in a sense. So that's kind of been the big thing to watch over here.
How deep would those cuts be?
Pretty deep. I mean, it depends on the state.
All right, the next group of 3, I think, right?
On healthcare side was the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, and in that, many states, I think about
I should go get those 2.
were able to expand Medicaid, and what Republicans are trying to do is claw some of that back. They think the program has become too unwieldy. It's not used to support the people that it was intended to support.
Oh,
So
I'm going where?
on this. The Democrats are hammering them and
Take a hard left
taking
there.
away healthcare from people.
And as you said, Republicans, there's been some infighting on this. What are the
Well,
chances that the bill will pass through the Senate?
Very likely still. I don't see a world where this doesn't get done today or early tomorrow. This is the entire Trump legislative domestic agenda. This is the whole thing in one bill. That's why they call it one big beautiful bill, is because it has everything in it for the most part. Failure for them is not an option. They've been working on this for many years, and also the other reason is because the tax cuts expire at the end of the year. They view that if this doesn't get done or something doesn't get done, then taxes are going to go up on all Americans for the most part.
I go this way? No, I better, well, whatever. Oh, I'm screwing
Talk
up.
us through what's happening today.
Yes, today they're having what they call a vote-a-rama, so it's kind of a marathon session. Most of the Democrats are going to be bringing up amendment after amendment. It's probably going to last somewhere between 12 and 18 hours, somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 amendments. And it's a grueling exercise, and the whole point of it is to ground people down.
45.
So, it's
All right, where's the best way here?
patience, if you will, for a lot of these members, and they'll probably go until the wee hours in the morning.
Okay, so if it passes through the Senate as you predict, what's next in the process?
The bill will go to the House. The House will likely pass it by the end of the week. That is my prediction, at least. I don't see a world in which they don't. The goal has been for months to get this thing done by July 4th, by Independence Day. So that's the goal, that Trump wants to have it signed by then, and then they can move on to other things over here. But that's kind of how we expect things to go here.
And have you been? Did the Democrats put up a good fight on this?
So here's the thing about this bill. Unlike most things in the United States Senate, this does not need 60 votes. This needs a majority vote, so it can be done with only Republicans. This is called budget reconciliation. It is a tool which they can go back. Democrats have used it in the past. Republicans have used it in the past. Most notably for the tax cuts in 2017. And so that's how they're going about this. And Democrats aren't needed for this.
Now the faraway guy.
They're limited in what they can do.
Was it politically risky for Donald Trump to put
Guys.
in one bill?
Absolutely, and that's why a lot of Senate Republicans wanted him to do this.
I guess I should go this way.
The border and military stuff like
Take
that,
a left.
and energy and stuff like that, and then deal with the tax cuts later in the year. In essence, you get a political win on the board early, and then you have time to work through the thorny tax issues. But the only way some of these House conservatives would vote for this bill is if border stuff was included along with it. So that's why they made it one big, beautiful bill.
Thank
Keep
you for taking us
going.
through that one big, beautiful interview. Thank you, Al Weaver, reporter for The Hill, who covers the Senate. Thanks for sticking with us. Now, the jury in a high-profile murder trial of an Australian woman accused of cooking a deadly beef Wellington lunch for relatives is now deliberating after hearing weeks of testimony. Erin Patterson is accused of deliberately putting toxic death cap mushrooms into the meal that she served to her estranged husband's family and then lying about it afterwards. 3 of them died and 1 was seriously ill. But she denies any wrongdoing, saying it was just a tragic accident.
Whoopsie, I poisoned 3 people to death.
Jeanette Jalil.
Here in Morwell, the jury has now finished deliberations for the day, but they're not allowed to go home. They are being sequestered until there is a verdict, and that means they're put up in a hotel, their phones are being removed from them, they won't be able to have contact with family or friends, and they will be returning to the jury room every day for the working hours to deliberate until they come up with a verdict.
Whoop.
They've had 9 weeks of legal arguments and evidence, more than 50 witnesses, and
Come on.
earlier today, before they retired, the
Sorry,
judge finished
my
up
bad.
his directions to the jury, reminding the jury of the case of the prosecution, the case of the defense team.
45,
and telling
nice.
them that they needed to look at the facts in front of them, that it's understandable to have empathy for victims, but they also needed
Now
to
let's
make
get on out of
they're
here.
clear-headed and looking at this and looking at the evidence in front of them, and that was something that was very important, and that's something that's been drilled into the jury from the very beginning, because this is such a highly scrutinised trial because of the media interest.
Yes, it's going to take them quite a lot of time, isn't it, to sift through.
Is that a
all the
mountain, that
statements,
grave?
because it has been quite a long, drawn-out process.
Yeah, so it's been 9 weeks. They've got a big document of the directions, and they can use that as a reference. So there's lots of information to process.
Or is it
Obviously
water?
they've been listening to all of it over the last
What
few
is
weeks
it?
as well, and they have to come back with a unanimous verdict here as well. So that was something the judge made very clear.
Uh-oh.
You can't have a majority verdict. It has to be every single person needs to be in agreement. So
That, I guess I shouldn't mess around again, right?
that the judge has made that clear as well, is that they have the time, but they will not be able to go home until they decide. So they'll even
Stick
work
to
on
the
Saturday.
known
On Sunday,
roadways.
they don't have to work, but they won't be able to return home. They'll have to stay in their accommodation and continue their deliberations on the working days.
Katie Watson on the so-called mushroom
Even if
murder
it's the wrong side of the
trial. There's
road.
a lot more coverage available on the BBC website if you want to delve into it. I'm Celia Hatton. From me and the rest of the team on NewsHour. Thanks for
Level
listening.
9. 4 to go, counting this current one. Alright, 3, 3, and 3. How are we going to do this? The closest one's first, right there.
Committed to help
And that.
support employees through workforce fluctuations. More at HMS.
Wait, these 3, then those 3. Alright.
This On Point is coming up next. You're listening to Maine Public, and this is listener-supported Maine Public Radio. WMEF Fort Kent 106.5, WMEM Presque Isle 106.1, WBSP Millinocket 90.1, WMHD Greenfield
There's the other guy.
89.7,
Or person.
Alice 89.7, WMEH Bangor 90.9, WMEW Waterville 91.3, WBEO Bethel 91.3, WMEP Camden 90.5, WMEA Portland 90.1. And you could also find us online
Whoop,
at
I thought I had you. Quick, get up.
A group called the Zizians has been linked to a string of deaths across the U.S.
A U.S. Border Patrol agent was shot and killed on a highway in Vermont.
The daughter of a slain Delaware County couple is a person of interest now in her parents' murders. 80-year-old
Now,
landlord
whereabouts? How do I get there?
tenants of the Vallejo property.
The Zizians have roots in Silicon Valley AI research.
Keep
and
a
movement
going
known as
straight.
rationalism.
Take a left
The
again.
inevitability or likelihood of a coming superintelligence and the need to ensure that this superintelligence is aligned with human values and morality.
We do not get 50 years to try again and observe that we were wrong, because the first time you fail at aligning something much smarter than you are, you die.
I'm Deborah Becker. Today on Point, who are the Zizians and what do they believe?
And who did they kill?
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. The Senate is debating a tax bill that's a cornerstone of President Trump's second-term agenda. The legislation phases out tax credits for clean energy. And NPR's Michael Copley reports the bill threatens to add a new tax on renewable energy projects.
Clean energy advocates were stunned over the weekend when Republicans proposed a new tax on wind and solar plants that go online after 2027. To avoid the tax, companies would have to prove they've separated their supply chains from China, which would be hard to do given China's dominance of global supply chains. Analysts at the Rhodium Group estimate the tax would add up to 20% to the cost of wind and solar projects. Those taxes, along with the elimination of industry incentives, would cut how many wind and solar plants are built, Rhodium says, likely raise electricity costs on consumers. Michael Copley, NPR News.
North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis has announced he is not running for re-election next year. As NPR's Deirdre Walsh reports, this comes a day after President Trump threatened to back up primary challenger against Tillis next year. Tillis was one of the two Senate Republicans who voted against moving forward with the massive tax and spending bill late Saturday evening. The president lashed out against him on social media, saying he was making a, quote, big mistake. In a statement, Tillis said too many elected officials are motivated by raw politics and, quote, don't give a damn about the people they promised to represent. Democrats are hoping to recruit former North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper to run. The 2026 race is expected to be one of the most competitive in the country. Deirdre Walsh, NPR News, the Capitol. Stocks opened higher this morning after Canada dropped plans for a digital services tax that would have targeted U.S. tech companies. NPR's Scott Horsley reports the Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped about 150 points in early trading.
Canada's digital services tax was set to take effect today, costing U.S. companies such as Google and Amazon. But Canada ditched the tax after President Trump cut off trade talks and threatened to impose higher tariffs on Canadian imports. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says the neighboring countries have agreed to resume negotiations. The U.S. is also threatening higher taxes on goods from other trade
Now
partners
these 3 spread out ones, all right?
that deadline might be pushed back. Home Depot is buying a distributor of commercial building products such as drywall and
I guess we'll go straight for this one I'm heading towards.
$5.5 billion, including debt.
Oh.
Authorities in northern Idaho say 2 firefighters are dead after they were shot while responding to a wildfire. Officials say they believe a gunman set the brush fire yesterday and shot the firefighters as they were working on the blaze. A 3rd firefighter was wounded.
What a bunch
Idaho
of...
authorities say they found a man near the fire using a signal from his cell phone. That man was deceased. They also say they found a gun nearby. It's NPR.
This is Maine Public Radio News. Good morning. I'm Erwin Gratz at 4 minutes after 10. The vote to begin debate on the budget reconciliation.
Now how to get
against 2
there.
U.S. senators. Independent Angus King voted
Down the road.
block consideration of the measure, but Republican Susan Collins voted to bring it to the floor. Collins says she'll seek to amend the measure during debate.
She has yet to say whether she'll vote on the final version of the bill. Maine's black fly season now begins in May and runs until the October frost, according to the University of Maine's Cooperative Extension. The Bangor Daily News reports Jim Dill, pest management specialist, says it used to be that the 2 species of black flies in Maine died off in June, but he says there are now more 40 species of the pest in Maine, and scientific evidence, clean water legislation, and climate change are to blame. Senator Ed Muskie's 1972 Clean Water Act prohibited dumping pollutants into rivers, set wastewater standards, and funded sewage treatment plants. The result was cleaner water that more species of black flies could survive and reproduce in. Bill says covering up and using natural or chemical bug repellent are the best ways to deal with Maine's biting insects. There are 2 outstanding silver alerts this morning. The Warden Service and other agencies are continuing to search for Ralph Hughes of Hollis. Hughes is 76 and believed to have wandered away from his home between 2:30 and 9:30 Sunday morning. The Cumberland County Sheriff's Office is looking for Macaulay Mike Beckett. He was last seen around midnight at his home on Summit Road in Gray. Mr. Beckett is 79 and also has cognitive issues.
All right,
Support
so
for
that is
comes from
3.
ER stations. Other contributors
Now
include
back
the
this
Robert Wood
way.
Johnson Foundation.
Plenty of
RWJF is
time.
national philanthropy working toward a future where health is no longer a privilege
We
but a right. Learn more at rwjf.org.
A typically hot summer day today with high temperatures in the 80s, close to 90 well inland, cooler right along the coast. And tonight, thickening clouds, overnight lows, the mid-50s to mid-60s. Tomorrow we'll have spotty showers and thunderstorms, highs ranging from 70 to 84 degrees. Farther inland where it's hotter, some of the thunderstorms could be severe. That activity will die down tomorrow night. Wednesday will be sunny and warm.
This is On Point. I'm Deborah Becker, in for Magna Chakrabarty. A cult-like group known as the Zizians is believed to be behind a string of violent deaths across the United States. On New Year's Eve in 2022,
all right. 10, 11, 12. 3 more to go.
And killed in their home in suburban Philadelphia.
According to court documents, a ring.
How many are right here?
Of what sounded like
3.
shouting of mom. Then, oh my God, oh my God. The couple's daughter, Michelle, was questioned in the homicide but never charged.
Michelle is linked to the Zizians. She was later arrested as the founder of the group. Earlier, in November of 2022, in California, a landlord named Curtis Lind was stabbed in the chest with a sword. His friend, Patrick McMillan, told authorities that Lind was stabbed in a dispute over unpaid rent.
McMillan says his 80-year-old landlord had been brutally attacked by other tenants of the Vallejo property, who Lind was in the process of evicting because they hadn't paid rent in years.
Now, Lind survived that attack, but he was stabbed again in January of
Wow.
this time to death.
Oh my
Also in
God.
January, a Border Patrol agent in Vermont was killed in a shootout during a traffic stop involving 2 people.
Authorities say the agent was killed in the line of duty yesterday on Interstate 91 in Coventry. As you see here, it's about 20 miles south of the Canadian
2
border.
over there.
The FBI says one suspect in the shooting was also killed, and a second suspect, a U.S. citizen,
1, 2,
was injured and taken
3.
into custody.
The people allegedly involved in all of this violence have ties to a transgender woman blogger who goes by the
I guess
name
I'll get
of Ziz.
these guys
The group
next.
appears to have been nicknamed the Zizians by an anonymous blogger. The Zizians have roots in Silicon Valley AI research and a community known as the Rationalists. So, who are the Zizians? What do they believe? And how are they connected to rationalists in the world of AI research?
And why are they
Max
killing
Reed joins
people?
us now to answer some of those questions. He's a journalist and author of the Substack newsletter Read Max. Max, welcome back to On Point.
Hi, Deborah. How are you?
I'm okay. Let's start with the Zizians, the group, and we should say they may not call themselves that, and the group's founder known as Ziz. Tell us a little more.
So Ziz comes from Alaska. She went to school at Fairbanks and moved to the Bay Area in 2016. And she wanted to find a job in the tech industry and become involved in what's known as AI safety or AI alignment,
which at the time, you know, we probably all
45.
more recently because of how big the AI industry has become. But
All
at the time,
right.
it was a much more sort of niche concern.
Should I stay on the
Which was
roads?
that as we were creating more and more
I
powerful
think
AI
this is the
systems, we might one day see
safe
systems
place
so
to
powerful,
drive,
so
right?
intelligent, so conscious that we have an obligation to ensure that it's aligned with human values, so to speak. And
And drop them up. Wait.
this was at the time and still is a main concern.
I
of
get
what's
more
known as the
time if there's
rationalist
3 in a
movement,
thing,
what used to
right?
call itself the rationalist movement. And she became
1, 2,
involved with a bunch of
3.
people who were interested in
1,
similar
2.
ideas. She would go to lectures, attend workshops.
Get 1 and come back, I
At some
guess.
point, she
There's
switched
4
to
over there.
rationalists. Essentially, she starts to believe that they're not.
There's
taking
5
seriously
over
enough
there.
The sort of AI alignment
1.
problem, that there are PR issues involved with some of the people leading the movement.
So I should drop these guys off, even though I won't get anything.
When she protests a gathering of rationalists with a bunch of her friends.
That works.
Who we would call the Zizians, though I don't think they would call themselves the Zizians. They're all wearing Guy Fawkes masks in the manner of Anonymous and handing out flyers instructing people to spurn the rationalist leadership. They get arrested. They post bail. This is just before the pandemic. So the courts are moving extremely slowly, and they kind of disappear, so to speak. There's not a lot of records about what's happening for the next few years. Then we get to this altercation in Vallejo, where the 80-year-old landlord who owned a kind of a piece of property where he was renting out space for people to park RVs, a lot of artists and programmers, had finally confronted a group of people who were living on this property who hadn't paid rent in a long years. And they end up stabbing him, apparently from behind, with a samurai sword. He shoots one of the people, a woman named Emma Borhanian, who dies. Another one, Somni, the person who goes by the name Somni, who actually stabbed Lynn, survived. As it turns out, Ziz, who nobody has really heard of for a while, and whose lawyer had previously said might in fact be dead, was still alive and present at the scene. The cops, for whatever reason, don't actually arrest Ziz. They drop her off at the hospital because she says she's in pain, and she sort of disappears again, only to pop up again a few weeks later in Pennsylvania, where she is arrested for obstruction of justice and disorderly conduct in connection with the homicides of the Zizkos, whose daughter, Michelle, who went by Plum online, is a friend of Ziz. Ziz gets
tearing it up.
Sort of is largely unheard of again. Then, as we've been hearing, in January, Carl Lind is stabbed and killed by a data scientist named Maximilian Snyder, or allegedly by a data scientist named Maximilian Snyder, who, as it turns out, had previously a woman named Teresa Youngblood, who happened to be one of the
no time. Whatever. I guess it's
so at this point, there's enough sort of
only when you pick them up or something. I don't know.
These crimes for her to be arrested, at which point she is and remains in jail as of this moment.
You need a chart here to try to keep track.
It's very much a corkboard and red thread kind of a case.
Try to keep track of everybody. But I guess what is
We
really sort of the big or main theme here connected to these killings? Like, why, rationalists, if they are in fact supposed to use scientific thought, right, to improve the world and to do good, how do we go from that to Zizians who are clearly using violence, and how is that all sort of interconnected? Do you know?
Yeah, this is a good and sort of difficult question. I mean, it seems worth noting that the rationalist movement, so to speak, what is called rationalism in this context and in the Bay Area and around Silicon Valley, is maybe not identical to the rationalism of, say, Rene Descartes or, the philosophers who might have called themselves rationalists. It's in some ways a sort of self-help movement, and in some ways a kind of gathering place for people with particular interest in AI and other kinds of big long-term thinking.
All right, almost.
Isn't simply using reason to live a better life or to, figure out what a good politics might be, but to kind of unburden yourself of the conventional wisdom or morality that is irrational and therefore holding you back from understanding the sort of the true best in life. And I think that means in practice, sort of pursuing these very abstract.
All right, 2 levels to go.
And then trying to live your life in concert with
$5,000.
So maybe a less difficult.
How's my battery? 51, 1014. 1 viewer and 2 thumbs up.
Which is the sort of philanthropic idea that.
All right, let's see here. Let's plot it out. Level 11, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11.
It turns out that buying mosquito netting to prevent malaria in sub-Saharan Africa
2
is
here.
dollar for dollar the best way to save lives.
But I'm still I don't mean to interrupt you because we will get into this, but I still am.
How many there? 4.
What kind of extremes the Zizians have gone to, this sort of subsect of rationalism first, and why? What would have led them to do that?
I guess I should get this one, then grab 2 here, so there's 3. All right.
Yeah, I mean, think about how strongly
Which one?
come to believe
The one right in town here. Oh, come on.
You can feel pain. And if you take serious this idea, if you take it so seriously that you rearrange your life around it, you might begin to believe that you're justified in killing people in order to do so, or that any lives you take in pursuit of your goal are collateral damage at best.
Straight on.
Is ultimately a righteous cause.
I mean, I think it's a big jump from vegan to people. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to defend this.
Okay. So, as you said, Ziz sort of took these ideas to the extreme anyway, or at least the way defended it among members of the so-called Zizian group. But I wonder, were there other things that suggest perhaps that this went way beyond AI, that these ideas and the philosophies that she was espousing really were more than artificial intelligence or the fate of humanity? It was really about the nature of human beings, right?
Come on.
Yeah, so Ziz had this idea that I mean, you know, we want to preface all this. This is all sort of happening on blogs. Like Ziz is writing these blogs that espouse these long philosophies that I think you or I, if we say, this sounds crazy, and I'm about to say it, and I suspect you will think to yourself, this sounds crazy. But Ziz's idea is that everybody has sort of there are 2 separate hemispheres in your brain, and these hemispheres contain different persons or personalities, almost like dissociative identity disorder. And these hemispheres can be debucketed and given independent awareness, so that they can each have their own sort of identity and personage. And you can do this by taking hallucinogenic drugs. You could do it by experimenting with sleep deprivation, essentially. And Ziz has this kind of moral hierarchy of people where some people are good
57 seconds back there.
Animals. Some people are in fact good in both brains, and it's extremely rare to be good in both brains. And Ziz is one of very few people who is good in both brains.
Of course. So yeah, as you said, Ziz is in prison. Is it still a group? Is it still a force? Are the Zizians still with us?
As far as we know, not really. I mean, this was always a relatively small group of people who were ever involved, and many of them are now, frankly, dead or in prison. You know, one of the interesting things about trying to track this story is that for a group most of whose activity was online, the members, and Ziz herself, have managed to keep quite low profile. So it's actually a little bit hard to know exactly where every single member is at any given moment, what they're up to, what they're doing. But it doesn't seem like there has been a replacement leader, let's say, or that other members of the Zizian group have decided to carry on with more criminal activity in the wake of Ziz's imprisonment.
Okay, we're talking about a group known as the Zizians. When we come back, we'll talk more about the Zizians' connection to Silicon Valley and to artificial intelligence. I'm Deborah Becker. This is On Point.
Got it. Well,
On Point on Maine Public Radio is made possible by our contributing listeners with help from Bowdoin College. where the Museum of Art presents Painted Time, Moons, works by Ian Craven, bowdoin.edu/arts, and Maine Woodland Owners, an association providing support and assistance.
Get out of here. So it's only the first time you drop them off, you get the bonus. All right. Guess I'll go to that. Go up this here road.
We've placed our Summer Breeze signs around the state. When you find one, simply take a selfie in front of the sign. Use the QR code on the sign to submit your photo.
Maybe I'll stream all day. I don't have anything else to do, really. Oh, the stupid nighttime fog. Oh, you're down there for a change.
Comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and Made in Cookware. Made in Cookware is
Why don't you ride your motorcycle?
And designed for restaurants and home kitchens around the world.
Now, how do I get to this next one?
At madeincookware.com.
Oh, and there's 4 of them there. Oh, well, whatever.
Mental well-being a priority and offering support in taking on everything life demands. With therapists available to communicate via video, chat, or phone at betterhelp.com/.
Come on, Fog, get out of here.
This is On Point. I'm Deborah Becker. We're talking about a group known as the Zizians, which has been linked to a string of violent deaths across the U.S. Journalist Max Reed is with us. He's author of a Substack called Reed Max. The Zizians group has roots in
Silicon Valley. Am I going the wrong way? Yes. I gotta take a right.
The rationalists. So we want to take a minute now to take a closer look at who the rationalists are. One of the leading thinkers in rationalism is Elia Zurkowski, who's known for, I'm sorry, I may have said that wrong. It's Eliezer Yurkowski, who is known for his warnings about the dangers of AI. On the Robinson Earhart podcast this month, Yurkowski explained that he's worried that AI will kill all humans.
AI companies,
oh well, what can you do about it?
Get smarter and smarter. They get to something eventually that is smarter than us, that can kill us, that is motivated to kill us, not because it, inherently wants us dead, but because it's best universe where it gets the most of what it wants. All the atoms are being used for things that are not
people
left.
In fact, Yurkowski is now so concerned about superintelligent AI making humans extinct, he says AI shouldn't be built at
When will
all.
this happen?
He recommends
Too late, it's already been built,
what are
right?
known as GPUs, graphics processing units. That's a technology used in training AI.
Have an international crackdown on the GPUs, not in any one country. This is everyone's problem. I mean, the basic description I would give to the current scenario is, if anyone builds it,
no more consoles with better graphics.
You're not going to solve the alignment problem in the next couple of years.
Am I going the wrong way?
Break, you were talking about
yes, I think.
How the Zizians were really sort of a subsect of rationalists. Can you explain how this
yeah, I'm going the wrong way.
That's
I better turn around, I think.
With rationalist thought?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the most...
I hope that didn't screw everything up.
Experiments that rationalists like to run with themselves, and the experiment goes something like,
I think I'm all right.
Progressing. It will eventually progress into a superintelligence. If that superintelligence doesn't properly share human values, it could accidentally or on purpose kill us all and destroy the entire world. And I recognize personally
accidentally. What if it does it on purpose?
That step-by-step description of what's happening, and I think that rationalists would insist that I'm oversimplifying it, and they're right to some extent, but that is the basic direction there. And because the scale of the Armageddon being imagined is so huge, the quest to align to ensure that AI is safe, or
I hope I have enough time
to not build AI at all, crowds out any other concern or any other idea of
what's the way.
So how many rationalists are there? I mean, I've seen some suggestions that there are hundreds of thousands of people who are involved in this kind of thinking and considering the implications, and we should say not just of artificial intelligence, but other problems of the world as well.
Yeah, I mean, hundreds of thousands is not a crazy number to put on it if you include the broad rationalist in the broadest sense. And, you know, I think there's a lot of people who are strongly influenced by rationalist thinking or by the rationalist movement who absolutely don't agree with the kind of AI apocalypse scenario that Bukowski likes to put forward. And, you know, rationalism is not, it's not a church. It's not a membership organization. It's a few websites and a few nonprofits that people gather around, and there's meetups in cities all over the place.
Plenty of time. All right.
This sort of real hardcore of rationalism, which is mostly concentrated in the Bay Area, that attends the workshops and goes to the seminars and is deeply involved in debates on these websites, is much smaller than hundreds of thousands. You know, I would cap it. It's a couple thousand people at absolute most, and probably fewer.
And yet we do know that big names in the AI community, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, right? They've hired from within the rationalist community. They've spoken at rationalist events and done things like this. So is rationalism almost a look at the psyche of Silicon Valley, or was it? I mean, could you call it that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, one of the maybe the most prominent example of the influence of rationalism is that OpenAI was started as a nonprofit intended to build a artificial intelligence that was aligned with human values, not as an explicitly rationalist project, but certainly as one in line with rationalist values. And I think the story of OpenAI, as it's progressed from this nonprofit to Sam Altman now trying to turn it into a profit-making company much more similar to an Apple or a Facebook,
I forgot.
is a little bit reflective
Straight up, I'm going there.
The ambivalent attitude I think that many Silicon Valley titans have towards rationalism and towards AI. You say, is it a look at the psyche? You know, this sci-fi story that Bukowski is trying to tell about AI. If you switched out a few proper nouns, there is also a sci-fi story about software conquering the world. There's also a sci-fi story about capitalism conquering the world. And to me, I think there's a kind of projection going on, you know, that people are attracted to these stories because they can see a version of it happening somewhere, but have trouble sort of facing the way that it's happening already.
But these are very prominent people, though, that we're talking about, that are, you know, familiar with.
All right, final level. Hopefully I don't screw up.
Yeah, you know, again, this is an interesting kind of shift that's been going on.
How many are around me right here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 over there. These are the first 6 I will get.
Really truly believe in the idea of an oncoming.
Only 2 over there.
In fact, disastrous to the human race. And for a long
And
time,
4 there. All right, got to split those 2 up.
People like Altman or Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella.
Wait, 3 and 3, that's 6. 12, all right.
Like a marketing tool. You know, we're so close to creating a god in our computers. It feels science fictional and futuristic and crazy. Now that we're at a point where maybe we can start making money from AI, and you have all these guys flapping their gums about how it might actually kill us all, it's become very inconvenient for rationalism to have as prominent a place as it once did. So you see sort of you know, corporate drama like at OpenAI 18 months ago when Sam Altman was briefly forced out over precisely these kinds of discussions. So, you know, rationalism is still enormously influential in Silicon Valley, but I think its influence is maybe waning a bit, or it's shifting a little bit as artificial intelligence becomes more prominent as a profit center for the industry.
Now, you mentioned the role of effective altruism before the break, so I'm wondering if you could tie that in a little bit for us and explain
Ambulance full.
The money backer of a lot of rationalist thought.
To some extent, you know, effective altruism, as I think I was saying before the break, has branches that are much more focused on things like mosquito nets to prevent malaria and really specifically trying to save the most lives as possible per dollar. But there is a kind of heavily abstract version of
now we get those,
the philosopher Will McCaskill,
these 3.
What's called long-termism, which is effectively
I guess I'll get
should be putting your money towards and your charitable and philanthropic efforts.
Where am I going?
Not just people who are alive today, but people who
turn it around.
In the future, that those people deserve our consideration, perhaps more than the people who are alive today. And again, this is a similar sort of abstract philosophical game with real-world consequences. Sam Bankman-Fried sort of famously believed in what's called earn to give, which is that you should make as much money as possible in order to donate as much money as possible and channel it towards your preferred effective altruistic charities. And you know, it's not that much of a leap to take that seriously and then decide, well, what's a little bit of fraud if it means I'm making more money in order to donate it to even better charities to even further these goals. You know, the ends, as in any kind of form of
And keep a little for yourself, right?
The question of whether or not the ends justify the means very quickly. And for a lot of people like Sam Bankman-Fried, the ends very clearly justify
the trailer park.
And so when we were talking about this group, the Zizians, explain to me then the split there. Was it because even in those years when the Zizians started gathering some momentum, that it was already clear that rationalism was sort of waning, or not necessarily?
No. So around the time that Ziz really broke off, so you know, I would say, as a kind of hedge to all this, is that this is
starting to feel hungry. Oh my God.
It's a tightly knit and I would say emotionally intense group of people. And I think that to some extent splits like this happen just because personalities simply don't align. And I think, you know, given what we know about Ziz, it's maybe not surprising that she didn't align with a lot of other people, that she had trouble meshing and gelling. But really specifically, her initial complaint around
all right, where to next?
Where she protested with her friends and followers and handed out pamphlets was this
One, two,
a sort of a rot at the heart of rationalism.
and get one of those, I guess.
What were at the time
hope I don't starve to death.
Rumors about sexual assault, rape, even pedophilia, sort of at the upper echelons of the organization. And interestingly, Ziz was not quite saying, this is all bunk because because these people are creeps and predators and awful. She was saying the fact that these prominent people are being accused of being creeps and predators is going to undermine our movement. This is a complicated issue, but it has come out since then through a lot of meticulous reporting that there does seem to be a kind of endemic sexual harassment problem in rationalism, that there are a lot of people who are being preyed on in one way or another, and that I think that has maybe helped a little bit of the fraying that has occurred and the waning of the influence.
Mm-hmm. And so have there been other split-off groups besides Zizians that have also said there's a problem here and I would like to take some of these tenets and continue to work on them, but in a different way?
Which way to go? Make sure I don't go the wrong way.
I think definitely there are lots of
I guess I can take that left.
Still call themselves rationalists, but as I said,
I'm gonna keep going straight
whole AI
instead, though.
There are also a number of groups that could be sort of credibly accused of being cults or cult-like in the same way the Zizians are. There have been a few different essays written. You know, in 2021, a woman named Zoe Kersey wrote a post about a nonprofit called Leverage Research, which was a sort of rationalism adjacent group that featured what they called debugging sessions, where they would articulate demons inside their psyches and then flush it out of their systems using so-called debugging tools. They were expecting to take over the U.S. government.
That one.
Very much like a cult to me. A woman named Jessica Taylor, who has also written a lot about the Zizians and who is involved in two of the most prominent rationalist groups, the Machine Intelligence Research Institute and the Center for Applied Rationality, wrote about her experiences with those two groups, again, involving these sort of debugging, deprogramming ideas, feeling like she was being isolated from her friends and family because she was working on these cosmically high-level problems. There's a person named Michael Vassar who has been accused of sort of cultivating a cult-like atmosphere around himself. So, you know, you don't want to over-rely on the idea that these are really specific sects or cults that are
pick up what one of them
and have bunk beds in some basement somewhere. But there's obviously some dynamic at the core of what's going on in the rationalist movement and at the very heart of the rationalist movement.
Almost there. Almost done with this garbage.
Right. And what dynamic is it? Would you say it's a psychological dynamic almost of the members who sort of think of leaving conventional societal thought and come up with their own ideas, and there may be some.
I'm gonna outrun you. I win.
Manipulated. I mean, how do you describe
straight up?
Yeah, I mean, I think that rationalism itself, the tenets of rationalism, tend to encourage.
Oh, I hope I have enough time.
Cults, you know.
Did I do something wrong?
You say if you want to be a rationalist, you need to be curious. You need to want to improve yourself. You need to be
insecure about your own sort of epistemological, ontological frameworks. You need to believe that there maybe is a higher, different, better, rational truth that you don't have access to yet. You need to be able to pursue that, and then also you need to be able to follow that, you know, the conclusions that you reach. You need to be able to follow them to their fullest extent, so to speak. And again, these are all
right, I better hurry.
qualities that I think in the abstract or in the individual we might say it's good. It's good to be curious. It's good to, you know, be epistemically humble and to say I don't really know everything. But you take it all together and you put it in a place. You put around a bunch of people who feel like they've really figured it out, who feel like they understand what's coming, and
All right.
kind of got a.
This is the final
This kind of cult that you got a bunch
whatnot,
of
right?
things. You know, and I think there's a sort of historical context here, which is that California, and especially the Bay Area, has for a long time been a breeding ground for seekers and searchers who come from all over the country, who arrive somewhere in these sort of vaguely self-help, vaguely political, vaguely whatever groups that turn out to be indistinguishable from cults, more or less, and sometimes quite violent cults. So I think that, you know, part of what's going on, I don't think it's an accident, for example, that Ziz's group seems to be composed of a majority of trans people. Not to say that, that this is like inherent in any trans person, but if you run away from home,
409,
really
409.
place, you're struggling with questions of identity, you're struggling with questions of belonging and family, you're very intelligent, you're a programmer, you're computer interested, you're interested in philosophy, you can see how, you know, finding yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time, you might end up with a bunch of people who are going to take advantage of you.
Whoa.
So you think that
Don't screw it up now, right?
characteristic of the group members?
All right, I got it. Unless something insane happens.
People who are susceptible to this, I think there's the other version of that is people who probably always would have been a cult leader of some kind. You know, that the movement is also very friendly to domineering, charismatic, I know what's right kinds of people who can walk in and command attention in that way. You know, I think that it's the combination of the psychological profile with the particular tenets of belief that sort of is a difficult brew to kind of be a part of and not find yourself falling prey to cult-like ideas.
Right, but typically, doesn't there also have to be a fear, right? A fear of something happening if you don't go along with this kind of thinking. And so, is the fear the destruction of the world by
Take
AI,
that.
and is that a concept
Straight
that
up, right? Or is it the turn? Straight up.
hard to avoid?
I think that's the main one, yeah. You know,
I think I'd remember by now.
Fear is also about, is about animal genocide, effectively, animal omnicide. There's
It's like this one's done for.
In some unbelievable crime against sentience that we need to push ourselves out of. But AI is the sort of dominant, some version of the AI fear, I think, is the dominant fear around the campuses, around the sort of seminars and groups that we're talking about. And I think that
with 2 minutes to spare, 2:05 even, 04, 3. Wow, big money, maximum health increased, yeah. All right, big money. Not enough to buy one of those expensive places, though. Get a little health boost.
We'll hear from someone who works in AI research about
now I gotta make it back into town.
The rationalists. I'm Deborah Becker. This is On Point.
And save before I do anything
Support for
too
AI
drastic.
coverage in On Point comes from MathWorks,
Oh,
creator
is
of
that the
MATLAB
police?
and
I don't
Simulant
want your
software
vehicle.
For technical computing and model-based design. MathWorks, accelerating the pace of discovery in
I
engineering
could just
and
take
science.
the ambulance,
Learn
but I'm
more at
sick of it.
mathworks.com.
I've had enough of the ambulance. I want something cool to drive. As cool as this gets anyway up here. Not a tractor. Come on, a truck, something, yeah, a big rig.
On the next Maine Calling, the best of Maine. I'm Cindy Hahn.
All right, let's get out of
what
here.
People, places, events, or objects best represent Maine?
Keep
what would you
going.
say? Hard to narrow
Take a
down,
left
but
here.
that's what the Maine Atlas aims to do as part of the year-long celebration of America's 250th birthday. Let us know what you think ought to be included. Maine Calling, Monday, live at 11 and again at 8 on Maine Public Radio.
From bookstores to banks, cookware to car repair, a wide variety of
Where am
businesses
I?
and organizations join listeners and viewers in supporting
Oh, I want to be on the highway.
Radio, Maine Public Classical,
I don't
and
think I'll
Maine
be able to
Public
make it up
Television.
there.
They
So I'll
understand the
take a
value of our
right.
service and see the impact of connecting with you, Maine Public's listeners and viewers. If you'd like to hear
Losing
your
my
business
muscle.
or organization on the air, visit mainepublic.org to learn more, or give us a call
All right, let's get this
884-1717
hunk of junk
and ask
moving.
for Dionysia Gaddis. Again, that's
It's too slow.
884-1717, and you'll want to ask for
Out a
Dionysia
motorcycle.
Gaddis. Thanks. On Point on Maine Public Radio is made possible by our contributing listeners
We
with help from
momentum.
Portland Stage, presenting Murder for Two, a hilarious musical mystery through August 17th. Tickets and information at portlandstage.org. And Tandem Coffee Roasters, devoted to spreading joy since 2012. TandemCoffee.com.
Oh,
Support for AI coverage in On Point comes from MathWorks,
give
creator
me
of
that.
MATLAB and Simulink software for technical computing and model-based design. MathWorks, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science.
Give me that.
Learn more at mathworks.com. And Seed.
Come on.
DS01 is a 24-strain, 2-in-1 probiotic and prebiotic, engineered to survive digestion, support healthy regularity, and promote whole body health. Learn more at
More of this.
seed.com/public.
This is
On the
Point.
freeway.
I'm Deborah Decker. A quick word about a show we're working on for later this week. We're looking into the best ways to live healthier for longer. And we want to know how you're thinking about your lifespan.
Yeah, check that
What are you
speed
doing
up.
now to live healthy well into old age?
Woo!
When did you start to adjust your routines? Plus, what
Ouch.
questions do you have about longevity?
Where am
We'll
I?
put those to super
Am I in
aging
town
expert
yet?
Dr. Eric Topol.
Pretty
Share your
much.
experience by
Close.
recording a message in the On Point Vox Pop app. If it's not on your phone already, just search for On Point Vox Pop wherever you get your apps. You can leave us a voicemail as
Why does he
well
put
at
his head back like that?
617-353-0683. That's 617.
Oh, come on. Way the F down there.
We're talking this hour about the debate over AI research and rationalism. It's a movement
A
focused on
cab, I'll
protecting
take it.
society from various things, including runaway artificial intelligence. Now, this idea of rationalism was introduced to Sonia Joseph when she was just 14 years old. That's when she stumbled on an online post by Eliezer Yudkowsky called Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality.
So it's the same setup as the original Harry Potter, except in this version, Harry is supposed
Oh, I
to be
wanted
like a
to.
hyper genius. He's like a child prodigy. So he uses his intellect, but also these principles of rationalism to make his way about the wizarding world. And like, it's very much like a fiction that values reason, agency, intellect, like thinking from first principles. So we'll have these experiments where like Harry and Draco will try to run these scientific studies as to whether
How's that?
and like they discover that they're not.
Sonia loved the fan fiction, and she
Losing
wanted to
my
learn more.
muscles. So
When she went to
annoying.
college around 2013, she found a rationalist community that met online and in person to talk about AI research and other ideas. So she started going to rationalist get-togethers. After she graduated, Sonia moved to San Francisco for a job in AI research. A lot of her roommates were rationalists.
One of the houses I stayed at was a
Woo!
Victorian mansion near Alamo Square.
Get
You
some
enter, and there
food.
are all these rooms, and there's often like a common area, and people will gather on the couches in the common area and all talk about AI killing us. A lot of the roommates would work at the two major AI labs there. These houses would often become like professional networking grounds for breaking into AI. We'd invite speakers to come over and like give talks. We would often like host parties. There would often be like drug use at these houses. But it's always framed under like, we're going to use LSD or ayahuasca to like explore consciousness. Like it's not framed in like a party animal rave kind of way. It's framed in like an intellectual, cerebral way.
And this world, Sonia says,
Why did I get back here?
So if you're living in a house with a bunch of other AI researchers who all believe that we're going to die in 2 years, and that's like the only thing you're surrounded by, it's like 24/7, there's no escape, and like work and life are very blurred. And of course, we have like billions of dollars flowing into this ecosystem, so like power dynamics and like relational dynamics all get like blurred up in a way that I think is unhealthy at best, and at worst, it can actually lead to these strong conflicts.
Even though she spent a lot of time with rationalists and takes AI safety seriously, Sonia says she considered herself outside of the rationalist community. She says she didn't like the way she felt and the way she and other women were treated by the community. For example, she met one rationalist who told her that he was the inspiration for the Voldemort character in the rationalist Harry Potter fan fiction.
He would go on to say some pretty concerning things to me when we got dinner. Like, you need to think from first principles.
You're gonna watch me work out.
Human society doesn't make sense. Things like the age of consent.
Whoops, what did I pick for
with young girls, like 12-year-old girls, are actually normal. It's like a normal transfer.
I was paying attention.
It's stuff that like I found like very morally concerning, but I think there's a stereotype or among like certain like libertarian spheres which overlap with rationalist spheres.
320, all right.
Drive morality and a lot of things that we take for granted as like human rights become open for debate again.
Eventually, Sonia decided she had to get away from Silicon Valley. As she tells it, she wanted some distance from some of the quote culty behavior. So,
Pumping iron.
Where she's now a visiting AI researcher at Meta and working on a PhD. She says many rationalist ideas have become well known in the past few years, but for her, they don't have the same appeal.
Because like 10 years ago, it was so niche. It's like, Mom, I'm talking to this like fringe cult on the internet. But all these ideas have become so mainstream.
How much more?
Become mainstream. And in my opinion, this is a good thing because it's harder to be culty when you're so mainstream. But I often do miss the esoteric aspect of it. It's like it was like being part of like a secret society or something.
That's Sonia Joseph. She's an AI
Getting that muscle up there. Yeah, a couple more, right? 29,
Reed is with us today.
30 years, 26.
Newsletter Read Max. And Max, I wonder, do you think that's sort of a typical experience that we just heard from Sonia there about getting involved in this community and perhaps becoming disillusioned by it?
That muscle way up there.
Said, especially around the pandemic, there was a
He's getting sexier. See that? That's what it says.
And I think especially young women who became involved and found themselves.
Where's that other homie?
Exactly the kinds
there
of
were 3.
Heard,
what, one of them ended up dead somehow?
Pure pursuit of rational ideas at the heart of what was going on, but the same kinds of messed up social dynamics that they were experiencing elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. And what about I know we spoke a little bit about this before the break, but what about the psychology here, this idea of perhaps feeling special in a way? It was in the Harry Potter fiction, fan fiction about this. It was this idea that you're special, you're chosen.
I guess I'll read again.
The world from this awful thing. I wonder how that idea of importance plays in here.
I think one thing I would say is I think the kind of person who becomes attracted to this is likely a really intelligent person who maybe has had some trouble in social situations.
Yeah, you just saw it, remember?
So that you are maybe outpacing your peers in math or science or reading.
We're gonna kill some suckers.
Having a little bit of trouble getting along with other people. And you
Where are they?
This version of Harry Potter, say, that speaks to the way you think about things and tells you that you're not the weird one necessarily. You're not the crazy one. I'm not saying this is a universal experience necessarily, but a version of that.
They got better weapons now, right?
And that is built upon by the structure of rationalist thought, where it's not, you are the special one, you are the Harry Potter, so to speak, who is able to see the world in the right way, who's able to see the sort of the rational structures undergirding the world, and you can be part of this group of people that's going to save us all from
from destruction by AI. I mean, that's a really powerful story.
All the police are angry.
If you're hearing it at a time
Get him.
you're otherwise not particularly valued or you're not feeling
Oh, they're doing good.
yourself. And I think that's an obvious.
Oh, you're gonna ride around with me?
Right, but many times in groups like this that are described as being cult-like, they have ways to keep people in line to make sure that they don't speak out.
Oh, they're killing my
say
dudes.
things that the group doesn't want out in public, things about the sexual harassment that you talked about and Sonia talked about, and things like that. So, what are the methods that they use? Is there anything? How do they retaliate if they think something is not accurate or goes against?
They killed my homie.
Trying to achieve?
Well, there's a few ways to answer this question. I mean, one is that I think for people who notice, say, sexual harassment and feel compelled to speak out about it, but maybe still buy into the basic tenets of rationalism, the leverage is if you speak out about this, you're going to destroy our mission of stopping bad AI. So you need to keep quiet because the whole thing is going to fall apart. Another thing is, I mentioned this before the break, a lot of people end up isolated from their friends and family because this work becomes so all-consuming to them that they get so deeply involved that they don't really have anywhere else to turn. So the leverage there is less a threat.
All right, I think it's time for, pardon me, a smoke break.
That there's no one to complain to, nowhere to make a change from. And then, I think the
4.5 hours.
The final problem
is it
here
noon?
is just that there's
It's 10:50.
once you're partway in, it's very hard to sort of pull yourself all the way out. But if you enter this because you already think of the world in this kind of partly rational
All
way,
right, unplug the smellophone.
exactly all the connections that have
That was my battery. 51.
That's a really hard thing to accomplish.
What would you say maybe replaced or now complements rationalism?
Come on,
in
chair.
Silicon Valley, if anything, if this was sort of a big tenet, and as you said,
How you like that? My dad gave me this hat.
lots of folks questioning exactly.
I don't wear hats, but that's pretty awesome. Nice wall hanger. Has a tag on it. Light on the subject here. Oh, there it goes. Come on, smellophone. Here you can see, what can you see? Whatever, I'm just gonna set it up. There, Barney Rubble and some California raisins and whatnot. Oops, it fall down. Roll a cigarette. All right, hold on.
All of this money and power concentrated in AI and this movement. I mean, what do you think it means for people who are
All right, let's roll that cigarette. Today, Monday. Oh, I didn't pick someone up here. Napoleon Bonafrog, you're standing back up. There, now they're all correct and standing or whatever.
And that's what he's saying. Stop filming it.
Yeah, and I will say, like journalists like myself, that is really good copy, and so it's really nice to write about it and say something like that. But then you go and you talk to people who are keeping these systems, and I also think as all of us start to get more familiar with the capabilities of programs like ChatGPT, it becomes more and more clear how much leap of logic it requires to go from the thing that will produce text for you on a whim to the thing that is going to put us all in I don't know what, jail or destroy us with nuclear weapons or whatever. And so that that kind of hyper, that overstated, apocalyptic case, just because it hasn't really panned out, not only does it mean that it gets taken somewhat less seriously over the years, it also means that people who are working on other areas who have other concerns or other ideas about how AI might work and might be implemented if they don't have a space for themselves, for better answers.
I don't know how this cigarette turned out. Good enough.
What do you think that this idea of rationalists and sort of the Zizians as a subset of rationalists that really
Let's grab a vanilla classic French vanilla, yummy. Carnation breakfast essentials. You're gonna love it in an instant. Got everything. Waka. Wah, wah, wah. Let's see how much nicer it's gotten. If at all. Let's go check it out. Warm. Very warm. I guess I'll sit my keister down. Ugh. All right, so what have I done today so far? Pimping and that courier thing. And what else was it? Pimping, courier, and ambulance. Very productive, all within 4.5 hours. Oh, yeah. Next up, I believe I will attempt the firefighter missions. Why are these cigarettes burning so fast? I'm not putting enough tobacco in them. All right, earned myself a break. Ouch. What's up with that? Rickety. Tweet. What's been happening? Not a lot. 2 viewers, how you doing? Honk. What's that, a fire truck? Hey, it's macaroni. Kitty. Yeah, loud. Yeah, I just got some chills. Maybe from drinking this beverage, I don't know. Boopity boppity boo. Probably gonna smoke another one. I ought to roll a doobie with tobacco in it, a spliff for it. I don't smoke those very often. Almost never, really. I think I'll do that, though. Tobacco cigarette. Or cigarette joint combo spliff. Wee wah woo. Dispose of these cigarettes in the spent container. Yeah, this is going to be an extended break here. Gonna go back in for a moment. Kitty. Whoa. Almost fall over. Alright, let's roll that doobie. It's not gonna roll itself now, is it? Where's the space to do such? Oh, my yucky spoon. I ought to throw that in the sink, huh? Alright, what's in the grinder? Not a lot. Oopsie. How dreadful. How dreadful. Let's see what's going on here. How's that other one looking? I got 3 of them at the moment. That's gonna save that one. We'll save those. A little more of this one. All right, grindage. Whoops. Alright. Sorry for the slow process here. And the extended break. There's what, Grover and Oscar and the rest. Alright, so let's try to roll a doobie slash joint, a spliff here, right? Add some tobacco into it. Hold on. Oh, it's right there. Ugh. Mm-hmm. Tobacco. Pretty stupid, but whatever, I'm doing it anyway. Hold on.
Great, and so we'll hear a lot more about this project, but that's just one of the ways we're doing it.
All right, let's try and roll it up. Mix this together some. I'm feeling a little British today, smoking a spliff. It's like it needs more tobacco. Maybe not. It's pretty fatty here. I don't know what's up with my breath right now. All right. Pretty yuck, huh? Oops. Almost ready to roll.
America's 250th birthday belongs to all of us. And so that's what this project is about. It's about celebration. It's about coming together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wonderful. Thank you. We'll hear more about it from Sarah in a moment, but that was Shanna Bellows, Maine Secretary of State and head of Maine Semi-Tricentennial Commission. So Sarah, pick up on that a little bit. Give us a sense more about
Okay, almost. Almost ready here. I'm just being slow.
Okay, and just some logistics in terms of people can actually fill in a nomination form, and by when do they need to do that?
All right. Bring my footstool out too. You know I'm serious now. Hey, 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 wah, wah, wah. All right. There it is. Try to prop this stupid camera thing. Where's that prop rock? Spark it up. It's a Splifford production. Anyone know what that is? One of the dudes from Disassociates record label from back in the day. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Anyone even know I'm talking right now? Maybe that rock is good enough. Oh, I gotta do this. Oh. Whatever, it's not happening. Okay. Oh, I lost my viewer. Oh well. Thanks for viewing in the first place. Getting itchy on my arm. Unusual spot. Ba-da-bop. Ba-da-bop. Oh. All right. Tastes weird. Go figure. Tweet, tweet, birdie, where are you? Come on, let's see some birds or something. Where are the kitties? Some squirrels, something. Spiders. I have to go looking for them. Is it 11, 11:16? Hopefully I can accomplish the fire mission. So, fire mission, then police, right? Vigilante. Then it will be whatever unique jumps I can do. And I'll also attempt 8-track and whatever else there are for stadium events. Hold on, let me see if I can check something here. Maybe. Connecting, I'm back. Why is it black? Something's up here. What's that? I don't know what's going on here. We've got a blank screen. What's that all about? Wow. There, it's back. Thought I was gonna have to end the stream and start it over or something. Almost 5 hours of this stream. Summer of GTA is going on. The old PS2. Wasn't it great when it was, say, the early 2000s? We had a cube, a box, and a station. GameCube. PlayStation. Game. Play. Station Cube. Game Cubicle. The Game Office. It's going the distance, this here doobie. It's what people watch video game videos for, right? People sitting here outside doing nothing, being quiet. Alright? To watch, see trees and hear wind and birds. Yeah. Almost 5 hours. It's now 10 seconds away. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 5 hours. Woo! Morning time stream. It's still morning. It's 11:26. Ooh, I should in game. The next thing I should do before I do anything is anything else rather is pick up my money, my $2,000 from the Corior business. Hooey. Long silence. Awkward silence, the best kind there is, right? Lost in empty thought here, right? It's a roach. Now it's time to go back in. I'm gonna toss this rubbish in the rubbish dumpster over there. Is there any other kind of dumpster? Oh, don't answer that. Answer that. Stand in the warmth for just a minute here, just not even a minute probably. Find the sun. Oh, it's up there. Go figure.
Benjamin Lincoln, he was one of Washington's generals. He was from Hingham, Massachusetts, and came here immediately after the peace was signed in order to investigate the boundary, saw how rich this area was in fish and lumber, and brought his son back, Theodore, who had just graduated from Harvard. He settled on the Dennis River. Now, the Dennis River, if you just flows right under US Route 1, halfway between Eastport and Lubec, if you're going around Bay, named after a Passamaquoddy, John of Denny, and he greeted them. He was here fishing with with his tribal family when they arrived. He greeted them, and they named it Denny's River, and the town became known as Dennisville. Benjamin Lincoln's, with his visitor here, his son built a house on direction. Benjamin Lincoln was going to move here. He was throughout the Revolution, he was a stalwart soldier. He ended up receiving a sword of surrender.
What have I been missing on the radio? Oh, Yoda's hat fell off.
This is wonderful to learn about. Yeah, our lines are ringing off the hook. So I just want to take your great suggestion there and thank you for sharing that. And Bill, did you want to add to that?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was afraid to keep you typing, so I gave you my mic. And Jeremiah O'Brien.
Should,
the British, he went
plug in, come on.
Civil War.
There
Jeremiah
it is.
O'Brien was the hero, and in the War of 1812, when the British came back to take the China as an old man.
All right, get some
He
cash.
stood alone against the British army, and they grabbed him, slapped him around, threw him in the gutter. But Jeremiah, he led the main men who fought the first naval battle.
Where's the fire station?
Okay, Emily, we'll never get
Oh, I guess I'll save again. He needs another nap.
One quick thing too is speaking of those early colonial and early American.
Oh my God, this gigantic map.
The
one that comes with the game here. It's upside down.
And John Neptune of the Passamaquoddy, who
Oh, they don't mark off the
went on this amazing journey through the waterways of northern Maine.
fire station.
And it is
How nice.
John Neptune's ancestral knowledge.
How do I fold this? Oh no. Oh no.
We learned so much about what is actually the incredible things we have in this state from him, from Wabanaki people who know.
Great, thanks for bringing that up. We actually have some more input on best places in Maine. This is actually a message from someone using the Maine Public app. Talk to us, teacher.
Wow, I can't figure it out. Confusing.
Represents the very best of Maine. It encompasses its history, both through Thoreau's diaries of his first visit.
Oh, this makes me wanna go cuckoo at Pee-wee's Playhouse.
To make sure Baxter was considered and every visitor to the park to maintain.
Why is it doing that?
Of course, the increasing visitorship represents this.
Almost. Ah, there it goes. Nope.
That's wonderful. Hear that suggestion.
Good enough for now, I think.
There's certain ones that
All
are
right.
guaranteed to be in the atlas. Would you think that's a fair guess?
I would say, yeah, it would be hard not to list Baxter State Park.
The map's making a sound.
Place. Yes.
Stop it.
Okay, let's jump over to Paul calling in. Oh, go ahead, Bill. Yes.
Let's go find that money. Oh, I got a buddy here.
Are you being too general? Do you do Qatar?
Oh.
Do you do Chimney Pond? Do you do the Knife's Edge? Do you do Sandy Street?
This guy has a lot of money. Get out of here, policeman.
There's so many great places. And if you say Acadia, again, that may be being too broad. Let's go to a call. I'm sorry, sir.
Good thing this isn't your job, Bill. You would have a hard time being
She's
fair.
buying drugs.
Yeah, we have Paul calling from Westbrook. Hi, Paul.
He got his money and ran out of there and took a bullet in the back and kept running.
Most iconic and historic places located right in Casco Bay, in the middle of
Where's my...
It's one of the, if not the most...
Why'd you give up on fighting those guys?
In Maine, and that is Fort Gorges. And one of the great learning opportunities at Fort Gorges is the historic stone industry in Maine.
So you got a Desert Eagle now, huh?
Stone ships that delivered
You're not a very good shot.
to the process of on-site cutting and moving, and they did this without machines, just boom poles and a series of pulleys, ropes, and cables, and all of those blocks are still there today. You can see the finished product.
Haha, good one. You finally killed somebody.
And just half cut. It's amazing.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Why are they so unengaged?
And,
Oh.
we also have some more input.
Shooting, real responsible shooting while his friend's right there, right?
I think the iconic Maine lighthouse.
She gave her motorcycle up. Let's take it.
Really about. And like Katahdin, they're out there like a strong, ever-present sentinel. Except they're there specifically.
Make some more money.
Coast and mariners.
Isn't it right around here?
And haunting foghorns. That is a vision and a sound like no other.
Well, that's a lighthouse, I would say.
Where are you?
Is another automatic one, it seems to me. But Sarah, I wonder, with all of these very compelling reasons that people are giving for why something should go in, is that going to be
Over here, I think.
If someone's got some really poetic explanation like that, does that help put them in that book?
Beautiful language helps sway, right?
I think when your bike,
It's going to be really challenging, but I think
so whatever, I don't know what I was going to say. Yeah, money.
Such an extraordinary place.
Oh, it's only at 225. What the hell's up with that?
This is just kicking off something that's going to continue after this. So.
All right, let's go start a fire.
We had so many from our Facebook post. I have to
Blow up some cars.
So Susan says West Quaddy Head, Holly, Acadia National Park, all 3 locations within it.
A parked one, maybe.
Winters in Carabasset Valley. Peter is shouting out Carver's Harbor. Truckin' Sam says Screw Auger Falls, the ITS Sled Trails, Sunday River, Sugarloaf, the County.
Ooh,
And Jim says LL Bean, which, as we talked about, LL Bean could fit in place, people, destination, business. Emily, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say another location.
What am I doing exactly?
I mean, there's no place like it in, honestly, anywhere else in the country. And the people there are incredible. It is absolutely beautiful. And, you know, I mean, the food, the language, everything about it is so utterly unique to Maine. Location that you
didn't even blow up.
That's a great one.
When you think of St. John, you think about, you know, there was
Come on,
referendum
fire
to
department.
prevent the building of a hydroelectric dam.
Fire
called
department.
Dick and Lincoln. Those were 2 schools along the river. That's where the dams are going to be built.
No.
And therefore, also have to think about Bigelow. We had a referendum in 1975 on whether or not to
I'm just a Bigelow.
Very major things about the direction and future of the state of Maine. Something to consider.
What am I
We still
doing?
have a couple other categories.
I want to find a fire truck.
Some more calls. I think a lot of people have people in mind. So let's go to Jeff calling from Wells.
Is this submission available yet?
Hello there. Yeah.
Hi, Jeff.
Where's the bicycle?
I want to suggest
Where is it?
from Waterville.
I don't think so. You got to do, oh, maybe.
Fabulous guitarist with George Benson, his jaw down.
Woo!
looking at what Lenny was doing with both of his hands on a guitar to make it play like a piano.
Where was
very,
that?
Very well known amongst jazz guitarists. Not so well known again about the general public. But Chet Atkins
Mission? Yeah.
was the best finger-style, finger-picking guitarist that he had ever heard. And he grew up in...
Well, I probably won't do this on the first
That's a great
attempt.
suggestion. Thank you, Jeff. Lots
I
of
probably don't even have enough.
Do we want to go there?
Yeah, I gotta mention Dick Carlos and Tombstone Every Mile. I mean, that's probably the biggest song, you know, like country hit certainly come out of Maine. And what a great song, because it's also about something so specific to Maine, the stretch of road
Maybe.
in northern Maine that had this legendary, terrible reputation as, you know, very dangerous to drive on when you're driving a big rig in the middle of the winter. And Dick Carlos was this, you know, larger-than-life country singer. Grew up, you know, born in northern Maine, spent most of his life in Bangor. I would argue that either him or that song certainly belong on the list.
Which is Tombstone Every Mile, and he had a patch over his eye, so you got to get him in there.
Come on.
Puts him over the edge.
This is the annoying one.
You know, how about Patrick Dempsey? How about comedian Bob Marley? You know, there's just so many fun people.
Anna Kendrick.
Minna was in town, right? She was in town this weekend, I guess.
Save that one for final.
She was on Wait, Don't Tell Me on this very radio station.
That's right.
Oh, I can't get that one.
And we're thrilled. So that's all good stuff. Looks like, Sarah, you're going to have to
too,
up the number from 250 to 2,500.
Too high.
I know. Just a shout out. I appreciate you bringing up Dick Carlos. My father was his bass player in the 70s. And so,
Awesome.
yeah, and so
degree of
The
separation.
bass player.
Yeah, there you go. You just proved it.
I can assure you that Dick Carlos will make the list.
Oh, there you go.
Better practice my bicycling.
So many more to go. A lot of people hearing us talk about artists are chiming in on that. So we're going to take another quick break, and we will be right back.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Possible with help from Bernstein Sure, a law firm that helps.
Maybe. Let's see if I can. Well, that's that coming out of something. Whoa.
Downsizing and moving management.
See if I can get some insane stunt bonus off it. Oh, stamina.
I'm a Smachalik. Though author Emily Itani no longer lives in Japan, she still sets her books there.
I miss it the way that I miss a person, so I really love to write about it because I want to be back there, I suppose, and write myself back into it.
Her latest novel, next time, anyway, now.
Stay with us for Here and Now.
Just screwing around, right? It's fun.
Public Radio. Maine Public is a media sponsor of
Maybe I can get that. Let's see.
Foundation collection at the Portland Museum of Art. Explore the works that help make the PMA a center for the study of modern art, with paintings from major global artists.
I don't think it's high enough.
Leading figures with strong ties to Maine. Maine Public members receive a 15% discount on tickets. Painting Energy is on display now through September 14th.
I'll ride my bike to the next.
Head to mainpublic.org.
Oh, I need a lot of ammo for the
Welcome back. This is Maine Calling. I'm Cindy Hahn. We are
Vigilante. I better concentrate on gathering up ammo, since I can't seem to get the fire. I'll try to get the firemen to come.
Special object that you think truly represents Maine, and why? With me, Emily Burnham. She's an author and writer, and Sarah Hansen with the Maine Semi-Quincentennial Commission, and Bill
Ride the
Williams,
bike
longtime
around
Maine
some just for the fun of it.
host. Share your comments and questions. Email us at talk@mainpublic.org.
Just riding around now, I guess.
Instagram. You can also
Get some ammo.
1-800-399-3566. We will go to a call now. This is
Ammo
Matt
run.
from Kennebunkport. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you so much for before I get to my I'd just like to say that my son just completed his freshman year at Duke, along with
MP5.
who we have the pleasure of getting to know, and is one of the most amazing young men.
I'll even get Tech 9 ammo. I'll get the Tech 9 briefly.
And my primary point would be the Bush family.
Or when I can get swap out the ammo, right? Then trade it back. Let's go right about here on the bicycle. Get that bike skill up.
Children's Hospital, the Barbara Bush Literacy Center. There's so much wonderful impact that the Bush family
there's some right here.
On the entire state for the last century.
Great, thanks for that suggestion, Matt. And we're getting a whole bunch more people suggestions on in emails too. So let me read a couple. There's author Kenneth Roberts, Cindy Blodgett, such a talent, such a competitor. Bill, you wanted to say something about Cindy Blodgett, right?
Sure. I'm drafted 7th, scored more than 3,000 points in college. Took Maine to the NCAA women's tournament 4 times. I mean, certainly Cindy Blodgett.
Yeah, there you go. We've got a suggestion for Ashley Bryant. They say, don't forget him, please. Remember him today on the show from Holly.
Where am I?
And let's see, Louise Nevelson. So you talked about, Emily, some of the artists, right? Warren says, I think Louise Nevelson is one of the most important artists ever.
Where am I?
Went on to
Am I
be
missing
important modern artist worldwide.
Not
She's
really.
not known for sure. So let's see. Let's go to a couple others. This is Mike calling from Gardner.
Hey there. This is
It's getting there.
Executive Artistic Director of Johnson Hall in Gardner, Maine. I've met Bill many times. How you doing, Bill?
Well, how
you doing? And Sarah. Hi, Sarah. I want to thank a plug for a couple of non-original Mainers, but that I think have made an enormous impact in the arts in the state of Maine, and that is Tony Montanaro.
There it is.
Celebration Barn Theater in 1970
Tech 9.
in South Paris, Maine, and then he attracted
More ammo.
Surreal.
Where to next? Oh, just due south, there's an M4.
The fabric of performing arts in the state of Maine.
If I can get in there.
Because of it. Patrick Dempsey got into performing because of Benny and Denise Surreal. So I just think there is
somewhere
a potential to be able to bring in people that really made
Where is
in
it?
the state, even though they weren't originally.
That's right.
Great. Thanks for your call, Mike. Go ahead, Bill.
Oh, it's down
Bernard Lown from Lewiston.
here at the end of the airfield. I think I got to get in the.
And did things like that. Was a piece.
Yeah, I don't think I can get in there.
Drinkwater Simmons of Camden.
It's at the end of this airfield.
I'm going to get it wrong.
I don't think I can get in there at the moment. So let's go get the MP5.
Judith Isaacson, who survived the Holocaust, came to base to be Dean of Women for many years, wrote a great book called Seed of Sarah, which is always.
Oh, let's go.
And just because I like history, Jonathan Silly, a congressman from Thomaston, the last man to die in a duel east of the Mississippi for something that he said on the floor of Congress. Just 4 more.
Just 4 more. Great. I'm going to whip through some things because we haven't talked about events, and we had a lot of people put in.
Get out of here.
So Terry wrote Freiburg Fair. You never know what you're going to see. Mary wrote the Common Ground Country Fair. That's a biggie. Julia says, honestly, I think the Bethel Harvest Fest that takes place in September is so Maine. Tommy, Eastport, 4th of July, legendary. And a couple of events.
Oh, where's the bike place? I want to remember it.
Janet Mills telling President Trump, see you in court.
Try it again later.
And Gary suggests when Maine legalized same-sex marriage by popular vote as being a significant event. So let's just, okay, Emily, go ahead. You got your hand up.
Well, I was going to say an event that, was super scary and destructive, but I think showed the best in Mainers was the ice storm of 98. It made obviously national headlines. It was devastating to the state, but I think it is a true testament to Mainers helping Mainers. If somebody was
if there wasn't a cop there, I would kill you.
Their roof caved in because of the ice, or a tree fell on their house. It's like, okay, well, come stay with me.
Pap, pap, pap.
It's that kind of.
I got away with it.
Out of really bad, and especially involving the weather and the elements. Mainers are incredibly hardy.
Let me in
and
there.
and also compassionate and generous, and I think that is really emblematic of our state for sure.
That's so interesting that that's come up in so many comments. It's more about the people. It all comes back to the nature of the people of Maine. In fact, there's one from, let's see if I can wade through everything. We had a note from on Instagram from Stephanie.
Where is everything I want in here?
She said, most will say lobster. I would say it'd be great to focus more on Maine's lobstering industry and not just the product.
Get down.
Let's highlight the Mainers fishing our waters.
This is obnoxious, but I'm going to try to get it.
Families. We need historic preservation of the classic way of lobstering alongside ropeless trap use. So a lot of emphasis on the people.
Oh, it's so annoying.
In that objects category, let's see. Let's go to Susan calling from York County.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, we have to bring in the wildlife, the fish, the lobsters, the animals, the birds. And don't forget that thousands of animals belong to Maine Animal
I give up.
Protection
There's
and
something
Maine
else in here,
Sensitive
though.
Animals. There's two organizations who are out to protect the rights and make the rights of all our voices citizens. They are residents and citizens of Maine, so we can.
Well, that's armor. Where's the AK?
And they're not just out there to be eaten, abused, or used.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Oh,
Susan.
it's around the way or
Every time we do
something.
a show on wildlife on Maine Calling, they're our most popular shows. We also had a note from Katie saying the chickadee, a tough little bird that lives here year-round in all the weather that Maine experiences. I consider it the avian version of a true Mainer. So still back to that hardy Mainer thing. It's in everything.
100% agree. 100% agree. Nothing is more Maine than a chickadee. Even though we took it off the license plate, that's okay. I like the new license plate too. I like pine trees too. But you know, the chickadee is like, that is the ultimate Mainer right there. They're out there.
What's that?
Chirping away.
Tear gas. I don't need that.
So you gotta hand it to them.
Wonderful. And here's some other in the object or things category. Lupins.
I'm kind of tired, spacing out.
WA being red hot dogs, and Moxie.
Let's get out of here. I don't care about those weapons.
I knew that was coming. And here's an interesting one. I absolutely love the fact that Maine has a ban on billboards. Our gorgeous state is so much easier to see, and it just feels so much more relaxed. And
Get me out of here.
favorites came in, and surprisingly,
Trapped.
a lot of people wrote
Oh, I guess I'll get it after all.
thing. It's that feeling. This is from Jennifer. That feeling you get if you've been away and then you go over the bridge from New Hampshire to Maine. I always feel my body relax a bit. I think everybody knows what she's talking about.
Where is it?
Let's try to squeeze in a few more callers. Let's see. This is David calling from Phippsburg.
Hi.
Hi, David. Go ahead.
Hi. I wanted to nominate, if that's the correct word, Ed Musk.
I guess I should go work out. Hey, where's my bike? There it is.
And ensure that the Maine we know today is as beautiful as it is.
Oh, they're shooting at me. What's going on?
Wonderful. A lot of people would agree with you. Thank you for calling, David. And I'm just going to fly through a few more folks. Let's see. Rennie is calling from South Berwick. Hi, Rennie.
So hello. I'm so inspired by your show. Each time animals come up or an event comes up, I think of something and I just love what I'm hearing.
Let me think here first. The Desert Eagle.
An author in our town from South Berwick, Gladys Casey Carroll.
A micro
There's a lot of attention from our town, but in the back lands of our town,
where am I?
A wonderful author wrote all about Maine people, how it was. She even has a book on tape that I think is in the library in Bowdoin. She went to school, was raised here, and she's just absolutely outstanding. The book at Donnybrook,
Cycling skill, yeah.
Old names and songs, and it's just a wonderful piece. As the earth turns, a soap opera, as the world turns, is based off of that when she did her plays right here locally, west of the mountains. But she is
Desert
fascinating.
Eagle.
Really would hate to see her miss.
Great. Thank you, Rennie.
The other, you're very welcome. The other person is Molly Ockett, who happens to be a lovely Abenaki woman, herbalist, and she comes up frequently. That
Come on.
help.
Look at that, riding on the fence. That's some
Thank you for
finesse, huh?
Our panels are all nodding with your suggestions. Thank you. And I'm just jumping real quick. Let's see. Joe is calling in.
Let's go to the beach and work out.
I haven't heard the main
Grab some food.
main apple.
It's on my
Wait.
list.
And the blueberries.
And maple sugar sundae.
Oh, there's an event. Actually, we forgot to say that. And Yarmouth Oyster Festival, right? Oh my gosh. So many great ones. Thanks for bringing up the potato and the apple, Joe. Those are classic Maine. Try to get to one more if we can. Max calling from Bath.
Hi, yeah, this is a great conversation. Yeah, my name is Max Bader. I'm calling from Bath, and I wanted to nominate an institution, actually. It's Maine Media in Rockport, which for the past 50 years has been the world-renowned creative learning center for photography and storytelling, and it's had a huge impact.
Give me more weapon.
Artists throughout Maine, young artists, artists who are already professionals, and around the nation who fly in just to go to the school. And it's a hub that's kind of been under the radar, but it's had a really profound impact on the art in Maine.
Great. Thank you, Max, for sharing that. And Sarah, there are going to be some that are under the radar that I'm sure people will be delighted to see nominated.
I hope so, yeah.
Yeah, well, we're out of time, but boy, that was a quick journey through some of the best of Maine, not nearly all of the best of Maine. But thank you all for joining us today. Sarah Hansen is with the Maine State Archives and is director
To the beach.
for special projects with the Maine Semi-Quincentennial Commission. Bill Green is a retired broadcast journalist and longtime host of Bill Green's Maine. And Emily Burnham is a writer and an author as well. She knows quite a bit about Maine from all of her past reporting. Today's sound engineer was Sandra Harris. Tomorrow on the program, we are going to learn about cornhole, why it's so incredibly popular, and all about getting involved with the cornhole community in Maine. I'm Cindy Hahn, and you've been listening to Maine Calling on Maine Public Radio.
Like that Amico game. Remember that? Did that ever come out? The game, the Amico obviously didn't. Let's get some food. Ah, bunny hop higher. But what am I doing up in the tree? What was that all about? Did I climb it? Whatever. Alright. Yum yum.
Maine Calling is made possible by listeners who donate and by Eastern Basements, a division of Maine Eastern Mold Remediation, offering basement waterproofing solutions. EasternBasements.com, and High Pines Village and Wells, offering 3-bedroom single-family homes designed with working-class manners and Maine's workforce in mind. HighPinesVillage.com.
Put the bike right there.
Sumo wrestling has long been about very large men. Now women are fighting for a spot in the ring.
Well, I feel I'm exuding some kind of aura that I'm going to fight.
Alright, why can't I go higher than 320?
Bigger in the ring.
That story and more from Japan next time on The World.
And you can join us for The World that begins this afternoon at 3 right here on Maine Public Radio. Stay with us. Here and Now is coming up next. This is listener-supported Maine Public Radio. WMEF Fort Kent 106.5. WMEM Presque Isle 106.1.
Yeah, muscle.
90.1. WMHD Greenville 89.7.
Getting ripped.
89.7. WMEH Bangor 90.9. WMEW Waterville 91.3. WBEO Bethel 91.3. WMET Camden 90.5. WMEA Portland 90.1. And you could also find us online at mainpublic.org. Maine Public was founded by the University of Maine system.
Muscle 31 that time. Wow.
Here and Now on Maine Public
Get some more
is
food.
made possible by contributing listeners and by Eat Down East, a digital map with over 140 food producers, including farm stands, farmers markets, restaurants, and more. EatDownEast.com.
Funding for Here and Now comes from MathWorks.
Whoa.
Accelerating the pace of engineering and science.
Ooh, almost smacked my head.
MathWorks.com.
Get some weapon skill in.
It's 12 noon, and from Maine Public Radio, this is Here and Now. I'm Bill Johnson. In this hour, the Senate
Where are my homies?
President Trump's sweeping mega bill. Here and Now, we'll have the latest. The head of the United Nations nuclear watchdog says that despite the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear capabilities,
What? It isn't back yet? Come on. Oh, I ate it. Yum, yum. Oh, I ducked.
In a hunger strike and fast for 40 days,
All right, let's check that money thing again.
Outside the United Nations. These stories and more on Here and
Oops,
Now
am I
on
going the
Maine
right
Public
way?
Radio. News from NPR's next.
Sort of.
Live from NPR News.
It's around here somewhere.
The U.S. Senate is holding a marathon voting session this hour on President Trump's sweeping domestic legislation. NPR's Deirdre Walsh says it's really a tax bill.
It makes the tax cuts enacted in 2017 in President
Where
Trump's
is it?
first term
Right there.
permanent. It adds some temporary tax breaks like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It also boosts spending for border enforcement, for the military.
1985. What does it go to?
$5
2000?
trillion to avoid a default later this summer. But to offset all of those tax breaks, the legislation includes significant spending cuts.
NPR's Deirdre Walsh on spending cuts, the bulk of which
Why don't you
come
go
from
up?
changes to Medicaid. Congress's nonpartisan
Ooh, what's in here?
This version of the bill adds $3.3 trillion to the deficit over the next decade, and nearly 12 million
Pointless.
low-income Americans could lose their
Give me my
Medicaid
bike.
coverage. President Trump has called on Israel and Hamas to make a deal to release hostages from Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel's war with Iran has led to new opportunities to free hostages. NPR's Daniel Esprin reports from Tel Aviv. Israel is also seeking a diplomatic deal with Syria.
Prime Minister Netanyahu's close advisor Ron Dermer is expected to meet
2000, that's it, huh? 70,000 now, all right.
between Israel and Syria. That's according to a person briefed on the matter, not authorized to speak publicly. The Prime Minister's own corruption trial was
Let's try the cycling mission again.
Israeli intelligence chiefs convinced the
Maybe I
judges
have enough.
Netanyahu was busy with important diplomatic and security
Where
issues.
is it though?
Israeli media reported it was related to Syria. Also, Israel's military chief of staff met with
Near the
Trump
hospital,
earlier this
wherever
December
that
to
is.
discuss the future of the Gaza war. The person briefed on the matter said Israel's military estimates troops need 2 more weeks to complete their objectives in Gaza. Daniel Estrin, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
Is that it?
Jury
The
deliberations
park.
are underway
The
in
skate
New
park.
York
Where are
in
you?
Sean Diddy Combs' trial.
Or the bike
NPR's
park,
Isabella
whatever it is.
Sarmiento reports the hip-hop mogul has pleaded not guilty to charges of sex
Let's
trafficking and
look on the map.
racketeering conspiracy.
For nearly 7 weeks, federal prosecutors laid out testimony and evidence to try to prove Combs is guilty of the crimes he's charged with. They accuse him of running a criminal enterprise that facilitated and concealed sex crimes for over a decade. Combs' defense
Under
lawyers
the park
denied
a
his
little bit.
accusations.
Why?
They say he was involved in consensual relationships that were totally separate from his many companies. If convicted on all counts, Combs could spend the remainder of his life in prison. Isabella Gomez Sarmiento, NPR
Somewhere around there.
U.S. stocks trading higher this hour with the Dow Jones Industrial Average up nearly 160 points. From Washington, this
That looks
is
high enough.
NPR News.
You're listening to Here and Now on Maine Public Radio. I'm Bill Johnson looking at Maine News. The Mainers who participated in a hunger strike and fast for 40 days joined fellow protesters in New York City this morning outside the United Nations. About 40 Coalition for Palestine
Get
members
rid of
are
that
eating out
garbage.
just about 250 calories a day, the amount they believe those are surviving on. Aaron Kiley with the coalition says its goals are to see the full allowance of aid into Gaza
Where
from
is
the UN
it?
Authority and to complete weapons embargo on Israel.
I think it's more about the
My eyeball itches.
They're just unwilling to continue on with business as usual while the genocide rages on with our tax dollars.
Kylie says it's hard to have hope when leadership in government is
There it
so
is,
little
right?
to respond. The vote to begin debate on the budget reconciliation bill split Maine's 2 U.S. senators. Independent Angus King voted to block consideration of the measure, but Republicans
Give this another whirl.
bring the measure to the floor. Ellen says she will seek to amend the measure during debate. She has yet to say whether she'll vote on the final version of the bill.
Why did I even go up this?
States are considering the creation of a regional vaccine advisory group. The Bangor Daily News reports that Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy
How do I get back in?
national vaccine policies.
Just like that. Oh,
Maine, Connecticut, New York, and Rhode Island
doing bad.
consider banding together to work around Kennedy's decisions. Maine wardens
Might as well try again.
He's 76 and was safely located. For Maine Public Radio, I'm Bill Johnson.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Fisher Investments.
Oh, come on. Wow. Jeez. All I did was hit you with a bicycle. Come on.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Leave me alone.
And taking a look at the weather for today, sunny with highs 80.
Whoops, I thought that. Well, I don't know what I was thinking, actually.
Tonight, thickening clouds, lows 56 to 64.
Where's the skate park?
Tomorrow, scattered showers and thunderstorms with highs 70 to 84, cooler along the coast. Currently, Augusta sunny at 75, Caribou sunny at 73, Millinocket sunny at 74, and Portland sunny at 78 degrees.
Helicopter, you hear that?
From NPR and WBUR, I'm Scott Tong in Washington, D.C.
I'm Robin Young in Boston. It's here now. Thank you for joining us on this Monday, which is a continuation of Sunday.
It's still there.
That President Trump's desired tax and spending cuts bill is still being fought over today. Senate Republicans making one more push to try to pass it. Senate Democrats trying to block it by offering amendment after amendment, what's called a vote-a-rama. Minority Leader
Vote-a-rama.
20 hours of debate began.
With every rewrite, Senate
Try again.
have made their bill more extreme, pro-billionaire, and more hostile to people's health care and livelihood.
Republicans are on a high wire as they try to get this onto the president's desk by this Friday, July 4th. Arms were twisted all weekend to get fellow Republicans to agree to Medicaid spending cuts that would help pay for what the president wants, an extension of his 2017 tax cuts for the very wealthy. Republican Tom Tillis of North Carolina remained a no. Trump threatened to primary him, and yesterday Tillis in effect said, well, you can't. He's not seeking re-election. Here he is on the Senate floor criticizing those Medicaid cuts.
That?
When you rush a bill and you don't think
I
through
don't
the
see
implementation, you don't get it right.
Oh, I'm doing bad.
And so I hope that my colleagues recognize it's half-baked.
Republicans can only lose one more vote on this massive bill. Andrew Desiderio is senior congressional reporter for Punchbowl. Andrew, what a weekend. Is that the main theme, though, Medicaid cuts? Are we maybe seeing some Republicans like Tillis realizing the impact the cuts have on their constituents?
How do I get that one? It looks really high up there.
I think it's inevitable at this point that the bill will end up passing. Obviously, a vote-a-rama, anything can happen. There are unlimited amendments. People are going to try to sort of muck up the process as much as they possibly can, Democrats, that is. But the Medicaid issue is one that Senator Tillis has been warning about.
Oh, come on.
He passed around a
What do I need?
Republican conference meeting.
Can I get it that way? There's a large fence. I don't think so.
North Carolina would stand to lose out on around $40 billion of federal Medicaid funding.
Almost, maybe.
And he said that
it's higher than that.
Medicaid coverage for 600,000 North Carolinians would be at risk. And he wasn't walking away from that. And he even took it further. He said this will be a huge political problem for Republicans because he actually compared it to Republicans' version of Obamacare, in that Democratic candidates running in the 2012 and 2014 elections were brought down by the fact that the rollout of Obamacare was so rocky at the time, right? And Senator Tillis was first elected in 2014, so he remembers that very well. He remembers actually using it to his advantage to get elected And he was warning his fellow Republicans that could happen to them as well if they push through this bill.
Well, and this time, there's polling. I'm wondering if they're watching this as well. It's really quite amazing, I think. It's really hard to find any poll in which there are Americans who like this bill.
I think I can do it now,
not
though.
only oppose the bill, but they understand.
Well, next time,
that
anyway.
programs such as
Whoops, maybe not this time.
Congress, though, are watching a handful of
Close.
like Josh Hawley of Missouri, who's for weeks been saying he can't support the Medicaid cuts because they'll hurt rural
I could have
hospitals as
practiced
well as
getting up
working people
there.
on Medicaid, who he says vote Republican. Working people on Medicaid, not freeloaders, has been the storyline. And here is Josh Hawley speaking in the hallway to reporters last night.
Obnoxious.
He says, I'm opposed to
Come
this. We're
on.
going to be a working class party. We got to protect working people. And I think the Medicaid stuff in here, I think, is bad. But he voted yes. What happened?
Well, look, Republican leaders ended up putting a stabilization fund in the bill for rural hospitals. This was something Senator Hawley had been warning about.
Try this again.
The Medicaid provider taxes and
how do you just get up there? Come on.
And sort of the phase out of those would cause rural hospitals to have to close. Had a $25 billion stabilization fund for those hospitals.
Oh, there's plenty of
that ended up satisfying him. But again, it's
almost.
like Senator Hawley, who are big supporters of President Trump.
I don't remember how to do this.
Something that is President Trump's top legislative priority, and a bill like this one that includes that President Trump advocated for on the campaign trail last year and won the election on.
Well, and it's primarily, all the cuts are primarily to extend the Trump tax cuts for the wealthy, but you know, you've got Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who said people will be hurt if the Trump tax cuts are not extended.
So annoying.
To put it in plain terms, if you're one of those families making less than $400,000 a year, the child tax credit would be cut in half. The standard deduction would be cut in half.
Andrew, weigh in on that.
Yeah, look, these tax cuts are obviously more geared toward the wealthy, but you know, Americans who make under $400,000, which is the vast majority of Americans, of course, you know, if this bill doesn't pass, or if the tax cuts aren't extended, rather, you know, all those Americans would see a tax increase as well. So that's how you see Republicans messaging this, and they're also noting the fact that they are creating some new tax cuts in here. No tax
how do you do
for
it?
example, no tax on overtime pay. Things like that, things that President Trump campaigned on in the election last year, and Republicans are very happy to embrace. But again, as you mentioned, when you talk about the overall bill, it polls very poorly, but Republicans are banking on, you know, the fact that people will see, you know, some specific new benefits flowing to them, like, for example, the ones I just mentioned.
Yeah. Well, we had Elon Musk weigh in today, a scathing critique of the spending, but also of the cuts.
Come on, this sucks. How do you get the hell up there?
Cut millions of jobs, according to him, because of the spending cuts. Look, we know you're going to be watching two other Republican critics of the bill. Susan Collins of Maine was offered an amendment to return the tax rate for the wealthy to 2017 levels. Alaska Republican Lisa Murkowski wants a special Medicaid carve-out from her state. Just, you have a half a second.
Like that. Turn a little. Let's.
Well, look, these amendments, most of them are not going to pass.
Well, let's just try it.
Problem for Republican leadership if they do pass, because then what do they do with the final bill, right? Can they actually get 50 votes that they need? At this point, it looks like there's going to probably be 3 no votes, which is the maximum amount they could lose, and Vice President Vance is going to have to break the tie. We don't know if that's going to happen in the daylight hours or the nighttime hours, but because it is Votorama, I would bet on the nighttime.
All right, we're.
With Punchbowl News, of course, after the Senate
Whoop.
to the House. We'll see you then. Thanks, Andrew.
Maximum, yeah. Can't get any better.
Queefluck, Alaska. That is where the Orthodox Christian tradition remains after nearly 2 centuries. Queefluck Village recently.
Where the hell is it?
Clergy from the Orthodox Church in
Right
America
there.
and pilgrims from around the world to canonize a local midwife and healer as a saint. Evan Erickson, member station KYUK, has this story, which just so you know, includes the sounds of celebratory gunshots.
Gunshots, oh no. I can't
Volunteer
handle
captains of
it.
small fishing boats in Bethel, Alaska welcome the visitors to ferry them 15 miles up the Kuskokwim River to Queefoot, which is not reachable by road. In the village, a 2-day glorification ceremony is about to begin.
Come back, bicycle.
Locals whiz around on four-wheelers. Matushka Olga, the Yupik woman being sainted, was born here in 1916 and died in 1979. Her direct descendants are easy to find.
She was an actual person to me that would hold me and piggyback me, and we would sit and eat together, or I would sit and watch her sew.
Adun Winkleman, an elementary school principal in Bethel, is Olga's granddaughter.
I'm finding the whole exhuming
Try
of her
this
body,
again.
the whole glorification, canonization.
There, all right, let's give this
Matushka Olga is remembered
one
as a
more
humble wife
practice.
and gifted healer of trauma, particularly sexual abuse. The FBI says rates of sexual assault in Alaska are among the highest in the nation. After her death, accounts spread of miracles attributed to her, often through appearances in dreams. Icons
How would
of
I
her
do
likeness
that?
began to appear in churches.
Can't remember. I held down or something.
She helped, she was compassionate. That's all I can say, she says. On a muddy riverbank, around 200 pilgrims sing as boats arrive with Orthodox bishops and priests. A group of young boys fire off rifles.
All right, I'll try. Hopefully I can replicate
Cemetery,
that.
the old St. Nicholas Russian Orthodox Church, St. Olga's glorification begins with her last funeral rite. Local priest Father Vasily Fisher explains, going forward, the day of her death will be celebrated as
Our faith is about life. Sainthood is about life. Everything is done as if going backwards. They come back to the church and in the presence of life.
Where was that one?
Some gathered in the cemetery have tears in their eyes. Others pat beads of sweat from their foreheads. Matushka Olga's descendants stand transfixed
I'm doing
among
bad.
headscarved pilgrims from nearby villages and from as far away as Romania and Australia. After the funeral rite,
What is this they're talking
clergy
about?
wear flowing robes, altar servers.
Why are they
carry golden
supporting
hammers,
religion so
there are
much?
mugs of incense and a couple curious village dogs. Pallbearers bear the casket along a short, dusty track to the village's new church. A 4-hour service follows. It's standing room only. Orthodox churches in Alaska don't have pews anyway.
At the supplication of the honorable, glorious
Archbishop Alexei of Alaska calls this an elaborate, beautiful dance. St. Olga's casket is open for pilgrims to kiss her sacred relics and receive her blessing.
Kissing a corpse? What is this? Necrophilia?
Olga's granddaughter, Adun Winkleman, is touched that the ceremonies include the local Yuktun language.
To use the word elders in song. That was like the elders of Greek. I'm like, oh, I've never heard that anywhere else in any of our venerating any other saints.
The Alaska Diocese is now fundraising for a new church, Pilgrim's Lodge, and cultural center in Queefoot. That would cost millions of dollars. People here don't have much extra money, but they do believe in miracles. For NPR News, I'm Evan Erickson in Queefoot, Alaska.
They believe in nonsense, kissing dead bodies to get good with Jesus or something. So God will love you. I don't know.
World War II ended nearly 80 years ago, and recently 2 men who survived the
All right, I've got a minute to attempt this about.
who liberated a concentration camp. The other, a Jewish man who was nearly killed there.
If anybody survives those camps, it is a wonderful thing, and I'm so happy to be with him.
That story on the next All Things Considered from NPR News.
And you can join us for All Things Considered with Nicola Grisco. That begins this afternoon at 4 here on Maine Public Radio. Here
Come on.
Radio is made possible by contributing listeners and
How did I do it?
performance, helping Maine homeowners with energy audits, insulation, and financing with Efficiency Maine's Green Bank. More at evergreenyourhome.com. Coming up,
Too
Schools in
soon.
New Jersey is planning to roll out a new
Oh, come on.
to help helps identify students who are struggling to read. That's coming up next, right here on Maine Public Radio.
I don't remember.
Sumo wrestling has long been about large men. Now women are fighting for a spot in the ring.
Sumo, I feel I'm exuding some kind of aura that I'm going to fight. And afterwards, my opponent will say that he looks bigger in the ring.
That story and more from Japan next time on The World.
And you can listen in to The World. That begins this afternoon at
And
3
more from
here on
Japan.
Listener-supported Maine Public Radio.
What else? So
Funding for Here and Now comes from the Boston Symphony Orchestra, featuring the Boston
let's try
Pops,
again here and see if I can replicate it.
with their 4th of July.
I don't remember what I did already.
Headlined by Leanne Rhymes, and partnering with Meet Boston.
Hmm.
Show us at bostonpops.org.
Shouldn't be much
It's Here and Now.
different than getting out of one of those, right?
Well,
You
one
just
high-tech
hold
tool uses an
like
artificial
that.
intelligence program. It listens to students.
Like, why
reading
isn't
out
it
loud
working?
and suggests specific fixes tailored to each child. Whether
Come on, go backwards. I'm holding the damn button, idiot. Can't you go backwards on this
Let's talk
bicycle?
about it with Jessie Gomez. She's a reporter with our
Yeah, come on.
Beat, nonprofit education news outlet.
Durr.
Jessie, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Seth.
So your piece is about this AI product that assesses reading ability. It's called Amira. So help me understand it. When AI listen.
Yeah. So according to Amira Learning, the San Francisco-based company that
Yep, just hold up, right?
Amira is supposed to assess students' reading skills by listening to them read aloud.
Wow, that was
making
fun.
Sort of any
A tumbling act.
hesitations or pauses as they read different passages to it. So I guess from the Amira Learning standpoint, the goal is really to identify those kind of
Get on it.
areas and then sort of summarize the need in the end of the assessment. So if the student has trouble spelling out a word, Amira will sort of flag that for a teacher at the end of the assessment. From there, after Amira has gathered all the listening data and has analyzed all of students' recordings, it goes on to create sort of this plan to
What the
best
hell?
tackle those difficulties. So
Yeah, and that's what I want to kind of ask you about. I understand Amira, according to the company, can then tailor specific suggestions, for each individual kid. I wonder if you can provide an example or help me understand how that would work.
Why do you put your head back like that? It's so stupid looking. Oh, I'm going backwards. I gotta look up in the sky
They'll give them a reading assessment
with my mouth hanging open. What the hell?
teacher is in the room listening to the student, pinpointing any of the hesitations, the pauses, that sort of stuff. But in this case,
Come on, how the hell do you get up there?
generate its own report. So that could be something as the student needs
Twisted.
more help in phonics, or the student needs more help.
Oh, what the hell?
Sounding out words. So that's what Amira is supposed to be, sort of not only the assessment piece of identifying the reading challenges, but also sort of serving as a tutor who will then create a personal plan for each student.
Yeah, interesting, the idea of a personalized AI tutor in this case. Now many school districts, as you write, are already trying this out in Oklahoma, Colorado, Georgia, Idaho, California. Do we know yet if this works better or worse than human evaluators? In other words, why use AI?
Makes me so mad. It's so simple. It should be.
That's the question we're sort of trying to also pinpoint as well. So again, using AI is very, very new in the education space, specifically for just identifying these student reading deficiencies, if you would call them.
Coming at it a bit of an angle, I guess. I don't know. Let's try.
There's just not a lot of research yet on how AI can help with this specific sort of function, identifying reading difficulties. But even further than that, there's also a lot of
can I
hesitation
just...
and concern over AI being able to pick up difficult speech
Yeah, that
or even
works.
accents among students. So although it sounds like a very promising sort of new initiative, a lot of experts are still sort of like, well, where's the data and how can we ensure that there's no biases around it?
There are students, again, kind of reading out loud before this AI program, but these students have specific accents or unique cases.
Mark Angel from Mirror Learning said that they're supposed to work just as well as any sort of and identifying any other speech pattern or accent of any other student. So all the experts still have concerns with the, I guess, the systemic bias, you could say, of an artificial intelligent device. This company, Mirror Learning, says that they've worked on it and that their accuracy rate is just as high with students with accents as it is with other students. However, of course, this for sure now, we'll see if Mirror is picking up those accents and how well they help, especially students who may not be speaking English.
So is the idea, at least I guess from the proponents of this AI technology, that it's meant to be more productive at identifying the challenges and taking them on?
Yeah, so when I spoke with a Mirror Learning CEO, Mark Angel, he basically sort of laid that out for me, said that this is really supposed to be a tool that's supposed to not replace teachers, but rather work alongside them, like you said. Their goal is to sort of bring back the desire to teach in schools, sort of bring back the desire to teach in schools. Mark Angel, the CEO of Mirror Learning, said that
hey, get out of here, you.
They've lost a lot of things through, after COVID, due to remote learning, different sort of rules and regulations. That
Oh yeah, where is it?
Post-COVID, and so his goal is just to
another success. No money. I got some money. They gave me a little money for it, apparently. Let's go work out on the beach.
The nonprofit education news outlet.
This bicycle crap's all maxed out, so I can ditch that for something a bit faster, I think.
For something you may not know, the Pentagon used the small
like anything.
of Guam in the
Not a cop car,
as part of an
no.
elaborate decoy mission to deceive Iran about the airstrikes. For people who live in Guam, it's a
Where are they
reminder
shooting
of the
at?
island's unique and vulnerable position in a world of growing strategic competition. From Guam, KPRG's Minor Rao reports.
Kill this guy.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to tout the success of the covert military mission, Operation Midnight Cone. It's unclear
Upgraded.
how damaging the mission was to Iran's nuclear program. A preliminary report by the Defense Intelligence Agency found U.S. attacks did not obliterate Iran's nuclear facilities, as Hegseth had claimed, but instead set the country's program
Give me a vehicle.
President Trump directed the most complex and secretive
I shouldn't have ditched the bike. Where'd it go?
But to protect the mission's secrecy,
Oh, you?
some bombers were sent into the Pacific as decoys. Media reports suggested they were headed for Guam. U.S. Air Force General Dan King said that was part of the plan.
A deception effort.
Oh, where's all the money?
Only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa.
That triggered alarm on Guam, a U.S. territory roughly 6,000 miles from the continental U.S. and home to 2 large American military bases. Governor Lulian Guerrero says even she wasn't notified.
We all got the information.
Come on, where's the head-on traffic?
National media. There was no
Whoa, yeah.
with even the admirals here.
Some higher.
That's not unusual. Guam regularly hosts bomber rotations with little notice, but this time felt different.
I was a bit anxious. Well, what does this all mean?
Leon Guerrero's office later confirmed no B-2s landed in Guam. Still, the incident unsettled many.
Give me a
Not because of
vehicle.
what happened, but what it revealed. Maria Hernandez is with the community group Micronesia Climate Change Alliance.
It's definitely scary, but I feel like we're used to
Pimp
it.
mobile,
It's actually
sure.
a little bit depressing to think about. We're not gonna let
What?
it stop us from going about our day.
Or that. Yeah, his
Guam
pimp
has long
mobile.
been caught in the crosshairs of geopolitical tensions, from North Korean missile threats
Not a
to
jumpy
Chinese
one,
cyber
unfortunately.
attacks. For Hernandez, the growing
Need
US
food
military
and to
buildup
work out.
raises deeper concerns.
We hear a lot about Guam being used in the interest of national security, but what truly is genuine security? Genuine security does not look like our lands being used for bombing practice and 900 football fields of our land being
Whoops,
cleared for
wrong.
military built-up projects.
Wrong
Veteran Lloyd
place.
Mandela understands the strategy. He served in both the U.S. Marine Corps
and Guam Army National Guard.
Whatever, I don't care. Hey, they give me that Nitro Mobile.
Unfortunately, it puts Guam as a target. It's kind of unsettling because they're treating
How
Guam
much
as a
money?
pawn in the global chess game.
That conflict runs deep for some Chamorro veterans, torn between duty and identity.
I fought for the country, fought for my island.
Another
But at the
2,000.
same time, I'm also born and raised on this island saying, hey,
Brass knuckles,
I was lost
yeah.
land down at Naval Station, never going to see that land again.
These experiences underscore a frustrating reality for many in Guam. The island remains central
Where's
to
my
defense
cab?
strategy, but has no vote in Congress. Governor Leon Guerrero
Stamana.
cannot have full control and authority of our
Stamana. Where the hell am I?
political status self-determination. We're not a sovereign nation.
Come
we're not a
on.
state.
Still, she supports U.S. military preparations on Guam. 81
Let's
years
just
ago,
get out of
the
here.
US
Oh, give me
liberated
that.
Guam from Japanese occupation during World War II. That history still
Any
shapes
police?
how
Good.
Chamorros like Maria Hernandez think about peace and sovereignty.
I have 3 kids. We teach them about the importance of protecting our island and making sure that future generations will be able to thrive.
Why did I put a marker there?
But the island, both a strategic asset and a place people call home, remains in the middle of decisions far beyond its shores. For Here and Now, I'm Lena Rao in Hagatna, Guam.
And you're listening to Here Now.
Give me more.
It's 12:31. You're listening to Here and Now on Maine Public Radio. I'm Bill Johnson looking at Maine News. Some librarians across Maine are breathing a sigh of relief after the U.S. Supreme Court Friday upheld a program that provides subsidies for internet and phone
Oh,
service
got
to
ya.
rural libraries, schools, and other
I
underserved
got you.
communities and
Haha.
individuals. In a 6-3 ruling, the court said Congress did not overstep its authority in ordering the Federal Communications Commission to operate the so-called Universal Service Fund.
To have the FCC and the Universal Service Fund maintain their integrity and stay intact is really a wonderful day.
Amy Stone directs the Bridgeton Public
Woo-wee.
Library, says the library wouldn't be able to afford its internet connection without the subsidy program. Stone says last year, over 22,000 people used the library's internet
Get it
public
closer.
computers or by connecting to the Wi-Fi. Legislators have recalled a bill that about ranked choice voting.
Exciting. This again.
The bill would have extended ranked choice voting to next year's governor's race. Today's Portland
3 thumbs up. I don't really deserve it.
saying the bill was pulled in favor of
Thanks.
asking the Maine Supreme
Alright, let's
Court
pump some iron.
another look at the issue. Unless the legislature makes a request during a possible
5
special
hours.
session,
What have I done since I came back in?
ask the Supreme Court just
Not a lot.
to change their mind on the issue. For Maine Public Radio, I'm Bill Johnson.
Help wanted? You want to sort of think about a young college graduate like a capital investment. And so when businesses are feeling
Muscle way up there, huh?
they tend to hire more college graduates. And when they're feeling less confident, they hire fewer.
I'm Kyle Rizdal, the new grad job bust. It's time on Marketplace.
And you can join us for Marketplace this evening at 6:30 here on Maine Public Radio. It's important to stay
Up
informed.
maximum, yeah.
Do it on your own schedule. Maine Public's news team is here
34.
for you where you need us.
Maxed it up.
To a first look at the day's news with our daily headlines morning newsletter, listen to Maine Public Radio throughout the day, or check out our local news roundup each weekday evening on our This Day in Maine podcast. It's news when you want it, how you want it. Learn more at mainepublic.org.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and MathWorks, creator of MATLAB and Simulink software for technical computing and model-based design. MathWorks, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And BetterHelp, committed to supporting mental health through therapy.
I want a
and
fire
helping
truck.
clients find balance. Clients are matched with one of 30,000 therapists for online therapy from anywhere. at betterhelp.com/public.
Come on, bring the fire trucks on.
This is Here and Now. It is midday on June 30th, halfway through the year. Do you know where your money is? Check your watch. It is time for a mid-year check-in on our.
Oh, I need
and for that, our personal
get out of here.
superhero has flown in to join us. Jill Schlesinger is business analyst at CBS News and the host of Jill on Money. Jill, hello.
Need some armor.
So your new piece says we need to check in on our spending mid-year.
Oh,
so
things are blowing up.
To say, look at my credit card, my debit card charges. What kinds of red flags?
Get rid of the police.
First of all, what you should really acknowledge
Oh, yeah?
is that nobody's planned spending goes to plan.
Wow, the chopper's right there, huh?
So maybe you're saying to yourself, I feel like I'm spending so much.
Land on the ground again.
Maybe there's something going
That was
on.
cool.
Maybe it's that you're going back to work 5 days a week and all of a sudden you're starting to go out to lunch more. Maybe there was some big change in your kids' lives that you didn't account for. So I'm not saying you should beat yourself up, but we should notice it. I also think that there are things that renew all the time, whether it's a subscription, bills that are recurring, either you forgot them or maybe you're paying for something you didn't even realize. Everybody has one of those unwanted
Where is it?
subscriptions that just needs to be cut off.
One other thing that for me and for many of us, for news regulars, I pay not enough attention to is insurance. And my goodness, your piece mentions how much car insurance has gone through the roof since the pandemic began, what's happened to homeowners insurance. So should I kind of look at that and consider shopping around mid-year?
That dude's in there with me.
Because these numbers are astounding. Auto insurance up by more than 50% since the pandemic, and homeowners
Where's my
insurance premiums are going up on average by 24% just in the last 3 years, and more if you live in an area where
nitros?
Storms and
I'm gonna go save it, I guess.
policies, and make sure they are basically serving your needs, but also do shop around. Maybe there are ways to qualify for a discount. I know that we had someone come on the podcast who said, I didn't even realize it, but we moved into an apartment. I'm a renter, and there's a new security system, and they got a big discount because there was a security system there, something they never had previously. Even if you think that it is everything you need and want, fine, but just make sure. And there's a lot of easy ways to compare these premiums. Do a little bit of work.
Oh, what
This can
time
pay
is
a
it?
lot of big
Is it noon? 12:37.
There's retirement. I was just talking to my adult.
All right, I think it's time to give it a rest.
Set aside every paycheck.
I've been at it for 5 hours,
How
huh?
much am I putting in? But also where my retirement money is, because mine exists in a whole bunch of different accounts just with job changes.
The more that we hear about people moving from job to job, there's much more churn in the labor market. You will have orphan accounts. Try to consolidate them.
Let's check my stats out
And also,
before I quit.
balance them. You may have a plan that you didn't even
Player, no fat,
company stock.
a lot of stamina, some respect.
You're going to move it.
What happened to my sex appeal?
Rebalance it. Make sure that the money
It disappeared. Why? What happened? I got too muscled? Is that what happened?
Hard to move the needle on retirement contributions if you wait until
Whatever, you
If you do it now,
judgmental loser.
you are
Muscle maxed out. Driving skill.
Jill Schlesinger is CBS News business
Bike
analyst
skill.
of Jill on Money. Jill,
Cycling is maxed out.
Thanks for having me.
You're listening to Here and Now.
Here and now on Maine Public Radio.
Money. 40,000 on property.
A listening room in Freeport, whose mission is to share great performers with appreciative audiences. Perform and schedule at cadenzafreeport.com. Providing 3.5-hour service between Bar Harbor, Maine and Yarmouth, Nova Scotia. Learn more at ferries.ca.
Pistol, pour, silencer, Desert Eagle, bunch of pours. Gangster on the SMG though.
Did you call him? I have called him. He wants to be front and center in every story, and he is front and center.
Oh, I'm pretty good on my aim so far. Crimes.
Listen in, that's tonight at
4 criminals wasted. 104 gang members, 66 by others, only wasted 274, really?
Maine Public Classical and Maine Public Television. you hear and see their mentions every day. To learn how your business can connect with our statewide audience, please visit our website,
32
mainpublic.org,
headshot.
or you can call us at
157 legitimate
and ask for
ballers.
884-1717.
Territories.
You'll want to ask for Dionysia Gaddis.
Distances.
Thank you for your support of public broadcasting here in
Flight time. No uniques.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and from the Music Emporium, guitar sellers for more than 50 years, celebrating the enduring presence of music made on the front porch and center stage. You can learn more at themusicemporium.com. And the Mehrotra Institute for Business, Markets, and Society.
What is
hosting the
that?
Is Business Broken podcast.
1 degree flip. What does that mean?
Industry leaders, and politicians. More at ibms.bu.edu.
From NPR and WBUR, I'm
Missions.
Scott Tong in Washington, D.C.
I'm Robin Young in Boston. It's Here and Now. I just went to Japan. Well, I've never actually been to Japan, but I felt like I went while reading Emily Atami's new novel, Kakegori Summer, which transports
the
us
old
first to
8-track.
Tokyo, where two sisters go to rescue
Progress
the Japanese
5.35. That's
under
cool,
assault by
huh?
paparazzi because of a minor scandal.
Days
And then we
passed, a
always
month, and I
spectate
haven't
casual
seen
in a magical
my
seaside
brother
town
and
in
inquire
Japan.
about my dead mother and all that, right?
Wounds, including the suicide, or was it accidental drowning of their mother years earlier, and their own outsider status as half-foos.
All right, that's enough.
Emily Atami is also half-foo, just like
Thanks for watching, everyone.
left and came back.
And the 3 thumbs up.
She now lives in London.
All right, that's that. Kapow. Off with that,
Shaved ice dessert
and off with
often
this.
is delicious and sometimes heartbreaking summer read. Emily, welcome.
Oh, thank you
so much for
Bye-bye.
having
I'm so glad that you enjoyed it.
Oh, very much so.
Whoop.
Start with your thoughts on Japan.
Well, I can't stop thinking about Japan. I think